Part 3.
Section 42 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 9 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. How the best years of Phil's life were wasted. Some few years ago, the masters of the unions throughout England became aware that a gang of vagrants was traveling through the land, an organized band under the command of a captain who directed their actions and ruled supreme, appointing the workhouses where they were to meet and the towns they were to work. The police were on the alert to lay hold of this band, but though some few of them were seized, the majority escaped. These captures did not decrease the numbers, for recruits were more numerous than the captain chose to accept. The name of this captain was Philip Merton. This is how he attained to the honor. He was nearly 18 years of age when he, Fortune, and Purchase were on the tramp. Passing through the different towns, they found acquaintances. 4 other wanderers joined the schoolfellows. Being a silent, thoughtful youth, Phil was slightly feared and greatly disliked by his companions. They often reproached him that he never stole or worked as they did. If, when they begged at a cottage door, they saw even a scrubbing brush or a morsel of soap, it was pocketed. But Merton never boned, and was half suspected of being a sneak. In vain, Phil pleaded that this morality was owing to no virtuous scruples, but he thought it mean to carry off such useless penny lots. They considered, and right they were, that the youth, though he dare not confess it to them, objected to theft on principle, and he was nicknamed the Amen Baller, parson, and recommended to take to the hum-box, pulpit, as better suited him than cadging. Stung to the quick by these taunts, Phil, poor weak fellow, at length gave way. They were working Preston at the time. "I'll show you whether I'm afraid," he cried, leaving them. Presently he returned with a huge basket of clean linen. He had seen a man leave it at a house close by, and, knocking at the door, had stated that by mistake the wrong basket had been given. The foolish servant handed back the clothes. "Now," cried Phil, "do you believe I'm a croaker?" They answered with cheers, for the linen was worth at least £5. "And now," added Phil, "I will do another thing which none of you would have courage even to think of." He walked off again, carrying the basket, and his pals saw him return it to the rightful owners. This action, and a severe drubbing administered to Billy Fortune, caused Phil to be regarded as an astounding mortal. His companions grew afraid of him. He could read, write, rob, and be honest. He could sing, recite, tell wonderful stories, and bamboozle old women with his glib tongue and handsome face better than any of the ragged crew. They elected him captain. He proved himself a wonderful commander. He learned by heart the long list of unions, from Land's End to the Scottish borders, and could tell what rations of food were served at each, where cheese was allowed, or the bread either sour or short weight. He could inform you which vagrant wards contained beds, where the rugs were warm, or where only straw was served out. To prevent confusion when working a town, he caused certain signs to be used by his gang. A chalk mark on a doorpost was sufficient to indicate whether it was worth the next comer's while to beg at that house, or to warn him if it was dangerous to make the experiment. Even for the corners of roads, or milestones, or guideposts. He had different marks, so that if the band was by any misfortune broken up, the members were soon enabled to meet together again. Very strange were the nights passed in the casual wards. Outside the town the gang would separate. One by one they asked for admittance at the workhouse gate. To avoid being traced in their wanderings, they seldom gave their correct names on entering the house. On different occasions Phil had christened himself Joseph Hume, Arthur Wellington, and Richard Turpin. If any workhouse master offended this gang, they would, after a time, revisit the Union, and in revenge break the windows, burn the rugs, and destroy whatever was destructible. They carried lucifer matches with them, concealed in their clothes, and, not unfrequently, short, stout sticks. Against the Irish tramps, this band waged continual warfare. A law was passed that no lad from the sister isles should be admitted into their troop. They even went out of their road sometimes to visit a workhouse where they knew they should find Irish tramps, merely to fight and drive them out of the Union. Then the most dreadful battles would ensue. In the depth of the night, Phil and his crew would rise silently from their beds. Armed with sticks, they would set upon the unoffending Irish, belabouring them cruelly. It was useless to shout for help. No master would have dared to interfere during such engagements. The only hope was to strike in return. Occasionally the band got the worst of the encounter, and served them right. Another infamous practice of these young ruffians was to seize upon a sleeping man, and, whilst some held him, others rifled him of any money he might, before entering, have secreted about his clothing. There was no redress for the sufferer, for at the Union gate he had confessed himself a pauper without a penny in the world. Sometimes these banditti would prowl about in the neighborhood of a workhouse, waiting for the Irish tramps to come up. The unsuspecting wanderer, if he had any money in his possession, would usually seek for some hidden corner in which to stow away for the night what he had earned during the day. Under waterspouts, in the hedge bank, or in the hollows between the bricks, the few shillings would be carefully deposited, to be soon taken out again by the rogues who were upon the watch. If these young vagabonds could secure a ward to themselves, the night passed merrily, and very little sleep did the crew indulge in. Sometimes stories would be told of the doings of famous robbers, or the contents of a novel would be condensed into a 20-minute tale. If anyone was called upon for a yarn, he was forced by the laws of the band to invent one, if he could not remember any he had read. The set style of beginning these narratives was in these words: "Once upon a time, mates, but not in your time or in my time, but in the time gone by, when it was a good time," and etc., and etc. If they grew tired of stories, they would sing or give recitations. The drunkard's soliloquy was an especial favorite. There was a great deal of what actors call business in it. It began in this way: "Well, here I am, just come out of the public house. I've only drunk 14 glasses of brandy and water," staggers about, "and I'm as drunk as a parson. Talking of the parson reminds me of the devil. Talking of the devil reminds me of my wife," and etc., and etc. The songs Phil was especially celebrated for were "The Slave's Dream," "Oh, What a Sight for a Mother," and "Dearest, Touch the Castanet." The only subject Billy Fortune could talk about was penny theatres. He was a constant frequenter of gaffs, and had a peculiar knowledge of the performers at them, being able to tell when those gentlemen made their first appearance, and in what line they were famous. "Any of you chaps seen Madame Mossy in her tableau vivant? Ain't she first rate as Venus attended by the Sirens? Stunning. Or he would inform the company that Jimmy Bison, the original monkey, was to be at Oxford in 3 weeks' time, and proposed directing their steps in that direction, to have the pleasure of witnessing his curious antics. "To see him go up a pole is a regular knock-me-down," he would add. In this manner did Phil allow his youth to pass away. He grew to be a man, and the only advantages age brought him were greater strength of body and greater cunning of brain. He could imagine bolder schemes than in his boyhood, and his limbs were strong enough to face any danger his reckless life might entail. Some 50 tramps were ready to sing his praises and call him captain, but to the remainder of the world he was a rogue and a vagabond. End of section 42. Section 43 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 10 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Bertha behaves like a woman. Kind-hearted Mrs. Hazelwood nearly fainted on the coconut-fiber doormat when the ghost of Captain Crozier first met her gaze. She screamed out for Bertha, and then exclaimed, "Good heavens, what has happened?" The captain, who had arranged in his own mind the story he was to tell and the way in which he was to act, clutched for support at the old lady's shoulder, and in a weak voice murmured, "Let me sit down. Parlors. Sofa." Both the women stood over him in the greatest anxiety, as with closed eyes he lay upon the couch and panted. He heard Bertha sob, and, as if with an effort that caused him much agony, turned his head towards her, took her hand, and murmured, "Do not weep. I shall soon be well." Presently he appeared to recover his strength, for he was, though with difficulty, able to express a wish to retire to bed. Away flew Mrs. Hazelwood to prepare her dear good friend's 4-poster. Alone with Bertha, he again began to pant, and had the satisfaction of once more hearing her sob. It was very pathetic to see this poor invalid, now gasping like a trout on the grass, now moving his lips about feverishly and begging for water. He was put to bed and the bell-pull fastened to a chair by his side, that he might ring the moment he required anything. He recovered mightily when left alone. Indeed, he began for the 100th time to curse the chemist who sold him the lozenges. He remained in bed for about an hour, staring at every piece of furniture in the room, wondering where the deuce the wash-hand stand was picked up, or whose portrait it was hanging over the drawers. About 10 o'clock the Hazelwoods heard the bell tinkle, and upstairs they raced to wait on the patient. He had risen, very imprudently they said, and, wrapped in an elegant dressing-gown with his shirt-collar a la Byron, was seated in a roomy armchair before the fire. He was better, yes, much better, he said in a voice that sounded as if he was worse, much worse. He was implored to relate the cause of his indisposition, that was, if he had strength enough to do so. In a few words he told his story. Returning home from a friend's house, so he spoke, he had the misfortune to hire a drunken cabman. The fellow drove, he thought, very recklessly. Just as the vehicle was turning the corner of Oxford Street, it came in contact with a heavy market cart, and he was pitched out of the hansom onto the horse's back. Now his voice became fainter as he added, "The animal kicked me in the side." He panted for a moment and looked wildly, but presently added, When the women had finished hiding their faces in their aprons and drawing in their breath with horror, "Thank God, no bones were broken, but the internal injuries, they tell me, are severe." Then he fell back in the chair exhausted. He was hypocrite enough to ask Bertha to feel the place on his ribs where the cruel steed had struck him with its iron hoof, and with fear and trembling she allowed her hand to be guided to the wound. She declared it was dreadfully swollen, and felt as if there was a deep hole. "I thought I would come here," said the captain, with a languid air, as he by and by drank some tea and tried to eat some dry toast. "I have no right to inflict you with my sufferings and make nurses of you, but I am a poor, lonely bachelor, Mrs. Hazelwood, and I thought you would, in mercy, not refuse to assist my recovery." The mother replied, "Oh, sir, we are grateful you should think us worthy of such a task," and the daughter, though she did not speak, looked as if she would willingly have taken all his sufferings from him, and endured them herself, had it been possible. The next day and the next the captain grew better. The pretty Bertha waited on him, bringing him his breakfast, his lunch, his dinner, or anything he required. He was ringing the bell for her every 10 minutes. The mother was very much pleased to remark the great modesty of his behavior. He locked his bedroom door as regularly as if he had been afraid of thieves. If, before he rose, he required anything, he had it set down outside the door, and presently a white hand with a gold signet ring on the 3rd finger would issue from the slight opening of the door and take in the thing asked for. If he had been a young girl of 16, he could not have been more modest and decorous. When he had been in the house a couple of days, he got to learn the hours at which Mrs. Hazelwood usually went out on her household errands. If she had no occasion to leave the house, he was clever enough to find one. Either he required jellies, which he insisted should be fetched from Gunter's, or he would touch no fish but that vended by Groves of Bond Street. A cab was ordered to carry the mother on her errand, and Bertha was asked to keep the sick man company until she returned. He saw plainly enough the little girl was in love with him. He caught her looking at him with the tenderest expression in her large eyes. She answered his bell when he rang as rapidly as if she slept on the mat outside. The first time he slept in his room she had, in the middle of the night, fancied she'd heard him moaning, and, slipping on her dress, had descended to assure herself whether the sound was fancied or real. He never knew that, but we do. Ask yourselves whether it was not natural she should adore this man. You have been shown all the falsity and trickery of this man's character and behavior. She believed that everything he said or did was true and honest. He, a gentleman in the army, with noble friends, rich and generous as the prince of a fairy tale. She, a poor sewing girl with a pauper mother. Remember, too, that this Crozier, in all he did, never transgressed any one of the rules laid down by society, but made love to her as respectfully as if she had been a little Russell Square miss. The companions pointed out to her as fitting her station in life were the servants of the house. Yet she had received education, and was by nature gifted enough to feel she was their superior. She preferred the well-expressed conversation of one who was called a gentleman to the tittle-tattle of a kitchen, and felt grateful he should consider her worthy of his notice. They had some curious conversation together whenever the mother was dispatched on these jelly and fish errands. The captain was very desirous of forcing from Bertha a confession that she loved him. "You have a dear good heart, Bertha," he said on one occasion, in a voice still weak from the effects of his severe kicking. "I shall never forget your sweet look of pity on the day when I came here so ill. You have cured me now, pretty Bertha. I shall soon be able to leave you and cease to trouble you." "You should not call it trouble, Captain," was the inevitable answer. "Dear, good girl, bless you for those sweet words," he continued. "I might have died without your care, Bertha. I shall always think of you, Bertha. Do you know that when I lay under that plunging horse and saw his iron hoofs gleam in the moonlight, I thought of you. Why did I not think of my father or my sister? I ought to have done so. Why did I think of you, sweet Bertha?" Of course, she could not in decency inform him. He took her hand, and she did not resist. "Bertha, tell me," he said, speaking excitedly. "Is it because I love you? You know how I have always admired you, how for your dear sake I have braved insults and denials. Yes, I do love you dearly, more dearly than I dare to tell you, for it passes belief, and you might refuse me yours." At this moment the mother returned, and the captain, cursing his luck that he had not begun the conversation sooner, was obliged to release his trembling angel. Once, to ensure a lengthy absence, Crozier dispatched the mother to his apartments in Harley Street to fetch something he didn't want, and neglected to give the old lady the money for a cab. He knew she would never ask for it. As soon as he was alone, he requested the pleasure of Miss Bertha's society to cheer his solitude, and before a quarter of an hour had passed, was making love more desperately than ever. He was determined that this time she should make a confession, one way or the other. Ever since the world was an educated world, the same method, manner, and almost phrases of love have been employed. They seem to succeed so well that swains do not think it worth while inventing fresh ones. The captain once more told Bertha he worshipped her, and, by repeating the same sentiment in 50 different ways, impressed her with a belief that each declaration was a new one. She sat still and listened, staring at the fire. He saw the reflection of the flickering flame in her eyes. Her hand was raised to her lips, as if she was in deep thought. Never had she looked prettier. The heat of the coals had flushed her cheeks, and the captain's declaration had turned every other portion of her countenance to an ashy whiteness. As she did not willingly answer him, he determined to wrench a reply from her somehow or other. He became silent for a few seconds, and then, letting go her hand, placed his own against his bosom as if in pain. For a few minutes he was plunged in thought, frowning and breathing loudly down his nose. When at last he did speak, it was in a timid, hesitating voice, as if his life depended on the reply. "Bertha, tell me truly, do not deceive me. That would be too cruel. Do you love another?" She turned round and stared at him with her big eyes, but said nothing. "You do," he cried, starting forward. "Now I can understand why you reject me. Why have you trifled with me?" As if exhausted, he fell back in his chair and panted. He was perfectly well aware the poor girl knew no one and cared for no one but himself. Excepting the portrait of George III in the drawing-room, she never saw anything resembling a man from one week's end to another. She had taken her eyes from the fire and was looking at him. He didn't move. For nearly a quarter of an hour he never stirred a muscle, and he felt a cramp was coming on. A hand was placed on his shoulder. It was a mute confession, the only one she dared to make. He started round, and with a smile of consummate beatitude, cried, as he seized her hand between his palms, "Then you do love me? Oh, let me hear those words. Whisper them to me, dearest." Instead of speaking, the tears came welling up to her eyes. "Now," he cried, "I'm ready to die for you. Now I am certain of happiness. Tell me, dear one, have you loved me long? And how have I gained your affection?" He wanted to learn all the particulars of the case as minutely as a physician. It was evening, and the room was in half obscurity, the flickering of the coal fire only lighting up every now and then the objects around. Mothers of families, take this advice. Never leave your daughters alone with captains in the dusk of evening. The mysterious dimness gives an air of privacy, and many a confession of love has been made under its dreamy influence, which the lips would have been ashamed to utter if a couple of candles had been burning on the table. A lamp in a bedroom will frighten away a thief. A gaslight is said to be worth 3 policemen. There are other thieves besides those who break into houses, and they are equally afraid of being viewed distinctly. The flame of the smallest taper would have been sufficient to prevent Bertha from answering as she did, with downcast eyes and a trembling of the lips. "Yes, I do love you. I have for a long time. I was afraid you knew it, and that made me very unhappy. I don't know why, but I was ashamed of liking you." She spoke so much because she was crying. A very little would have brought on a fit of hysterics. Instead of falling into an ecstasy of rapture, the captain began calmly to contemplate his happiness. The confession that she had for a long time loved him annoyed him considerably. He considered he had been wasting a vast deal of money and many valuable weeks. "What a timid fool I am," he thought. "I am so disgustingly delicate. If I had only had sense enough to make these inquiries before, what trouble and expense I might have saved myself." After Bertha had confessed her love for him, he saw no harm in indulging lovers' ways. He placed his arm around her waist and often kissed her temples or smoothed her hair. They did not talk much. A half grunt of delight frequently came from the captain, but the girl remained motionless and thoughtful. Perhaps she already regretted she had spoken so much. She had parted with her liberty and placed a master over herself. Even now, the new master was taking advantage of his authority, indulging himself in affectionate caresses. 2 hours previously he was as respectful as a linen draper. Now he was as saucy as a jack in office. At the end of the first week, the captain, instead of leaving Camberwell, inquired, with a pleasing humility, of Mrs. Hazelwood whether he might be permitted to lengthen his stay to a fortnight. His side, he complained, was still painful, especially when he coughed. He felt, he said, as if living at his own home and the tranquil happiness did him more good than all the medicine in the world. How different was his behaviour to Bertha to what it had been on his first coming. He became apathetic and called her his life, his beauty, and many other sweet, endearing terms. Frequently he pressed her against his bosom, more particularly when she held the breakfast tray in her hands and could not resist. Towards the mother he adopted a severely moral deportment. "She is always bothering me with her company, poor soul," he silently complained, and, to drive her off, he sermonized to his utmost during her visits. He usually chose the horrors of intemperance as his theme, that being the subject he was best acquainted with. Sometimes he would say to her, "When will the English be a sober nation, Mrs. Hazelwood? I have often been struck by a peculiar expression used by the vulgar. They call it, I think, treating one another to drink. Now, how much more appropriate would it be if they said ill-treating one another to drink, since the morrow's headache, the burning brow, the hard, dry tongue, the deranged stomach, deserve this expression." The old lady, who was seriously inclined, felt as if she could listen to him by the hour. He shared with the workhouse chaplain her humble admiration. At another time he would say, "Drink, Mrs. Hazelwood, is a cruelty imposed on us by custom. If I were to raise a pistol to my friend's head and blow away his brains, society would call me a heartless murderer. But if I raise a brimming glass to his lips and blow away his brains with the fumes of alcohol, society smiles and terms me a loving companion. Yet the insensibility of drunkenness is to me as terrible as the stillness of death." Little did the admiring old lady imagine that this preacher had brought to her house, concealed in his portmanteau, 4 bottles of overproof brandy which were rapidly being emptied of their contents. In his love-makings with Bertha he was extremely cautious in avoiding all reference to marriage. He fancied that if he did not mention the fact of making her his wife, he should not be bound in honour to wed her. The only time he ventured on this subject was done solely to sound her notions on the subject, and, if possible, to convince her that the ceremony at the altar was an unphilosophical and useless rite. Like other innocent girls, Bertha believed that love and the church were synonymous. For fear she might relate to her mother the incidents of their love scenes, he bound her over to silence by solemn promises and threats of the serious injury that would befall him if his family should hear of his affection for one so lowly conditioned as herself. "This absurd, this foolish world," he cried in disgust. "It insists that we should not do as we like, but as it chooses. Now what can be more absurd than marriage? A man loves a woman so fondly that he finds he cannot even exist out of her presence. To have her near him is his dearest wish. She must be by his side, within reach of his hand, as it were. Is it natural that a man in such a state of feeling would ever dream of quitting this woman? No, it would be death. I should die if you, dear Bertha, were taken from me. But what says the stupid world? You must go to church, a priest must read from a certain book, certain passages, to which you are too excited to pay attention. You must ride home in a carriage, and eat a peculiar kind of cake, and then you may live as man and wife. Absurd! Absurd!" Whilst he was laughing derisively, the girl was wondering why he should think the ceremony so ridiculous. She had always considered it as the most solemn event in a maiden's life. She felt particularly hurt to hear the cake abused. "How much more honourable," continued the captain, "is that union which, without the fetters of law, remains constant." Because he was looking at her, she replied that it was so, but she added, "I've been told that they sometimes leave one another, and then the poor woman— there was one my mother knew who was deserted. Her character was lost, and he was a gentleman's son and very well off." The conversation ended. For fear she might imagine he entertained any such designs against her, he ceased talking and began to fondle her, patting her hands and praising her eyes, asking her to give them to him to be made into shirt studs. "She's not quite ready yet," thought the captain, as in the evening he sat before the fire, plotting how he was to carry off the girl. "Not quite ready, but rapidly coming round. I could no more get her to cut away just now than if she was of the blood royal. I must give her time, and she'll come around. Never whip a jibbing horse. You may break your whip to atoms, yet not advance a step. Patience, patience, that's the virtue for me." End of section 43. Section 44 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 11 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. The Traveling Circus. The town of Elbury is a quiet place, with some 2,000 inhabitants, and it struck Monsieur Lecoq, the celebrated equestrian performer and the boldest somersault thrower in the world, that it would be worth his while to pitch his tent in the neighborhood for one night only. He waited upon Sir Frederick Wigwam to seek his patronage. He obtained an indirect promise from Dr. Pinnock of Milton House Academy that his 40 scholars would be present, and altogether the speculation looked, as Monsieur Lecoq said, healthy. The bills appeared, long blue ones at the pastry cook's, long pink ones at the circulating library. Laboring men were to be admitted at half the price demanded of the gentry. The inhabitants of Elbury became excited, and the butchers, bakers, and doctors' boys began to practice standing on their heads. To increase the enthusiasm, Monsieur Lecoq and his talented troupe entered Elbury in grand procession. The gentlemen riders, with their thick necks exposed, and their long hair tucked behind their ears, wore romantic costumes, while the lady riders looked lovely in their velvet habits and gold lace. The band in the ornamented car played with such spirit that the spotted and cream-colored steeds became inspired and danced like Christians. Not the least wonderful part of the sight was the dexterity with which Monsieur Lecoq drove 10 in hand. He turned the corner of the marketplace as easily as if he had been pushing a wheelbarrow. Orders had long since been given to Mr. Barton, the carpenter, to have so many sacks of sawdust ready by a certain day. 4 cartloads of fine garden mould had been bespoken at Daddy's nursery ground. The erecting of the handsome and commodious tent attracted hundreds of lookers-on. Indeed, the beer boy from the Pink Sow was constantly running backwards and forwards with gallon cans of ale. In the course of the day, Sir Frederick Wigwam and the ladies honoured the stables of Monsieur Lecoq with a visit, and expressed themselves much pleased with the beauty and condition of the numerous stud. There was, that evening, such a rush that it was a mercy the tent did not get turned over or collapse like an umbrella. The shilling places were packed in half an hour. The youngest child of Mr. Waters, the greengrocer, had to be sent home to be washed, having been rolled into a mud heap, where it lay like a pigeon in a pie, with only its little hands showing above the crust. What business Philip Merton had at Elbury does not signify just now. Perhaps it is better not to inquire too closely into the matter. There he was, and well dressed too. How he paid for, or otherwise obtained, these excellent clothes, we had rather not be forced to explain. The inside of the tent was worthy of being painted in a picture. The oil lamps cast a mellow light, and the striped bunting decorations were draped with exceeding taste. There was a mixed smell of horses, sawdust, oil, and oranges, which was far from unpleasant. In the center of the tent was the ring, resembling an enormous snuff-box filled with râpé, and in a stand, raised like a railway cistern, over the door at which the horses would enter, were placed the band. As soon as the noble patron had arrived, the performances commenced. First, there was an equestrian drama entitled The Fair Maid of Sahara, or The Arab Steed and the Lover's Vow. Seated next to Philip was a young lady, evidently under the protection of her maidservant, a savage, elderly female, who, whenever she caught the youth peeping at her mistress, looked murder, and clenched the hand of her big basket tightly, as if it were a stick. But the face was so pretty that all the servants in the world could not force Phil's eyes away from it. A round forehead, on which a little globe of light was focused just above the temple, of such whiteness that pearl powder would have soiled it. The lashes to the eyes were so long that they sheltered them like a screen, and, casting a shadow, gave a velvet softness to the pupils. The strings to her bonnet tightened when she laughed, for she had the smallest taste in life of a double chin, which plumped out on such occasions and looked remarkably lovely. She listened very attentively to the drama, apparently believing every word of it to be true. The hero always came in on horseback, and never once was he permitted to mount or dismount his steed without slow music. He often addressed the animal, calling it his beautiful bright-eyed charger. He would tell the passive-looking cream that right well had it carried him on its lightning feet amid the battle fray. These praises caused the young lady next Phil to exclaim over and over again, "Pretty creature!" She trembled in horror when the villain of the drama, making his horse prance, roared out, "If she reject me, my revenge shall indeed be fearful and terrible." How she rejoiced when the bold lover, raising himself in the stirrup, shouted, "If we meet, his blood be upon his own soul." Phil, who was watching her, felt quite jealous of the actor who played the part. There was no scenery to this piece, which was performed in the circus, but it gave great satisfaction, and the horses and actors went out amidst immense applause. During the scenes in the circle, Phil gazed so intently at the young lady that the maidservant once proposed to change places with her mistress. The entrance of Mademoiselle Vanille in that graceful scene d'équitation, called The Flower Girl of Florence, saved Phil from this misfortune. Every eye in the circus followed the flower girl as she moved round the ring. It was a prettily conceived scene. First she had a spade handed her, and began to dig at the saddle as if it were a garden bed. Then a groom ran after her and exchanged the spade for a rake, with which she proceeded to level the imaginary earth about the saddle. Every time the ringmaster smacked his long whip, the fair one of Elbury trembled, lest the flower girl of Florence should tumble to the real soil. The saddle with the embroidered covering was as broad as a tea-tray, but what is that when a jolting horse is underneath? Towards the close of this graceful performance, when "Hi, hi!" was shouted to make the horse gallop faster and faster, when the rider was being carried around at a speed that nearly tore away her satin skirts, the velvet-eyed beauty seemed in great fear lest the Florentine damsel should break her neck on English ground. There was a capital clown, who first did his gymnastic exercises, and then made the audience shout at his wit. "How do you do, sir?" asked the ringmaster. "Very poorly, thank you, sir," answered the clown, forcing down the corners of his mouth. "How is that, sir?" "Why, I've had the hen flew in at the window, sir." "What is that, sir?" "It's a kind of severe guitar, with head-rakes and roomy attics, sir." "You mean the influenza with a catarrh, headaches, and rheumatics, I suppose, sir?" "Yes, sir, but I take my medicine regular, a wine-glass of mustard poultice 3 times a day, and my feet in cough mixture before going to bed." When the pretty young lady laughed at this, Phil laughed too, and then their eyes met. Then they laughed more violently than before. There were some acrobats in spangled tights who glittered like fresh herrings. These men had legs flexible as riding whips, and lifted each other in every possible manner. There was a young lady who executed the rapid and brilliant act of leaping over banners and through paper hoops. There was another maiden, with weak knees that bent each time the horse moved, who performed most elegantly with a scarf. Whenever the audience applauded, Phil and the young lady looked at each other as though comparing notes and exchanging opinions about the merit of the entertainment. The eccentricities of the clown amused the old maid-servant, and she forgot to watch her young mistress. Mr. Merriman told the ringmaster that provisions were very dear. "Sorry to hear it, sir," answered the gentleman. "Yes, sir," continued the clown. "Milk has gone up so high the cream can't get to the top of it." When Mr. Merriman asked if he was afraid of a horse, he said, "No, it was himself he was afraid of." There seemed no end to his humor. He remarked that one of the steeds was a thoroughbred, and a penny loaf atop of that. He even invited the ringmaster to come and spend a week at his house. "I shall be delighted, Mr. Merriman," answered that gentleman. "Where do you live, sir?" "In the same place, sir, before I removed to where I used to live now." "That's a rather strange address, sir." "I've gone up and down on the other side facing." "I'm not much wiser, sir." "Well, you can't mistake the house, sir, because the door opens just as you go in." Whilst everybody was roaring with delight, Philip most impudently whispered in the young lady's ear, "He's very good, don't you think so?" And she, laughing, answered aloud, "Oh, very amusing indeed." Presently the ringmaster advised Mr. Merriman not to walk before him, adding, "I never follow fools," upon which the clown fell into the rear, and making a face, said, "I do." This gave Phil an excuse for again speaking to the young lady. "Have you never been to a circus before?" he asked. She answered so loudly that the maidservant heard her. "No, this is the first time I ever saw anything of the kind," and then fell to laughing again. But, alas, for Phil, all further chance of renewing the conversation was put an end to by the maidservant, who, crimson with indignation, threw herself between him and the fair one. "For shame, Miss Lucy!" cried the faithful domestic. "To talk with a strange gentleman! Well, I never did before." When he heard that her name was Lucy, Phil opened his eyes with delight. He did nothing but repeat the name to himself during the remainder of the performance. It was in vain he endeavored to catch another glance at the pretty face. The eye of the servant maid was watching him with threatening activity. At last the audience rose to depart, and Phil, although the domestic did all she could to get rid of him, followed closely at the heels of the beauty. He had resolved to find out where she lived, though, as he said to himself, "It's only a waste of time. They wouldn't let a chap like me marry her." End of section 44. Section 45 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 12 of Book the Third. The Road to Ruin. The captain is guilty of what he considers a great waste of money. Out of respect to its age, we were about to make use of an old saying, but most fortunately we are, without departing from the truth, enabled to vary it a little. The course of Captain Crozier's base love did not run smooth. It was full of hard, flinty obstructions that made it foam and bubble. It had to rush by difficult points and overcome a variety of disagreeable stoppages. This course was a muddy stream, such as a lover would prefer drinking in a poetic manner with his eyes. He might just as well have given up his rooms in Harley Street for the use he made of them. From one week's end to another he never showed his face there, In fact, more than once, Mrs. Belanti, he owed her, as she said, a pretty penny, became seriously alarmed at the prolonged absence of her first-floor lodger, and had even gone to the extreme length of using her duplicate keys to see if the effects in the locked-up drawers were equal to the value of her debt. The vast amount of time left on Mr. Teddy Cutler's hands enabled him to add to his varied accomplishments by learning several new songs from the little warbler. He could also make his appointments for the evening with greater certainty of not breaking them. Had he dared to grow a moustache, his worldly happiness would have been complete. They lived well and looked well at Camberwell. The captain became so curiously domesticated that it almost seemed like a wager between himself and the cat as to which of them should remain indoors for the greater length of time. The only journey of any consequence that he undertook was to the chambers of Mr. Edward Dancer in Holborn, to request him to let some little matter or other stand over for a few weeks. When he returned, he told Bertha it seemed to him as if he had been absent for hours. He also made this journey an excuse for embracing his beloved as fondly as if he had been to India and back. The gallant captain, in the full bloom of his happiness, felt a worm in the bud gnawing at the tenderest leaves of his love. He was disappointed with himself. He had come, he had seen, but instead of his conquering, there had been a very hard battle for the victory. The other chaps, his dashing friends, would cut him if they knew what a mess he had made of the business. With them, carrying off a girl was either the affair of a week or a fortnight, or she might stop where she was. Charlie Sutton had bolted with a baker's daughter from Cheltenham before he had wasted £10 in the courtship. Fred Tattenham could tell 20 highly amusing stories of his loves, one was with a lawyer's wife, and in no instance had he devoted more than 2 months to even the most troublesome case. The captain felt the awkwardness of his position. Even after he carried off Bertha, he scarcely knew what he should do with her. It was his dream to give pleasant little dinners at her villa in St. John's Wood. He wanted to make the fellows envious of his good fortune. But then, with these delicious morsels of swagger, the truth would peep out that it had taken him ages of the most assiduous attention to captivate a servant girl. He felt ashamed of himself, and would often examine his countenance in the chimney-glass to try and discover some reason for the tardiness of the result. If we were called upon to give any explanation of the captain's fear of the world and a dread of the exposure which might follow his dilatory method of proceeding, we should impute it to an excessive adventure. This gentleman was, even then, in great trepidation lest any rumour of what he was plotting should reach the ears of certain parties at Swanborough. He more particularly dreaded the remarks his mother might make on such a theme. She was very much opposed to these amiable indiscretions, even if his father, who was an easy-going man upon all human frailties but those of robbery and dishonouring a bill, were to remark that young men would be young men. The strict mamma would most likely add something about it not being necessary for them to be rogues as well. That woman, thought the captain, is actually capable of insisting on a genuine marriage. The occurrences of daily life reported in our morning newspapers had also a checking influence on the captain's boldness. He never opened the Times without fear and trembling. His eye fell down the columns with the rapidity of a stone. If he saw anything about heartless seduction by a gentleman of fortune, it brought on an attack of frowning and biting the lips. He was pained to see that in such reported cases it was usually the mother of the girl who applied to the magistrate for advice under the distressing circumstances. One of these reports would run thus: a respectably dressed female who appeared greatly excited entered the court as it was about to rise, and appealed, and etc., and etc. Then the bold captain would mutter to himself, "Damn that Mother Hazelwood, that's exactly the little game she'd be after." The woman would cry her eyes out to make a case of it. Sometimes the report was slightly varied. A woman who was humbly but cleanly attired, and who, though overcome by her feelings, refused to give her name. This he could read with a more full breath. The refusal to give her name had great hope in it. With his eyes slantways through intensity of thought, he would wonder to himself whether the old woman would have decency enough to keep her daughter's shame secret. But by the way in which he would immediately afterwards term the poor old nurse "an old jade and a whining hypocrite," he showed he had not much reliance on the family pride of the Hazelwoods. "All done to extort money," was his usual criticism upon such police cases. Yet, to see how pleasantly the days skipped and hopped and danced along over the heads of these happy sojourners in Camberwell, who could have suspected that even one bosom had a thorn in it? As for that house having a skeleton in it, the very mice and black beetles were fat, jovial Daniel Lamberts in their small way. The happy mother might wake up in the morning dreaming either that Bertha's wedding dress had come home too late to be worn at the bridal, or that the hooks and eyes wouldn't meet, but even a pork supper could not trouble her with any misgivings more terrible. The intended bride seldom dreamed at all. She usually fell asleep towards 3 in the morning, being by that time thoroughly tired out with thinking about her prince, her king, her demigod, the lanky Merton, snoring in the back parlour. If there was any uneasy conscience in this humble residence, it was in the bosom of the wicked soldier. He might perhaps kick about his blankets and moan as he writhed and plunged his head into his pillow, perhaps to find a comfortable place. But even he had no night or morning visions. He usually dreamed with the candle burning, and his eyes fixed on the curtain rings whilst he smoked his last cigar in bed. He was troubled with dreadful imaginings of the scene that would take place on the day when Bertha discovered that she had been tricked into being his mistress. The perspiration would make his forelocks cling, curling like feathers to his forehead as he sketched to himself the tragedy that might follow. He fancied he saw her, seated in a corner of the room, a pose plastique of bitter sorrow, her eyes fixed with a terrible stare that looked through the walls in front and far beyond the houses on the other side of the way. He might call to her and she wouldn't hear him. If he touched her, she would turn round like one just awakened, and then, her chin crumpling up and her lip quivering with anguish, gaze at him for a moment or two as if she had never before seen his face. He would suppose himself standing over her, telling her to bear her trial with fortitude and resignation, but however eloquently he besought her to "never mind, love," or to "be a woman, dear," no answer was returned. He fancied he could hear the big tears fall heavily on the little silk apron that fitted so jauntily round her slender waist. If he went out and returned ever so late at night, he would find her not in bed, but still in the same attitude. The servant who followed him into the room would, as she sobbed, tell him how her mistress had eaten nothing, and wouldn't have the candles, but hid her head when lights were brought. Or maybe he would have to listen to some miserable tale of how a cup of tea had been placed near her lips, and she never even tasted it, and although some was, with the spoon, forced into her mouth, she wouldn't swallowed it, but allowed it to trickle onto her bosom. Then the captain, with a sigh that blew away the tobacco fumes, curling and twirling, would utter, "It would drive me mad unless I bolted away and left her. Confound it, that tragic humbuggery wouldn't do with me, I can tell her." the convulsive manner in which he unlocked a private drawer and took out a bottle of brandy, the peculiar shaking of the hand as he poured out the stimulant, and the reckless manner in which he drank off the raw spirit were proof sufficient that he was terribly disturbed by these forewarning phantasms. Brandy ever stood his friend in these attacks. As the spirit worked, his pluck returned, and he would fall asleep calling himself an idiot and a weak fool to suffer mere mental hobgoblins to make a child of such a strong man as he was. It had been the captain's wish that during his sojourn at Camberwell he should remain hidden from the eyes of the world. In all he did, he kept in view the chances of an action at law, and so conducted himself as to favour his own case should any proceedings follow his flight with Bertha. The captain liked the mystery of the business. It made him fancy himself a grand personage. He noticed that he grew fat for want of exercise, but yet he remained indoors. How disgusted then he must have felt when, despite all his precautions, he found himself one of the most talked about and closely watched personages in the neighbourhood. He was enraged to find that whenever he ventured into the street, he became an object of great interest to the neighbours. As he slammed the street door after him, the servants at number 6 next door would either rush to the windows or race to the parlours and throw up the sash to stare after him. At the butcher's, the young man and the young lady would trip out into the street and gaze most impertinently. Women in shops left their customers to catch a peep, and the lovely apprentices in the millinery establishment nearly upset the bonnets exposed for sale in their hurry to see the capting at number 5. Several times Crozer felt his face become hot and red as these rude people whispered to each other, "That's him!" And even if the criticism was favourable and consisted of, "He's a nice-ish sort of chap," or, as at the bonnet shop, of, "He's just my style of fella," it did not compensate for the indignation caused by his notoriety. He was not long in accounting for these annoying impertinences. "Confound that Mother Hazelwood," he growled. "Confound the cunning old fox. She wants to force me into marriage, does she? She thinks that by spreading about a report that I am courting Bertha, I shall be afraid to bolt with her. We shall see, old gal. It's a fight between us." He even distilled a few drops of consolation from these troubles, assuring himself that for the future he need feel no delicacy towards the poor mother, for it was clear she knew what his intentions were, and was speculating on his modesty and fear of public opinion. Now, the Lord Mayor of London was not more innocent of these attacks upon the parlour lodger than unfortunate Mrs. Hazelwood. Poor creature, she was ready to sink to the ground when one day Mrs. Gosport, where she dealt for the captain's sausages and bacon, wished her joy on the excellent match her daughter had made. She tried to deny it, but her nervousness so twisted her words that her answer more than admitted the fact, and even led the garrulous shopkeeper to infer that the day had been fixed, and the cake ordered. If the captain had calmly considered the matter, he would have soon discovered why the neighbours busied themselves so unceremoniously with his affairs. He had 4 or 5 times, but not until the new dresses had been made up, taken Bertha for a walk. As she leaned on his arm, his head was bent down to enable him to peep under her bonnet. He walked with his body twisted on one side. He spoke to her in rapid whispers, she having her eyes directed to the pavement, and never raising them but to look up in his face and smile, when he was lucky enough to utter something particularly delicious. Everybody who saw this couple concluded they were in love. It is much to the credit of everybody that they also concluded this couple were to be married. How lovely did the maiden appear in her silken robe, velvet mantle, and dainty little bonnet. The enamoured officer felt giddy with rapture, as with the gentlest pressure her arm rested on his. The gown, rustling with each step, affected his nerves worse than the scratching of slate pencil. He watched her little feet bob in and out from under the waving flounces until he felt giddy. He took her small hand, made smaller by the tight kid glove, and said innumerable playful things as he laid it on his own big palm that held it easily as a dish does a chop. He called it an ugly little paw, a stupid, useless little daddle, and with a miraculous softness about the eyes would inquire when that silly little hand was to be his. How happy these walks made him! He watched the reflection of Bertha's figure in the shop windows as they passed. He saw fellows lean from their cabs and turn round in their saddles to stare at his little beauty. Some impudent scoundrels would walk in front of this couple, looking round at every other step at the abashed angel. He heard many of them cry out, "By Jove, what a pretty girl!" And although the rage of the bold captain was such that his fists rolled up tight as hedgehogs, yet he was secretly pleased that the world should so unmistakably approve of and envy his choice. On one occasion, Charlie Sutton passed the couple as they were sauntering down Regent Street. Crozier shook his hand and said languidly, "Howdy do," a recognition which Sutton acknowledged by raising his eyeglass and staring his hardest at Bertha. He did not recognize the little servant girl. In a letter he sent Crozier a few days afterwards, he asked bluntly where the devil he picked up the little blood he was trotting out, adding in his strange style that she was a regular petrifier, very choice and becoming, and indeed, he might add, the slap-up perfect ginger. The captain smiled as he read these lines. He felt as if he had been avenged. "They pretended to laugh at me, the fools," he cried. "They dared to sneer at my judgment, the donkeys. Wait till they see her at the opera, in a low-necked dress, with a wreath round her head, and just one diamond bracelet. The idiots! I'll pay them out." The captain, whenever he was alone with Bertha, never chatted about any other subject than their approaching wedding. He would ask her in the merriest manner not to weep at the altar, and entreat her to give out the awful "yes" in a bold, joyful tone. He even made her rehearse to him her conduct before the priest, uttering in a ludicrously gruff voice the question of, "Will you, Bertha Hazelwood, accept this horribly spoony wretch to be," and etc., and etc., and insist upon her replying, "Yes, if you please," or "I should think so," or some other absurdity which made the supposed bride blush and titter. But if ever the unfortunate Mrs. Hazelwood dared to indulge in any of her maternal jokes upon the forthcoming event, her wit was speedily checked by the son-in-law's frigid replies. If, as she left the room, she threw out hints about their preferring to be alone, and bobbed her head or looked sly, the captain would coldly answer that he saw no reason why Mrs. Hazelwood should deprive him of her delightful company. Once the mamma caught Bertha reading the advertisements of marriages in the Times, and playfully quizzed the girl about the delight somebody would feel when a certain announcement appeared in the paper. The captain gave her such a haughty look, then in her alarm the poor creature who was making tea poured the whole of the fragrant decoction into the slop basin, mistaking it for a cup. That evening he told Bertha he considered her mother's jests highly indecent and vulgar. Not that he was really disgusted, but he was determined in no way to admit to anybody who could be brought forward as a witness that he had either by word or gesture given any promise of marriage. No, not a bit of it, thought he, not so green as that. It cut Bertha to the heart to hear this king of hers speak in ungenerous, not to say rude terms of her poor mother. He was constantly reminding the girl that she was never to repeat to Mamma any of the fond conversations they held together. It isn't her fault, poor creature, but her ignorance and stupidity are most offensive to me, he would give as his reason for desiring this secrecy, whilst the daughter stared at him in wonder, almost doubting her own ears. By and by, he would compensate the outraged child by informing her of the provision he intended to make for the mother, fixing her maintenance at £60 per annum and a comfortable cottage. The captain, seeing that no great opposition was offered to his plans upon Bertha, grew bolder in his behaviour to the parent. He several times hinted to his angel that it was high time she should give up any share in the household management. He told her that the heat of the kitchen fire was deleterious to the skin of the face, and requested her to leave all cooking to the old lady. He occasionally examined her hands, saying he would not permit her to spoil their whiteness by housemaid's work. He even lectured the damsel on her want of proper spirit in rendering any assistance whatever to her mother. "You should remember, dearest," he said, chiding her, "that you will shortly bear my name, and this hand," looking at it closely, "should come to me unsullied by the most vulgar of labour. If your mother had any sense or delicacy, she would understand these things, without my being forced to speak on what is, naturally, a painful subject. Pray, speak to Mrs. Hazelwood, and inform her of my wishes." If he thought Bertha cruel enough to do this, he was mistaken. She would have preferred deposing her king to deserting her doting gentle parent. After hearing such unkind words, she would wonder why Merton was so altered of late, and what her mother could have done to offend him. But she never shocked the old nurse by repeating her lodger's injunctions. Despair had the effect of brightening the captain's wits, giving to his leaden intellect a silvery polish. He laid him down on the sofa and invented fresh snares for the unprotected maiden. In the present emergency he resolved on writing letters to himself in a disguised hand, which, telling her they were received from his home, he would read to her to prove that his parents were violently opposed to their son's union with one so lowly born, that the only chance of his being united to her was by a clandestine marriage. One great advantage of this forged letter process was, according to this base man, that he could puff and glorify both himself and the worshipped one of his wickedness. Each epistle took him many hours to perfect. The handwriting was carefully disguised. The thick downstrokes of his ordinary calligraphy became thin ones. In the counterfeit, T and L were decreased in size, and every other letter of the alphabet artfully altered. On the day the first of these deceits arrived per post, Crozier did all he could to force Bertha into the trap. He first rang the bell for the girl, and when she entered the room, she found him sighing and slapping his forehead with good hard knocks. When asked if he was ill, he rolled his eyes and replied, "Yes, ill indeed. Sick at heart." From bashfulness, most likely, Bertha, instead of putting any more questions, merely stared with her large eyes, stretched to twice their size with sympathy. As this silence did not suit the captain's plot, he murmured forth, "Why did they send that letter, that cruel letter?" On this, Bertha was forced to ask, "What letter?" The question did not clear the mystery much, for Crozier replied, "That cruel letter which has cut me to my very soul." Then, fearing lest she might leave the room and so spoil the affair, he drew the girl close to him and, swearing no one should ever part them as long as he had health and strength to resist, told her with an effort that he had written to a dear friend imploring him to sound his mother and father on the subject of his marriage with one far beneath him in fortune, birth, and position. "I told him, beloved one," added the captain, gazing on the girl with a fond, sickly expression of eye, "that you were an angel on earth, that your beautiful face was a greater treasure than mere worldly riches, and I added that the noblest born could not be more virtuous than my Bertha. And," thought he to himself, "that is painfully true at any rate." To see him fall to again, banging his poor forehead and casting up his eyeballs as if he were trying to look backwards, prepared the girl for the most terrible news, and made her tremble pitifully. As he read aloud extracts from this dreadful letter, every word seemed to hit her. The cunning fellow pretended to make mistakes whilst hunting after the particular paragraph, and so managed to introduce several passages highly complimentary to the maiden, and which, having the appearance of being the confession of a secret correspondence, did not fail to move her heart with an excessive love and gratitude. He standing by the window, she trembling by the door, the reading commenced. "You do, indeed, speak in glowing terms," mumbled the captain, "of the lovely being who has inspired in you so honourable a love." "No, that is not the passage," he muttered, turning the leaf. Here it is. "You describe her as the most fair and perfect of her sex, and your manly views on marriage." No, that isn't the place. Here it is. "Your mother, when I spoke to her on the subject, became excessively indignant and declared that if a son of hers dared to bring a kitchen wench into the family, he must do so at his peril, and perhaps when starving in a garret he would regret having sought in the arms of a serving-maid the love a mother would henceforth refuse." Not daring to turn his head to see what the effect of this letter had been, the captain assumed a fit of rage, and threw the epistle into the fire, calling it an inhuman and wicked performance. He waited some time for Bertha either to faint or to burst into tears, but as she remained silent, he was forced to turn towards her. Her face was crimson with indignant blushes, but she seemed collected and firm of limb. "Your mother's right," she said, as he stared inquiringly at her. "I'm punished for my presumption." He tried to prevent her leaving the room, but although he upset 2 chairs, she was gone before he could seize her arm. The girl went upstairs to weep, and he plumped into his armchair to think. He admitted the attempt had failed. The wording was too strong. He banged the fire irons about with vexation. She would be afraid to come near him. Of course she didn't like such name-calling. Who would? The only good thing was he had burnt the letter. That couldn't tell tales or bear witness. "Always burn your letters," murmured the captain. He set to work writing another letter. It was a milder style of authorship. On the second day it was delivered at Camberwell, and, as Crozier had not seen Bertha for 2 days, he sent to her requesting an interview. She came, but so pale in face and so dejected in manner that he was really shocked and pained. Her eyes were crimson with weeping, and by the hurried manner in which the hair was tucked behind her ears, he saw she had been thinking of nothing but her sorrow. Being fond of stimulants, he insisted upon her instantly taking a restorative of sherry, and, though the glass rattled against her teeth as she raised her trembling hand to her lips, he begged that its contents should be swallowed, even if it choked her. But what did her more good than his wine was the happy expression of his face. "We shall have no more saucy letters, dear Bertha," he said, kneeling by her side, and as he wrote them himself he was well enabled to make good the promise. "I warrant they will be civil enough now. My little queen shall not be made to cry for nothing. Every tear shall be avenged with a shower." As she tried to smile, he continued, "Cheer up, my pretty May Queen. Laugh again, darling flower. There's good news this time." And producing the forgery, he opened it. "Read this, dear, with your own pretty eyes. See what Alfred writes me. If, as you say, you cannot live without your beloved Bertha, take my advice and get married privately. Your mother has already greatly changed her tone. She loves you dearly and would soon pardon any act you might commit. Do you hear that, dearest? Yes, that is what we will do. I will buy the license and we will be married at once. When they see my sweet wife's pretty face, I am sure to be forgiven for loving you, for they will all love you as fondly as I do." But Bertha shook her head. She began to sob again, and, though he wiped up the tears as they trickled down her cheeks, she would not be consoled. Whilst matters were at this crisis, a real letter arrived for Captain Merton Crozier, whilst he was waiting for the post to bring him another of his fictitious ones. He had resolved to expedite matters by a line or two from his mother herself, half assenting to the match, and had passed the day before in forging as well as he could that lady's handwriting. Anxiously was he looking out of the window to catch sight of the 10 o'clock postman, when, to his astonishment, he beheld Mr. Edward Cutler, his man, hurrying at the top of his speed towards number 5. "Now how the devil did that fellow discover my hiding place?" thought the captain, ducking his head. On came the valet with rapid strides. The master, through the wire blind, saw him unhesitatingly ascend the steps, and heard him knock as rapidly and violently as if a steam gun were being exhibited. "That fellow is sacked tomorrow," vowed the master, boiling over with passion. All his rage, all thoughts about his hiding place, all his vows of vengeance were forgotten when Mr. Cutler entered the parlour and handed him 2 letters, one with "Immediate" stamped on the outside, and the other with a deep black border around the envelope. After he had opened the first, he scarcely needed to break the seal of the second. The black edging told the news. In the one, he was besought, if he wished to see his mother alive, to start instantly for Swanborough. In the other, his father informed him, with stinging coldness, that the mother had expired, asking for her absent son. Scarcely had he recovered from the terrible surprise of this news than the postman delivered the letter he had forged in his dead mother's handwriting. Without even opening it, to the astonishment of Mr. Cutler, he flung the epistle into the fire. "How long have those letters been delivered?" asked Crozier, but in a mournful voice, as if all his manhood had left him. 4 days, sir," replied the man, frightened by the ghastly face of the questioner. "I sought for you everywhere, in the Haymarket and at the clubs, for I knew Mr. Nathaniel's writing, but you were nowhere to be heard of. At last, Miss Tommy thought you was here, and— Go home and prepare my trunks. I must leave town instantly." Standing in the hall, Mrs. Hazelwood heard this conversation. She hurried off to tell Bertha that something dreadful had happened to the captain. Shortly afterwards, when the bell rang, both these women, as if they did not dare to be alone, entered the parlour together. He had been weeping bitterly, and although he had bathed his face in water to remove all traces of his grief, his eyes were swollen and inflamed. Then did these women, sympathizing with the trouble of their dear friend, begin also to shed tears. He told them, as well as he could, the terrible news he had received. His voice was strangely altered, and had become hoarse and short-breathed. The women were fearfully frightened, and stood close together as if they expected the sad tale was not half finished. The mother, wiping her eyes on her apron, was dispatched for a cab. The daughter, left alone with Crozier, advanced to his side, and laying her hand on his arm, said in a tone of great agony, "It was I who caused your mother's death. This marriage broke her heart. God forgive me. I wish I had died in her stead." Whether it was that grief for his loss had crushed every other feeling in his heart, or whether he had not courage to enter into the details of the deceit he had practiced, most certain is it that he had the cruelty to leave the house, without making even an attempt to undeceive the poor girl. She construed his silence into a tacit acknowledgment that her self-accusings were just. For days and nights did she pine and mourn over the life she imagined she had destroyed. She began to hate herself and curse her pretty face for the evil it had wrought. Her poor mother would miss her in the daytime, and hunt through room after room, calling aloud for Bertha, to find her at last huddled up in some corner, with her head resting upon her knees, dreaming with open, straining eyes of the loss she had brought upon her dear Merton. Sometimes, at night, the mother would wake and discover the girl had risen, but she knew where to find her, for Bertha had crept downstairs to fling herself upon the bed in which he had slept, and pray there that he might forgive her the misery she had caused. The house, number 5, became a miserable habitation, such as neither first, second, nor ground-floor lodger would have stopped a day in, and all because Captain Crozier had not courage enough to speak some half-dozen words of truth. By the death of his mother, Crozier became a gentleman of independent fortune. The deceased lady's jointure of £400 a year descended to himself and his sister Helen, but by her will he inherited the sum of nearly £5,000, moneys which had at different times been bequeathed her by her relations. The sorrow of the son became more intense when he discovered to what an amount his departed parent had loved him. He spoke feelingly of the loss he had suffered, and, even when he was calculating mentally what the total of his debts might be, his grief seemed uncontrollable. Simple Helen forgot to cry when Brother Merton began to groan and sob. She said pretty tender consolations about the miseries of this life and the blessings beyond the grave, and used her utmost to check the bitter wailings of the soldier brother. But he was touched to the quick with the loving kindness of the special bequest, and his spirit refused all comfort. Nathaniel Crozier, banker, argued with his broken-hearted son, but to no avail, so he drank his port wine after dinner in solitude, and never bothered his head about where Merton had gone. Yet of the two, Nathaniel Crozier was the more stricken down by the blow. The old man spoke little, but he pined sorely for the lost wife. He grew, day by day, more and more morose and taciturn, whilst Merton gradually recovered his health and spirits, and was, before a month had passed, in a fit state to write several letters to town, one of which made Mr. Dancer of Holborn very lively, whilst another did more good to the conscience-tormented Bertha than if 50 physicians had held a mighty consultation in her case. It was a short, rapidly scrawled note, but it contained a wonderful prescription in these words: "I find my poor mother was not, after all, so much opposed as we imagined to our marriage. Her death was caused by the rupture of a blood vessel. I enclose you a remittance. She lingered for only 2 days. Be kind enough to see that my room is prepared, for I shall be in town shortly. I now, alas, know how heavy is the loss of a fond parent. What can replace a mother's love? Send your answer by Cutler, who brings this." It seemed as if the best response the captain could find to his question of what can replace a mother's love was to fall in love with somebody else. After a month's absence, he returned to London and drove direct to Camberwell. Here he passed his time in listening as patiently as he could to Mrs. Hazelwood's solemn consolations, and in endeavouring to persuade the dejected Bertha that she was in no way accountable for the family bereavement. He was delighted to find that sorrow had had a softening influence over the maiden's heart. Out of respect to the memory of his mother, he thought it would seem heartless if he commenced his love-making until the edges of his mourning suit evinced something like wear and tear. He even suited his voice to his sable garments, imparting a mournful tone to his sentences, which convinced all hearers that grief was in his heart. It was not until some 3 months had crept past that he allowed his lips to utter fond expressions. Even then he pressed his suit in doleful accents, making his affectionate requests in a melodious cadence of sad suffering, such as no tender-hearted maiden would wish by cruel refusals to increase or aggravate. He was enchanted at his success, and persuaded himself that, provided he allowed some 6 months or so to elapse before he pressed the girl to elope with him, there would be no impropriety in the act as far as mourning a mother's loss was concerned. 6 months are a long period of time. For fear the girl should grow nervous and withdraw her consent, he endeavored to secure her affections by divers little acts of great kindness and generosity. He caused his will to be drawn up, and, when everything was prepared, read it over to Bertha. He bequeathed all he possessed to her, and named her as his sole executrix and legatee. He signed the deed in her presence, and had the signature properly witnessed by a policeman, who charged 1 shilling as his fee, and the old nurse, who shed tears of gratitude. There was no great importance to be attached to this act, for, as he very well knew, a will is destroyed in much less time than it is prepared. Nevertheless, he made a great fuss about this ceremony, and assured Bertha, who, from a childish idea that men never make their wills until on the point of death, imagined her Merton intended to quit this life, that as she was to replace a mother's love, so she ought to receive a mother's legacy. He talked too much about his mother to please honest, sensible persons, but Bertha and her mother were both under the influence of a sentimental fit, and considered these allusions to his parent as beautifully filial and extremely affecting. We know the captain better than they did, simple creatures. He was forever impressing on the girl, by making her presence necessary to her future state, that it was now too late to break off the match. He talked with her about the printing of her wedding cards, and the ordering of the cake, although, as their match was to be a stolen one, he never intended to be at the expense of either. His object was to be continually talking about the marriage, and allow her no time for thought or repentance. He had plotted with her how they were to leave the house. He was to send her wardrobe to Harley Street in his boxes. The shopkeepers, where extensive purchases were made, had instructions to leave their bulky parcels at the same address. The mother would suspect nothing if she saw no preparation for the wedding. He was to leave the house the day before, on some important business or other, and she was to join him early the next morning, then to the registrar's, and afterwards to the north to enjoy the honeymoon. "But," added the captain, "we will not break poor mamma's heart by keeping her in suspense. You shall send her one of your sweet little letters, telling her that you are right and happy, and that sort of thing, and entreating her to keep the business secret." How kind and considerate he was! He thought of everybody but himself, dear man. We consider it to be the duty of a young gentleman, even if he does not very deeply mourn the loss of his mother, at any rate to assume a certain show of grief for the bereavement. The captain had fixed 6 months as the period his affliction was to last. By that time he calculated all his tears would be expended. But before half that time had expired, his lacrimal ducts were as dry as gas pipes. He could hardly persuade himself that he had not been an orphan for years. He could not understand why the crape on his hat should wear so well and remain so stiff and black. Every day he referred to his almanac to see how long he must yet wait before Bertha should deliver herself into his loving custody. He was as impatient for this great holiday as an Indian boy who has been at school all his life. He prepared everything. He remained patiently for an entire hour in a cab at the door of an outfitting establishment whilst she was inside selecting the trousseau. On another occasion, the evening was very dark and looked like rain, so that few people were abroad. He escorted Bertha to an eminent jeweller's in Regent Street to purchase the wedding ring. He did not tell the girl the purport of their walk until he was close to the shop, and then in a husky voice he tried to be poetically affecting on the subject of the link that was to bind them together for life. He never was much of a hand at sentiment, and any other girl but Bertha would have laughed in his face as he stammered out, "As that ring, my sweetest, is to typify, as it were, our loves, I should like you to select a good, solid, strong one, and also, my beauty, when once I have placed it on your finger, never on any account take it off again, even wash your hands with it on. Do you understand, my dearest treasure?" Bertha listened to all of this twaddle with as solemn a countenance as if it had been spoken from a pulpit. She was, indeed, rather affected by the sentiment. Outside the jeweller's shop, the captain felt very nervous and uneasy. He was nearly on the point of asking Bertha to make the purchase alone. A man, he thought, looks such a fool buying a wedding ring, and everybody grins at him. He darted in, dragging his sweetest after him in a manner that would have made many believe that this goldsmith and jeweller advanced money on certain securities besides vending precious ornaments. As the nervous couple stood before the counter, they had to undergo another distressing trial. The captain tried to assume an air as if he had only come there for the fun of the thing, and expected Bertha to reply to the man's question of, "What can I show you?" whilst she, unfortunate child, was so overwhelmed by her bashfulness that she left it to her dashing lover to give the necessary orders. The captain scowled and coloured, fiddled with his eyeglass, bit his moustache, but eventually had to gasp out the words, "Rings, wedding ones." This was spoken in an undertone as if he were confiding a secret. Unfortunately, the tray in which these plain gold ornaments were kept was exhibited in the window, adorned with white satin bows and other chaste decorations. Some dirty little boys were idling their time, discussing in vulgar language which trinket they would most prefer as a present, when the tray of wedding rings was lifted away under their small noses, which they had flattened into white heart cherries by pressing against the glass. These dirty children also saw a lady and gentleman inside, and quickly guessed what they'd come about. Their laughter and rude remarks attracted several other persons to the window, and a complete audience was formed to witness the conduct of the lovers. All this the captain witnessed. He heard the children outside prattling about, "That's him who's to have her," and knew it was to him the infants referred. He understood that the playful remark of, "Her hand's skinnier than my sister's," was meant for Bertha. He didn't like it, and asked Bertha to make haste. In vain did the jeweller observe that the lady had such a remarkably small finger. It was no consolation, for the glass window seemed nebulous with eyes, all staring at him with impudent expressions. The language of those eyes was rude and personal. Every ring that was tried on, Crozier declared would do very well, and, had not the shopman objected to the fit, he would have accepted a golden circle that dangled as loosely on the girl's finger as a hoop on its stick. At last the exact size was found. It was weighed and paid for, and the captain, at a brisk trot, left the shop. Dreadfully annoyed by this humiliating trial, the captain could scarcely speak civilly to her, whom but a few minutes before he had styled his treasure. He walked along sulking. "I was a fool ever to mention anything about the ring," he soliloquized. "What the deuce does she want with a ring? I hate such tomfoolery, throwing 16 shillings away for what? A thing she will never be entitled to wear. Much better have bought herself a pair of boots." Yet, despite these extraordinary remarks, when Bertha that very evening, whilst making his strong coffee, asked him, mother was downstairs, if he liked this much-abused ring, he tried it on her finger, and then, kissing her hand, exclaimed with rapture, "Bertha, I worship it, as an emblem of yourself, for its purity and simplicity. On such a hand it does indeed appear lovely." And he fell to kissing her fingers as if he could have eaten them, the ring included. End of section 45. Section 46 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 13 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Some of the adventures which befell Monsieur Émile Vautrin during 10 years of his life. The heading to this chapter is so startling that, without explanation, the reader might feel inclined to treat it like a dirty puddle and just skip over it. The idea of having to devour 10 years of adventure at one sitting is depressing and unnatural. The dish is so enormous that it sickens the appetite, and even curiosity's capacious stomach feels overladen before a single sentence has been tasted. But we intend to grind down and knead this long period of time, so that these 10 years shall make as thin a slice in the loaf of this story as if they had been so many ears of corn. Émile Vautrin was a reckless, unprincipled man. He might have carried his virtues in his snuff-box, and there would have been plenty of room left for the râpé. He thought no more of taking a new name when his old one was worn out than he did of taking a newer hat or a fresher umbrella whenever a favorable opportunity presented itself. On one occasion, as we have seen, he had, in a free and easy manner, unauthorized by any government, joined the army as colonel of the 11 Légers. On another, he had entered into commerce as one Coquardau, a clerk. And as a crowning touch, he had turned philanthropist, calling himself Chose. Whenever one cognomen was a little out at elbows, or spoken of too familiarly by the police, it was changed for a better, fresher, and less celebrated appellation. No godfathers were troubled to attend such christenings. Nobody became security for future sins, and Petit Vert was the baptismal font. Usually, Émile Vautrin led an ignoble and vicious life, caring no more for the eye of the law than he did for the eye of a potato. If that coach and four, which can be driven through every Act of Parliament, had been in want of a coachman, this desperado was the man of men to handle the reins. He was what the Americans call a bad egg. Yet there were moments when Vautrin complained bitterly of the ill treatment he had suffered in the world. This unjust man, who had wronged so many, had an idea that he had been driven into his reckless course of vice by the wrongs heaped upon him by his enemies. When in the 4th stage of drunkenness, or depressed by ill luck, He would talk by the hour and grind his teeth over the injuries that had crushed him. He once informed an eminent advocate who undertook some little law business that his natural was good. But, added the client, I have been made what I am. My guilt be on their shoulders. They massacred the wife I adored. They robbed me of her fortune, and they stole from me my beloved child. They left me the miserable being you behold. At the door of Nathaniel Crozier of Swanborough did Vautrin deposit the big bundle of his crimes, trusting that it would trip up that respectable gentleman whenever he might set out on his way to heaven. There was some little truth and a great deal of imagination in the Frenchman's complainings. His sentimental raving about his wife and child was mere bombast, but the lost fortune he wailed over was as true as arithmetic. Bitterly did he regret it. Nathaniel Crozier had married a Miss Merton, and father-in-law, not liking his son-in-law, had insisted that the bride's fortune, a pretty little income of about £400, should be settled on her as tight as lawyers' pens and red tape could bind it. After the mother's death, the children, if any, were to inherit this jointure. If the children died, leaving husbands or legitimate issue, these were again to become possessed. So it stands to reason that Vautrin had a distinct and perfect claim to 1/3 of these yearly £400. Boldly and with much noise he would have demanded justice in the English law courts, but that the little affair of impersonating the colonel of the 11 Leger rendered such an experiment hazardous and unprofitable. He had peculiar notions about the value of liberty. Besides, gruel was his aversion. We have often heard it asserted that thieves are thieves because they delight in their daring life. Many are of opinion that a pickpocket, earning 30 shillings weekly at his illegal craft, would, if his honesty were better paid, refuse to quit his wickedness. This is mere ill-natured talk. Nobody would have been more delighted than our Frenchman to become respectable, had his virtue been priced at even the value of a cigar above the returns of his roguery. We do not mean to say that he would have worked more laboriously, or risen 1 hour earlier, or told 1 hour later, for the advantage of being considered an honorable man. But, provided the exertion imposed and the earnings were to be in both cases similar, Vautrin would have embraced the respectable in preference to the disreputable life. He had made many attempts to steady himself in society. With the plunder obtained from his Colonel du 11 Leger performance, he vowed to reform and, if it answered, repent. On his return to Paris, he had speculated in an eating-house, spending his capital of about 3,000 francs in fitting up a cheap restaurant in the Quartier Latin. He announced dinner, consisting of 4 plats and a dessert at 1 franc a head. The carte du jour always contained filet de bœuf and gippolette de lapin. The salle à manger was not a sumptuously furnished apartment, but it served. The rush-covered stools were comfortable enough, and the deal tables looked neat, and occasionally, when hidden under the cotton napkins, clean. A row of hat pegs, a crockery-ware stove, and a few looking-glasses were even more than the 1 franc customers expected or needed. They cared little about ornamentation, provided the portions were large. The establishment of Monsieur Tinton, he had again changed his name, soon won the esteem of the students. His beefsteaks were très solides, and gifted with the distinguishing characteristics of caoutchouc, being both indigestible and elastic. The medical or legal student who ate one of these steaks might possibly suffer from indigestion, but certainly hunger would not for that day again trouble him. The gibelottes de lapin were also favorably received by the customers, and the absence of more than 1 head in each portion termed honorable treatment. But, despite the twopence halfpenny charged for wine when required, despite the weakness of the julienne soup, the scantiness of the salad, and the one apple for dessert, the restaurant, to Vautrin's sincere regret, was a failure. He again vowed it was useless trying to be honest, and, secretly selling off his stools, tables, and stewpans, decamped before the landlord had time to ask for the rent. Then he came to England, the richest country in the world, as he called it. Once more he succeeded in filling his pockets, his commercial speculation as agent for the firm of John Coppings, Tan Stickor and Company being eminently prosperous. He made Irish linens refund what he had lost by beefsteaks. Had the climate of Great Britain been more genial, and the amusements of the metropolis more various, or its Sabbath more gay, Monsieur Vautrin asserted that he would have permanently settled in our monster city. He liked the business methods and the great facilities, paper, offered an ingenious merchant. But his health suffering and Inspector Gyves becoming alarmingly alert, he once more asked for a passport and departed. Again, he determined on giving honesty a fair chance. People spoke so loudly about the better policy of integrity that he could not imagine it was done expressly to deceive him. He had about £800 to speculate with, and if plain dealing would give him cent per cent, it was, he considered, as good an investment as any other. This time he opened a café estaminet. It was richly decorated with pier glasses and marble-topped tables. The velvet couches were as broad as beds. The comptoir was fanciful and elegant with its gilding and inlaid woods. The two plated urns in which the sous given to the garçons were deposited shone like lamps. A mountain of portions of sugar sparkled in crystalline purity at each extremity. The young lady who presided on this throne was fascinatingly attired, and her beauty soon made an impression upon the hearts of the coffee, beer, and eau sucrée drinkers. In addition to this, Monsieur Everard, Vautrin thought his new name had an innocent and poetic sound, mounted 3 billiards, noble tables, nearly 10 feet in length, with ormolu lions' heads instead of pockets, and highly carved legs. Before the garçons were engaged, express stipulations were made as to the number of clean aprons they were to wear weekly. Soon the Café Mirabeau began to be talked of. The lumps of sugar were reported to be sublimely generous in their dimensions. The coffee was declared to be du véritable mocha, and the cognac spoken of as being soft as satin. The two garçons in their jackets and pumps found the sous given them mounting up. The cry of "Versailles" might have been heard on the other side of the street. The customers for du noir, chops, and canette increased daily. The bain de pied, as the overflowings of the cup into the saucer are called, were overwhelmingly liberal. The Café du Roi, higher up, had to retain its customers by lowering the price of the demi-tasse, 1 sou, and the Café de la Reine, lower down, tried to avoid insolvency by turning its petits verres into large ones. Presently the Café Mirabeau had its habitués who came there night after night, wet or fine. A pipe rack was mounted to hold the clays these constant customers were coloring. Now men began to make appointments chez Everard and spend the evening together, emptying shops of beer and playing at billiards who should pay. The rattle of the dominoes on the marble tops of the tables was like the clatter of plates in a scullery. There were little square boards covered with green baize for card players, and many whist parties passed the entire day over the fascinating game, wearing out a pack of the flimsy paper cards by the constant wetting of the thumb whilst dealing. Every paper published in Paris was taken in and fastened to the razor-strop-looking holder, excellent preservers of the journal, but rather too much like perusing a flag to be pleasant to the reader. In such a short time, Monsieur Everard became a great man in the quartier. He had always longed to be respected in some quartier or other. The boulanger who kept the iron-railed bread shop next door, the épicier in his grocer's shop opposite, the marchand de nouveautés, the marchand de vin, and all the neighbors, in fact, spoke of him as a good child and a very amicable boy. He never refused to give a customer who had even twice left his purse at home credit till better times. He never ceased to smile unless it was to restrain the love-making of some impertinent student whispering at the comptoir to Mademoiselle Constance. Even then he spoke mildly and frankly. "Let us see," he would say. "Let us finish these follies. Her father is one of the old who followed Napoleon. Let us respect the only child of a brave." When he joined in a game of billiards with his more cherished customers, he would delight all with the quaint phrases he used. A ball under the cushion was said to manger du mérinon. He would, with each stroke, request his ball to go vigoureusement, ma belle, or to lever ses pattes. When the stakes played for were trivial, he managed, after a desperately close game, to lose, but on other occasions he was wonderfully fortunate. "A-t-il de la chance, ces diables d'Everard?" his opponents would cry out, when he made 8 or 9 cannons running. He might have done well at this estaminet, but his gypsy nature would not allow him to remain long at any quiet occupation. It was at this time that he had written to Mr. Nathan of Lyon's Inn to find out his son Philip and send him over to France. If the boy could have been discovered, perhaps the father would have remained steady at his coffee-selling, but, annoyed at the failure of Mr. Nathan's search, Everard, alias Vautrin, took a dislike to the jog-trot estaminet and disposed of the business. He had always complained that his life had been a failure simply for the want of a little ready money to go to work with. He would talk of the voleurs on the Bourse, and with bitter scorn taunt them that, with their chances, they did not do more. It really seemed as if there were some truth in his boastings. A week after he had sold his café, Everard had started the Grand National Marriage Insurance Company. What he made by it he never confessed. He was, however, sufficiently enriched to become a large speculator on the Bourse, and one of the little kings of the Passage de l'Opéra. A few more lucky hits, and his vagrant boy Phil might have been the dandy, a rentier. But it was the old story. He realized a fortune in 4 transactions, and lost it by the 5th. In his mad endeavor to re-establish himself, he parted with every sixpence, and eventually did something or other which was considered, even by the frequenters of that national gambling house, to be swindling, and the gates of this paradise of fools were closed on the coquin. Without even a bad shilling in his pocket, Everard changed his name to Boustache, and began the world afresh. His old friends, the wine-sellers of the Temple, received him again to their hearts and back parlours, upbraiding him slightly for his 2 years' absence, and perhaps delighted that after all his grand doings he was no better off than themselves. This was the bitter winter and discontent of Vautrin's life. He remembered to his dying hour the hardships he was forced to endure. His brain was so fogged, and his heart so dejected with his failure, that he could devise no scheme to raise himself above the vulgar pickpocketing herd. To prevent himself from starving, he turned vendor of tooth powder and square tablets for removing grease from cloth. Those who bought the powder had the tablet given them for nothing. For the entire summer, with a tray of merchandise before him, he took up his post on the Boulevard du Temple. He had composed an address to the people, which collected a vast mob and always delighted his audience. He prefaced the exhibition of the marvelous effects of the tooth powder in these words: "This specific, being both odontalgic and balsamic, is a sovereign remedy for the caries, canker, and corrosion of the teeth. It was presented to a gentleman of distinguished character in the highest circles by His Excellency the Ambassador of Persia. Its virtues shall be proved by public experiment. Come here, ignoble boy. Behold, the teeth of this infant are of the most perfect black. You place a little of the specific on a brush in this manner. You humect with water. Do not imagine that the water is prepared. Water, the first that comes to hand, water, hard or soft, from the cistern or the barrel, or, as this instance, water from the gutter. You rub the teeth, and thus render them whiter than enamel, strengthening the gums and soothing the nerves." Then he would scrub at the unfortunate boy's mouth, and as the powder would have served equally well for cleaning knives, it did certainly in a remarkably short time grind away some of the dark stains from the teeth. Whilst this operation was proceeding, Monsieur Vautrin would exclaim, partially to drown the cries of the suffering lad, "The price of my specific is only 5 sous the box, dedicated to the peuple français, at 5 sous the box." He was a patient, much-enduring man, this Vautrin, gifted with the indomitable perseverance of a caterpillar, which, however often it is knocked down from the stem of a tree, will again and again commence to climb upwards. When at the bottom of the ladder, Vautrin was always thinking of the topmost round. When he had picked up enough money with his tooth powder to enable him to travel to England, he gave up dentistry and, with a forged passport, left Paris. He had no definite object in coming to London, beyond that of plundering whomever and wherever he could. The first day he arrived, he experimented on the memory of the police by entering the Bow Street Court as a spectator. He was delighted to find that neither inspectors nor men had the least suspicion of him. He had left the metropolis in a black wig and heavy whiskers, and he returned with flaxen locks and an elegant moustache. It was shortly after Vautrin's return that a great many letters were sent to the Times, complaining of the darkness of the metropolitan roads. Applications were constantly being made to the Hammersmith magistrate by gentlemen and ladies who had been followed and robbed by a tall, powerful man who wore a comforter so arranged that it masked his face. His method was to creep after a foot passenger until he or she had reached a portion of the road where, in consequence of the discontinuance of the gas lamps, the darkness favored the robbery, and then, having pinioned the arms of the victim, a pocket-handkerchief was thrust into the mouth, and the pockets rifled without dread of any interference. One of these complainants had lost 13 sovereigns, another his gold watch, and a pocket-book of bank-notes. In all these robberies the tall man was assisted by a shorter and apparently younger companion. In one evening it was calculated that they became unlawfully possessed of some £50 worth of property. The Hammersmith police, the moment the robberies were committed, became very active, but the man and his associate had left the neighborhood before the constables attempted to seize them. They were next heard of at Brixton, after that at Hackney, and subsequently at Peckham. They always seemed to post themselves at a short distance from the tavern where the omnibuses stopped, and, having then fixed upon the victim to be plucked, to follow him until he reached some secluded, dark spot favourable to the plucking. This tall man was Vautrin, and who do you think the associate was? No other than Jack Drake, the quondam captain of the crossing sweepers gang. The Frenchman had picked him up at a low twopenny lodging-house in Gunyard, Whitechapel, and tempted him into joining his foot-padding expeditions. The Duck was in a terrible state of destitution, and the prospect of being clothed and fed soon placed him in Vautrin's power. Up to that time he had been a mere prig, purloining bacon and wrenching off brass bell-pulls to sell as old metal. The idea of being a highwayman had something grand in it. Purses were better plunder than the scraps on a butcher's stall. It was like a militiaman entering a Queen's regiment. Vautrin had proposed to make a fine fellow of the Duck, and, as far as clothing was concerned, kept his word. After the exploits in the dark London roads, the pair journeyed into the country. They had plenty of money and travelled like gentlemen. Not a town they passed through but they left it with greater wealth than when they entered. Their plan was for Vautrin to enter a hotel and engage the best suite of apartments to be had. He drove up to the house with heavy trunks on the cab. Whilst choosing his bedroom, he would give great trouble to the housekeeper, asking why he could not have such and such a chamber, until he learned pretty nearly which rooms were occupied. After an excellent supper, he would ring the bell for his candle and proceed to his bedroom to arrange his hair, having previously inquired of the waiter whether there was any place of amusement open in town. As he went upstairs, a glance at the candlesticks ranged on the side table at each landing told him whether many of the travellers were in their rooms or downstairs. All he wanted was half an hour to himself, for by that time he had made the round of the bedchambers, ripping open trunks and boxes with his chisel and short crowbar. If he found any money or jewellery, they were crammed in his coat pocket. He never meddled with bulky plunder. He could rifle a trunk in 1 minute and a half. Then, with the greatest sang-froid, would this extraordinary man descend the staircase and, telling the waiters that he should not return before 12, hurry off to the rendezvous he had made with Jack Drake. It was the Duck's business to carry about his person and dispose of the stolen effects. The descriptions that were, instantly after their exploits, published of Monsieur Vautrin's person and costume rendered it highly dangerous for that eminent leader to risk too great an exposure of his manly form in the public streets. End of section 46. Section 47 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 14 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Containing many incidents which ought to have been told pages ago, relating, among other circumstances, how father and son met, the conversation that ensued, and in what manner Phil followed his parents' advice. As chance would have it, Philip Merton was wandering about the streets of Derby on the very same day that Monsieur Vautrin and his friend the Duck arrived by the express from Nottingham to see if there were anything to be done in their little line of business. The vagrant, in his black mangy rags, with his shoulders up to his ears, was paddling with his naked feet along the muddy road, wishing that somebody would try and hit him in the eye with a sixpence, when the Duck, attired so fashionably that even the governor of Coldbath Fields would not have recognized him, sauntered past, his ever-active mind endeavoring to recall the words of a song he had joined chorus to overnight. It's all for that ale, that confounded ale, that confounded ale and tobaccy, was all he could remember of the poem, and it annoyed him considerably. When, therefore, Phil, little dreaming that the duck stood before him, commenced in his cringing voice to petition his honor to spare a copper. Jack Drake, who was up to cadging in all its branches, having professed the calling, assumed a pompous demeanor and asked the beggar why he did not work, and if he wasn't ashamed of himself for leading such an idle, disgraceful life. It was pleasant to the duck to be able to repeat the rebukes he had himself so frequently met with. Whilst explaining the reason of his distress, Phil addressed the buckish prig so respectfully, and made use of so many flattering expressions, that, pleased with this evidence of his prosperous appearance, the duck gave alms. More, he endeavoured to read the vagrant a moral lesson. "Sich a regular strong-made chap as you, as has the wear of cast iron in you, to be cadging about, is rather too stiffish for my swallow. Why, you could carry a load of bricks on them shoulders and feel 'em no more than a coat collar." Philip was startled to hear such a fashionable person talk such very rickety British. He gave the usual excusing answers almost mechanically, whilst his mind was busy wondering whether the dandy was a genuine or forged article. "Now, how do you think I should provide for myself if I didn't work?" continued the moralizing duck. "Do you think I likes work? Not me. It's too rich for my stomach. Idleness is my drink, only it pays you out so tremendous the next day." The vagrant considered that after this charity sermon a collection would follow, so he listened humbly. The ex-captain grew more and more virtuous. "Do you think such as me didn't know the value of pence, but must be continual getting change for such as you? We earns our money too severe for such extravagance. Sooner than be a lumping about the streets, I'd take a broom and start a crossing. I never see finer mud or likelier pitches," he added, his great experience in these matters making him for a moment forget himself. A little learning proved a very dangerous thing for Master Drake. The ragged beggar had often looked up slyly in the lecturer's face. He had noticed that 2 of the big front teeth were missing. If ever the fashionable gentleman smiled, his face, which before had been blank and smooth as a tablecloth, crumpled up like a collapsed balloon, and became a mass of wrinkles and dimples. Had Jack kept his knowledge about crossings and mud locked up in the dark cellar of his brain, he would have escaped detection. As one who has forgotten a certain tune requires but to have the first few notes hummed in order to start off in full voice with the remainder of the melody, so Phil, the moment he heard the words "take a broom," was, as it were, carried back to the days of his dirty childhood, when caten-wheeling was his trade and the Haymarket his workshop. The first idea that crossed his brain was, "What a tip-topper the duck has turned out." That gentleman was expecting a cringing, supplicating reply, and his knees almost bent under him, as Phil, in a moment brightening up and looking sharp as a terrier at a rat-hole, cried out, "You cussed Jack Drake! Shut up that patter! I'm Phil Merton." We will say this for the duck. He had great presence of mind. He never attempted to deny his identity, but assumed a pleased air, as if the sight of an old comrade cheered him. He expressed his delight by exclaiming, "Here's a start! A regular twicer!" He admitted that he was in Phil's power by saying in a low voice, "Don't blow the gaff. Follow me." Thus, by a few simple words did Jack, without insulting his friend by objecting to the negligee of his costume, avoid being seen walking with rags and tatters. Further, The dilapidated friend felt his heart kindle towards his old pal, even though he followed like a dog at his heels. For fear Phil might burn with rage after the moral lecture, the duck poured beer down his throat sufficient to have extinguished a smouldering chimney. He also presented his old mate with 5 shillings. His manner was most affectionate and affecting. The wretched Phil, despite the drink, felt sad and embittered as he listened to the duck's history. "I'm on the square now," boasted that wonderful youth. "Regular straight and open. I'm a wallet to a French gent, a good un to pay and remarkable civil-tempered." This was wormwood to the listener. He was jealous of the luck the ignorant, coarse Master Drake had met with. When the duck rose to depart, it was as much as Phil could do to assume a straight-lipped smile and allow his black hand to be shaken. He even regretted that he had given the direction of the traveller's padding-ken where he was lodging. "I'd as soon drown as see him again," thought Phil. "It's like taking poison to hear him talk of his luck." Had it depended upon Master Drake, a second meeting would never have taken place. Like a good and faithful servant, he rushed home at a speed which crimsoned his face, and gave warning to the French gent that they must slope from Darby with the greatest activity. "If we ain't minus in less than no time, we're blowed upon," the excited duck said in a confidential murmur, which no waiter, however close his ear might have been to the keyhole, could have overheard. "I've just met a chap as knowed me, and, from the looks of him, he'd peach for the valley of a pipe of backer." Men of nerve never allow themselves to feel alarmed. Although Monsieur Vautrin was trying to remember when the next train started, he replied, "We shall have done our business by tomorrow. Today I am too tired to travel any further. Who is this friend, and why the devil do you go exhibiting yourself in the street?" The drake, who feared his master to such an extent that at times he felt inclined to betray him, took no notice of the rebuke, but continued, "I tell you, this chap is dead on us. We shall be coopered if we don't pad the hoof, and that rapid. He's a chap of the name of Phil Merton, who—" What else he was going to say was interrupted by the peculiar behaviour of the Frenchman. Master Drake's sentence ended in a moan, similar to that dismal sound produced when the music of a barrel organ is suddenly cut short. Monsieur Vautrin had jerked his body most strangely to one side as he heard this name, almost as though a stone had been thrown at him, and he had drawn back to avoid it. He had also dropped his cigar, and although he turned his back to the window and tried to conceal his countenance, Jack noticed it had turned to a corpse-like hue. His voice had a dry, hoarse sound as he asked, "Do you know where this boy is to be found?" Because Jack stammered a little as he replied, "How should I know?" Emile Vautrin twirled around on his heel and scowled as if he was about to fly at the youth's throat. "Because he told you. Go and fetch him. I must see him. Do you hear me? Bring him here." "Bring him here?" cried the duck. "Well, you do talk. Why, he's as ragged as an old kite in a tree. They'd want to carry him upstairs in a dustpan." "Buy him clothes, then," roared Vautrin. "Have you no sense, blockhead? Or stay, your things will fit him. Let him wear them." "And what am I to do?" inquired Jack saucily. He had a suspicion that the Frenchman wanted to get rid of him, and that was a thing he could not stand. There had been a misunderstanding the day before at Nottingham. He could see through the dodge well enough. "What are you to do?" answered the master. "Why, wear his rags if you like, or get others if you choose. Understand me, Jack. That boy must be here in an hour, or I shall hunt him up myself." In a mild, sneaking tone, he added, "If you put me to that trouble, I shall not consider you my friend, nor feel the same affection for you that I do now, my good Jack. So go along at once, and here is money for you to buy the clothes. Mind, good clothes, such as I wear." The good Jack looked about as amiable as a baited bull, and on taking the proffered note, crushed it up savagely as if it had been the giver's neck. But he did not dare to be disobedient, and shuffled to the door. The Frenchman, with his bright eye, grey and round as a new bullet, called to Jack as he was about to turn the handle, and said in his mild, patronizing manner, "My poor Jack, you are angry and hate me because you are jealous. That is wrong, my boy. I am your friend, and would not desert you for anyone. Now you can go, and to please me, do not be long." As he descended the stairs, the Duck remarked to himself, "How did the chap know why I was riled? He's up to everything. There never was such a dodger. Wouldn't he make a spanking peeler?" The prospect of gaining a few shillings by overcharging for the purchase of the clothes helped to smooth the Duck's ruffled feathers. How different was his manner to Phil when he sought out that wandering youth at the padding ken. He shook his old companion's hand with a brave, hearty manner, and thus addressed him, "I never see a old pal in the suds, but my spirit's willing to give him a hist up'ards. I've stood your friend, Phil, and put in a good word for you in the right quarter, the same as is meat, drink, and toggery to me." He then related to Merton an affecting history of how his heart grieved to see the friend of his youth in so sad a plight. He had interceded with the French gent, and ultimately prevailed on him to take an additional servant into his employ. "I can tell you it was touch-and-go work, but I was so precious hard down on him," says he at last, "by gosh, Jack, you'd talk a milestone over t'other side of the road." And there he gave in and took it quite sweet and natural. No one would imagine that Phil could see anything to object to in such a brilliant future as Jack had sketched out for him. Warm clothes, warm dinners, and warm beds have their attractions. Good money paid quarterly, a new suit per annum, and little or no work to do sounds temptingly. Perhaps Phil objected to have Jack as a benefactor. Perhaps he, as many persons do, felt hurt that an ignorant, coarse fellow should have it in his power to render a service far above any he could realize for himself. Much to the Duck's delight, Merton did not jump so eagerly at the offer. He asked how much tin was given, and when the knowing Jack purposely understated the sum, he remarked, "That's short earnings." Many other business inquiries were made, to all of which the most unfavorable replies were readily given. The Duck was already congratulating himself upon having choked off his rival. "I do pretty well at cadging," said Phil. "Of course I don't wear these rags you see when I knock off work. I live pretty well, and it's middling jolly." "And you're your own master," suggested Jack. "Nobody to swear at you but the peelers, and they comes under the head of destiny, and don't rile a chap no more than thunder or rain." But, too knowing to let the chance of a new suit of clothes slip by, Phil, after all, determined to see the Frenchman. The Duck had felt so certain of a refusal that he had arranged in his own mind a clever anecdote to enable him to keep the £5 note. He had determined on soiling his coat with mud, and then telling the Frenchman that Phil, suspecting foul play, had pushed him and bolted off, just as they were within 5 minutes' walk of the hotel. His disgust, therefore, when Merton took up his hat and said, "There's no harm in seeing what this rich chap is made of," was so great that he tried to pick a quarrel, saying he would hear the gent spoke of in that manner by no one, nowhere, no, not as if they was as big as a house, and 40 horsepower. The tailor makes the man. Always wear a good coat. It is almost as serviceable as a good character. Many persons who in the morning had threatened Phil as a vagabond would, had they met him adorned with his excellent suit, have styled him a very gentlemanly, well-behaved young man. A barber had cut his hair and pomatumed it with a highly scented grease. His boots, his clothes, and his hat were lustrous with the varnish of newness. Waiters drew back and made way for the well-dressed gentleman. The chambermaid gazed on him and felt how easy it would be to love such a man. And this miracle was produced by a good coat. 10 years of a rogue's life, atoned for and forgiven through a 30-shilling paletot. As they ascended the stairs, the man waiting for them heard their footfalls, and, tossing off a glass of brandy, tried to be calm. For the last half-hour he had stood at the window, gazing right and left, to catch the first sight of Philip Merton. He dare not trust himself to speak when the lads entered. He knew the words would stick in his throat and betray him. So he motioned Phil to a chair, and, leaning against the mantelpiece, stared at him. For more than 10 minutes he did not utter a word. The duck was wondering to himself what the deuce had come to the governor. The duck would have made great allowances for human nature had he been aware that only once before the father had seen his son, and then under painful circumstances. Now, Vautrin could examine the latter without fear or interruption. He could trace a resemblance to himself in the long-missing son, and that pleased him, for Phil was a better-looking man than the father had ever been. The shoulders were broad, the strong arms filled up the coat sleeve with the bulging muscles, and he had the slimness and the strength of a greyhound. Vautrin looked at the handsome face and half laughed as he wondered if in his youth he had been such a joli garçon. He also thought of the mother, who had died giving life to this fine youth, but he did not dwell at length on this subject. He had become entitled to property through his wife's death. He had ceased to deplore her loss. He rejoiced in the son as a means of claiming the inheritance and baffling Crozier. Those who believe in the voice of nature will be surprised to hear that on this occasion Philip felt no thrill in his bosom as he beheld his father. He was, instead of being overcome by the parental gaze, considerably annoyed at it. He moved uneasily in his chair, brushed his hat with his hand, and finally occupied himself with the improvement of his nails. When he's done staring, perhaps he'll say so, thought Phil. When Vautrin felt the muscles in his throat relax, he began to speak. He ordered up wine. He laughed and joked and talked on every subject but the one Phil considered the most important. They dined together. This is a strange kind of gent, the son could not help thinking. To dine with his valets? There's something very deranged in these clockworks. When the hour grew late, Vautrin rang the bell and ordered a bed to be prepared for his young friend. They shook hands and retired to rest excellent friends. Determined to make some inquiries into the mystery, Phil followed the duck into that bold outlaw's chamber, and, shutting the door, inquired, "Jack, who the devil is this chap?" "He's allers like you see him," replied Mr. Drake, "remarkable affable and free." "What does he want with me?" inquired Phil. "You might as well ax me which side of his starchers has the most hairs," answered Jack. "He's a rum 'un," added Phil. "Uncommon so," responded the duck, "and very good company, leastwise when so inclined." In the morning, before Phil was awake, Vautrin entered his room, bringing him clean linen and shaving tackle. He could scarcely bear the boy to be out of his sight. It seemed as if he feared Phil should run away. They went out walking together, and he was kind to an astonishing degree. He insisted that Phil wished to smoke, and purchased cigars. He joked about some ladies that passed by. He asked him constantly to enter taverns and call for what he liked. This is very jolly, thought Phil, only very difficult to come at. In the evening, the explanation ensued. Master Drake was, in very polite but very unmistakable language, desired to make himself scarce. He grumbled, and asked for the loan of half a sovereign, as if those were his terms for absenting himself. To Phil's surprise, the French gent lent his valet the required sum. When father and son were alone, the following conversation took place over some cigars and brandy and water. Father: Come closer to the fire. I want to talk with you on business. You have, Drake tells me, led a miserable life. Is that true? Son, rather doggedly and annoyed: I have lived as well as I could. Father: I know the life. The same rags from the first week of the year to the last. A twopenny bed at a lodging-house, or a turn-in under a haystack. Food when the begging has been lucky and none, or a bone snatched from a dog, or a root torn up from a field, when halfpence are scarce. I know. Son, spitefully: And if you do know, what comes of it? Father: Why, it's a low game, and the only thing that comes of it is what it gets: rags and starvation. You must leave this life and follow mine. Son: What is yours? Father: Plenty, and good covering. Do I live well? I have only to ring this bell to order what I require. I have money enough to give orders to half the shops in town. Yet I only work 1 hour, where you toil an entire day. Will you join me? Son: What is your business? Father: The same as yours, to get money. You, for a few pence, risk a prison and the treadwheel. I, for the same punishment, speculate for hundreds of pounds. You are forced to work under the very eyes of the police. Therefore, the chances of escape are slight. I choose my own time, and plan my labors so as to render them secure. After 10 years' toil, you have perhaps 5 shillings in your pocket. I, after a few weeks, have as many £100. Why do you hesitate to join me? Son, after considering a while: I thought you were up to some such game as this. But don't you see? Or your calling is worse than mine. I'm not worth the nabbing, whilst at this very moment the police are after you. I belong to the small fry, and swim through the meshes of the net. You are the large fish, and worth being hauled up. You're always being hunted. I'm not worth the taking. It's very good of you to make the offer, but I'll keep myself to myself. Father: You refuse. Very well. You've a right to your own opinion, but there is another circumstance that I will mention, in which I hope will alter your determination. Son: What is that? Out with it. I want to be off. Father: You are my son. Son, staring: Gammon. What was my mother's name? Father, annoyed that the revelation has not produced more effect: I tell you, I'm your father. Your mother, calling herself Catherine Merton, died in prison whilst I was in France. We were married. Son, savagely: Who drove my mother to prison? You deserted her. You left me to die in prison too, if the parish had not had more pity than a parent. There was a time when I wished to see you. Now I would sooner be alone. Let me go." Father, calmly, "I did not desert you, Philip. I can refer you to my lawyer to convince you of the many attempts I've made to discover my child. You shall see his bills some day. I was driven from you. A man with a heart of stone has separated father from child. It is he that drove me to my desperate life. The fortune we are entitled to is withheld from us, and, sooner than starve and rot, I do anything." Son, "Who is this man who separated us?" Father, "Nathaniel Crozier, the father of your murdered mother." Son, suddenly remembering the offer that had been made him to emigrate, "That sounds true. I know Crozier. An old man, yellow and wrinkled, with a bald head and fluffy hair like a young bird. Why don't you go to law?" Father, "He knows. I dare not, but you can, and you shall. Now will you join me? Will you allow the wretch who destroyed your mother, who has made us both outcasts, to enjoy the property his roguery has wrested from us?" Son, thoughtfully, "I'll tell you in 2 days. But wait, what name am I to call you by?" Father, "My real name is Emile Vautrin. At present, call me Monsieur Boustache." When 3 days had passed, Vautrin paid the hotel bill and, celebrating his reunion with his son by respecting the property in the house, he journeyed to London, accompanied by the Duck and Philip. End of section 47. Section 48 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 15 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Love and Vengeance. Philip Merton wore excellent clothes and had plenty of money in his pocket on the night he patronized the traveling circus. He had still better apparel in his trunks at the hotel where he was staying. Polished leather boots, velvet waistcoats, shirts with delicate fronts formed portions of his wardrobe. We have before objected to reveal how he employed his leisure and earned the money that made his waistcoat pocket bulge out. There were notes and golden pieces in that same trunk at the hotel. His father, Vautrin, had taught his son many things since they met, but we reserve these disclosures for another chapter, for fear our readers should, in disgust, refuse to have anything more to do with so depraved a young man. He had followed the beautiful Miss Lucy and her savage maidservant after they left the circus, resolved to keep close at her heels if she wandered about for a month. The young lady had mingled with the crowd returning to Elbury, but he never missed her once. He saw her moving down the dark lane that leads to the marketplace, watched her raise her dress, and pick her way on tiptoes through the mud, and presently beheld her ring the ostler's bell at the Royal George, the very hotel at which he was staying. Once he thought she was gazing about as if to see if he had pursued her. He hid himself under a doorway, and presently from the stable-yard issued a jolting chaise, drawn by a grey ball of a pony that appeared as broad as it was long. Both the female forms took their places, and the animal did its best to trot off. For that night Phil thought it better to give up the chase and go to bed. The next morning the ostler had a shilling placed in his big hand. The man had to earn it by answering these questions. "Does Miss Lucy, what the deuce is her other name, you know, keep the grey pony that was put up here last night?" Green chaise? Pony? Swelled hock? One ear cut? Inquired the ostler. And when Phil, on speculation, replied, "Aye, that's it," the fellow continued, "That's Mr. Crow, the pork butcher's, of Hillocks." The smitten youth, not liking such parentage for the beautiful Lucy, he had grown proud since he had been told he was of gentle birth, refused to accept this evidence. "No, no, no," he cried in disgust. "A young lady and her maid who went to the circus last night, Miss Lucy. What is her name?" A new light illumined the ostler's dim brain. "Oh, you mean Miss Lucy Grant. Of course you do. Why, their pony ain't got no swelled hock, as sound as an onion, ear and all." "Ah, Miss Lucy Grant, that's it!" exclaimed Phil. He inquired, then, if the family were still living in the same place, and was told it hadn't shifted, as was known on. He next tried whether any information could be gleaned by requesting to be shown the nearest route to Miss Grant's residence, and was directed to keep straight on down the Swanborough Road till he came to it. At last he produced a half-a-crown, and to obtain the coin the ostler told all he knew, describing as well as he could the character and appearance of Lieutenant Grant, Royal Navy, and the outward signs by which his residence might be distinguished. Before any clock of regular habits had struck 12, Phil had breakfasted, walked 3 miles, and was inspecting the building for the rent and taxes of which the old sailor was quarterly answerable. He thought the shutters of a pleasant lively green. He approved of the careful manner in which the climbing roses had been trained about the casements, with the branches bent as regularly as if they had been raked into their places, and the whiteness of the blinds and curtains at the different windows met with his entire approbation. The garden, too, for he passed through the swing-iron gate set in a holly hedge a cannon-ball could not have penetrated, was prettily arranged, and the show of flowers satisfactory. He very soon guessed to whom the little lace collars bleaching on the rose bushes belonged, and he felt sure the big straw hat on one of the rustic chairs on the lawn was the property of the same young lady. A lane ran down one side of the impregnable holly hedge. There he had a view of the back premises. The savage servant who lived in the room with a bird-cage and a Dutch clock was seen through the window. She had been washing something in the tub on the stone steps. A petticoat, with a delicately shaped body, was hanging from a line, and, though it was dripping wet from its final rinse, he would have kissed its embroidered hem if he had dared. He watched for 2 days, and only lost his time. He caught sight of the lieutenant's tarpaulin hat, creeping along just above the hedge-top, and in an instant Phil had disappeared in a ditch. He heard a youthful but shrill voice call out, "Mary!" and heard a discontented answer of, "What's gone wrong now?" In the dusk of evening he had entered by a back gate, and, making as little noise as he could on the gravel walk, crept round to the parlour windows, but he gained little by peeping, excepting a foreshortened view of the lieutenant sleeping on the sofa. There was the model of a ship on a side table, and a spaniel on the rug that barked violently, but no Miss Lucy. "Where the deuce can she be gone to?" thought Phil. "She never walks out or goes into the garden. What a rum girl!" Determined not to be beaten, he devoted yet another day to this search after the beautiful. But, though he twice narrowly escaped falling counter of the vixenish servant, his eyes were never refreshed by the sight of the R.N.'s pretty daughter. The spaniel had become his bitterest enemy. It stood watch at the gate and tried to get at him between the narrow rails. It barked as if trying to blow itself to pieces. If he moved along the hedge, it followed him, yelping and dancing about, as if determined on having his life. Lieutenant Grant, R.N., was so astonished at the dog's vivacity that he on one occasion went to the gate and looked into the road. He only saw a very respectable young gentleman walking rapidly in the direction of Swanborough. So he chided the spaniel, saying, "What's the matter with you, you little fool? Don't you know a gentleman when you see him?" About 5 o'clock that evening, patience met with its reward. Phil was thinking seriously of the delicious flavor of well-cooked animal food when he beheld, and trembled as he beheld, a large straw hat moving among the trees in the orchard. He bounded down the lane and, in less than a moment, was stretching his neck and jumping his highest to see over the hedge. The face, shaded by the large hat, did certainly look very lovely. She was reading, holding the book in a blue-veined hand with a turquoise ring on the second finger. As the hedge became less and less dense, he saw her red lips move and her round chin work up and down as she repeated to herself the words of the author. He felt he must speak to her if he were killed for it. "How do you do, Miss Lucy?" he gasped out. She looked up and answered, "How do you do? Won't you step in and see Papa?" He thought this was odd, and, objecting to the invitation, replied, "I have not seen you since we met at the circus. Have you been ill?" Then she seemed to be aware that the voice was that of a stranger, for she advanced to the hedge and looked through. "I don't know you. Go away," was the only answer he obtained to his kind inquiries. The spaniel, as his mistress retired, took up the quarrel, and, forcing itself through the stumps of the hedge trees, flew round and round Phil's legs as if it was examining them to discover the best place for biting. "Love me, love my dog," muttered Phil, "but until then hang me if I stand this cur's nonsense." He first took off his hat and flung it at the animal. The dog seized it in a moment and began to shake and batter it on the ground, but suddenly a coat was thrown over the little thing, and before it could squeak out for help, Phil was running as fast as he could across the fields. A few knocks on the head and the spaniel was frightened into subjection, and even began to lick the hand of its new proprietor. There may be advantages to be gained with this yelping pet. Tomorrow, thought Phil, bills will be out offering a reward. I'll keep it for a week, and then enter the house in triumph with the little brute in my arms. A man on whom Phil could depend, he knew many curious characters whom nobody but himself dared trust, undertook to keep the spaniel in a safe place, away from eye and ear. In a back cellar of the Gun and Crow did the faithful animal throughout the night lift up its head and whine, without ever disturbing the repose of any living creatures except the rats that dwelt among the beer barrels. When Phil returned to his hotel, he was told a friend of his in the coffee-room had been making inquiries after him. He was completely taken aback when he beheld his father seated near the fire with a decanter of sherry by his side. The son had grown to love his sire, so their meeting was affectionate. Unless he had received a look, Phil would have addressed him as father, but Vautrin's quick eye stopped the word. When they were presently in a private room, dining together, the Frenchman cautioned his son on this subject, saying, "Everybody is aware it is a wise father that knows his own child, but remember, too, it is a confoundedly clever child that at times doesn't know its own father. Your name is Merton, mine is Boustache." Vautrin had come down more for pleasure than business. Ever since Mrs. Crozier's death, the family had been away from the house at Swanborough. As Elbury was only some 6 miles distant from the banker's residence, Vautrin, to amuse himself, he said, had determined on visiting the birthplace of his dear wife, to see if it was the same old rickety pile as when he knew it. The strangest fancy he expressed in connection with this trip was that they should visit the place by night. "The building is highly picturesque," said Vautrin, "and in a strong moonlight really a pretty sight. I should like you to see it, Phil." Father and son stayed together, passing the time very agreeably, for 3 days, when a letter arrived for Mr. Boustache, and after reading it, Vautrin said he must return to London on the morrow, so they would go to Swanborough that night. They left the hotel after an early dinner, resolved on walking the distance. But before they had gone 2 miles, Vautrin was fortunate enough to meet, quite accidentally as he remarked, at a roadside beer-house, 2 friends of his who promised, if he would drink away an hour or so, to drive him over to Swanborough in their own trap, and even back again if his time were precious. "It's better than walking," answered Phil. "Much," outed Vautrin, "and infinitely preferable to being thirsty." Although a common beer shop, the people sold excellent spirits and were excessively friendly and attentive. Phil had smoked innumerable pipes and emptied more glasses than he could count when, about 11 o'clock, the horse was ordered to be put to. Off they drove, not at a rapid pace, for the beast appeared worn out and stiff, as if it had been that day overdriven, but with whipping and pulling at the reins they made it hobble along. If Crozier had been a nobleman instead of a banker, he could not have lived in better style or in a better mansion. The party in the chaise, with the hobbling horse, saw the building half a mile off from the road, a grey, solemn pile, surrounded by black trees. Well did Vautrin know the property and the grounds. He told the driver which turning to take so as not to arouse the man who slept in the lodge. He guided them up lanes with deep ruts, in which the chaise bumped till the springs were nearly broken, and eventually they stopped at a field gate which, he told them, led to the back premises of the mansion. Here they alighted, and, tying the horse to a tree, onward they went, Vautrin leading the way through orchards, down dark filbert walks, round by reed-covered ponds, across rustic bridges, past greenhouses and cucumber frames, till they arrived at an iron gate which, after a vigorous kick on the rusty lock, opened. Now they were in the garden, standing in front of the building with its big stone bay windows, peaked roofs, and tall Elizabethan chimneys. "That's where your poor mother was born," said Vautrin with pride. Then he added savagely, "By God, it shall be ours some day if we have any chance." Next, they visited the outbuildings, Vautrin still acting as leader. They heard the horses stamping in the stables, and one of the friends remarked, "Lots of prads, Frenchy, if we want them." A big dog, which had been barking violently, dashed to the full length of its chain at the trespassers. But Vautrin advanced to it fearlessly and threw it something, which had the effect of instantly quieting its anger and rendering it harmless as a kitten. Every door in the building Vautrin knew as thoroughly as his alphabet. That one led to the sculleries, that one to the kitchen, another to the woodhouse. "Where's the window you spoke of?" inquired one of the friends. Then their cicerone conducted them to a casement, shuttered and barred, but only a few feet from the ground. "It used to be a servant's bedroom," said he, "but there's nobody sleeps there now." "Shall we star the glaze and see what the inside's like?" asked one of the friends. "Well, there's no harm in it, is there, Phil?" answered Vautrin, turning to his son, who was puzzling his brains to discover the intention of these men. However, no time was given to any of them to discuss the question, for a scream, which made them fall back in alarm, gave proof sufficient that the room was tenanted by someone who, even if unarmed, carried a well-charged throat about her person. That morning Helen Crozier and 2 of the servants had returned to Swanborough to prepare the house for her father, who was to follow them in a few days. She had felt alarmed at being left alone in so large a dwelling with only one man and a woman for its protection, and had persuaded the maid to occupy this chamber, which, from its proximity to the ground, was the only one through which an entrance could easily be effected. When she heard the scream, Helen Crozier, instead of fainting, proceeded to ring vigorously at her bell to rouse the man sleeping above, and then, rushing into her father's room, took down a gun which was always kept loaded above the mantelpiece. Like a brave Amazon, she flung open the window and, seeing a man standing on the grass plot before the principal entrance, fired. Of course, she did not hit him, but if instead of falling backwards in an almost senseless condition, she had stretched forth her neck and listened, she still would have heard one voice cry out, "Here, help me, I'm in for it," and another instantly rejoin, "By God, boy, don't say that. Mind, catch him or he'll fall." The old jaded horse was made to gallop as fast as if he had not trotted a mile that day, for Vautrin, holding the butt end of the whip, beat its loins each time its pace flagged, and between the blows he turned to look at Phil and tell him to hold up, for he should have some brandy soon and be all right again. End of section 48. Section 49 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 16 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Vautrin gives his son physic and advice. Vautrin was one of those iron-hearted, far-seeing rogues who, even in the most desperate reverses, never permit themselves to lose courage until the chances of escape have been carefully weighed against those of capture. Fortune had so often broken him on her wheel that he had grown accustomed to the persecution. He seemed to know the exact point where danger began and security ended. His pulse did not beat a throb the faster when he heard his son call out for help. Until the wound could be examined, he considered it childish to give way to fear. His friends, less self-possessed than their leader, had, when they saw Philip totter and nearly fall to the ground, rushed to the youth with the view of carrying him off as rapidly as possible. Vautrin calmly checked their haste. "Curse you! Where's your hurry?" he said, pushing them back. "It'll be at least 20 minutes before the neighbors are aroused. Don't let us fly off like a lot of crows because a gun is fired." He took from his neck a thick woolen comforter and bound it around Philip's bleeding shoulder. Then he placed a heavy, rough greatcoat about the shivering body. "Now," he said, turning to his nervous companions, "now you may take him. Follow me as fast as you can. No blood can trickle through all those coverings. They'll have to guess at the path we've chosen and not be able to track us at once, as you seemed by your confounded haste to prefer." Instead of returning by the route they had come, Vautrin ordered the horse's head to be turned in an opposite direction. Wherever the sides of the road were covered with turf, the chaise was guided into it so that the wheel marks might be lost. At first, the two friends imagined, from finding themselves in a different part of the country, that Vautrin had mistaken his way. Yet the influence the Frenchman possessed over his assistants was so great that some time elapsed before either of them dared to suggest he was in error. Vautrin gave his directions in so positive a manner that his friends could hardly imagine he was straying. At last one of them found courage enough to say, "What's your game, Frenchy? Here's the boy pretty near a croaker, and the prad will be Bow Wow's meat if he has to hoof it much further. And yet Instead of getting to some libcan on the main toper where a drop of lap could be had, you're sticking it to the back drums as if we was come out to see how the crops was getting on. What's your lurk?" No answer was given, but it seemed as if Vautrin heard the question, for he fell to beating the horse savagely. The two men, annoyed at being treated with such evident contempt, grumbled together threateningly. "Damn it! He seems to think I was a dog barking," said the last speaker, to which the other added, "When chaps come out with chaps, I'm for half ability. We're all eggs in the same nest and should be treated likeways." Presently, Vautrin, who had taken the reins, drove down a lane just wide enough to allow the chaise to pass through. The brambles on each side scratched against the panels and had to be thrust aside to protect the faces of the occupants. At the end of this narrow way was a dismal-looking cottage, before the door of which the vehicle drew up so closely to the wall that Vautrin, by standing on the driving box, was enabled to tap at a window about the size of a school slate in the thatch. "Come down, Tom, and bring a lantern," he said to a rough head, which was, after a little squeezing, thrust from the casement. Now the two men were in ecstasies of delight with the deep cunning of their foreign friend. They felt that pursuit was out of the question. If any search were made after them, it would be on the highway, between Swanborough and Elbury. It astonished them, too, that Vautrin should not only know of this humble hiding-place, but have sufficient power over the owner to wake him out of his sleep and order him about like a servant. The simple fact was that the Frenchman, accustomed whenever he visited England to run down to Swanborough and have a look at the banker's premises, felt a savage pleasure in walking about his father-in-law's grounds and growling out curses against the old man. He laboured under the idea that he was himself entitled to that rich domain. When those visits took place, he usually put up, not wishing that his presence should be known, at the humble abode owned by the rough-headed Tom. The man was a gardener by trade and, as he expressed it, kept himself to himself. The horse was stabled and corn enough heaped up in the manger to have stocked a baker's shop. A bottle of spirits was placed on the table, the men lighted their pipes, and Tom was requested to retire to his bed. They were afraid to examine Phil's wound in the gardener's presence, for fear it might furnish some clue to their detection. Phil's pale face and looks of agony were accounted for by a fall from the chaise. When the Confederates were alone, Philip's clothes were removed and his shoulder examined. They felt about the wound and pressed it in every direction, endeavoring to discover where the bullet had lodged. This rough surgical treatment caused much agony, but Phil never once uttered a sound of pain. His father was constantly reminding him not to howl out and wake the fellow upstairs. The gardener in his bed heard many strange sounds as he tried to get to sleep again. Men went into the garden and fetched water from the pump. There was a noise of tearing linen, and a bucket was emptied into the manure heap near the pigsty. He wondered what all the stir was about, and inwardly wished folks would wash their hands at proper times and places. All the three men agreed that Phil's wound was nothing. The youth was the only person who differed from this opinion. He went so far as to tell them that if they had it, they would think it something and a good deal to spare. The injury was pronounced a flesh wound, which would heal up as tight as wax and be better than new in less than a week. When the gardener rose at 5 o'clock in the morning, he was astonished to find the gentlemen seated round the fire and deep in conversation. He saw by the manner in which the voices ceased as he entered the room that his absence was desired, so, casting a look at the young gentleman who had fallen from the chaise, he left the room, wondering why they hadn't put the youth to bed instead of giving him 3 hard wooden chairs to sleep upon. Vautrin, alias Boustache, had been consulting with his friends about what they had better do on the morrow. They had come to the conclusion that the father and son should remain at the cottage, whilst the other two returned to town with the chaise. In this peculiar instance, the two friends felt convinced that the longest way round was, if not the shortest way home, at least the safest. A journey of considerable length had been mapped out, so that they might avoid passing near Swanborough or Aylbury. At midday the stiff-legged horse was brought out, and harnessed to the clean-washed chaise, and, a mug of strong beer having been poured down the animal's throat, the friends drove away. For a fortnight, the Frenchman remained at the gardener's cottage, watching over Phil. He dressed the wound himself, and did all he could to heal it without the necessity of calling in a doctor. Herbs, poultices, and cold bathings were applied in rapid succession. Gradually the maimed limb grew to be sound. It was tedious work for a man of such active life as Vautrin to have to watch by a sick bed, but he never appeared restless or tired. Whilst the fever was on, he seldom quitted the youth for a second. He made for him various infusions of different plants, similar to those given in such cases in France. He never even seemed to sleep, for if ever Phil awoke in the night, the first thing he saw was his father, sitting at the foot of the bedstead, watching him with a solemn, anxious face. Their eyes would sometimes meet, and remain staring at each other, but very little was spoken on either side. One day, when Phil was nearly well enough to rise, he asked Vautrin what he had been thinking about so intently these many days past. "How can I pay off the long score I owe these Croziers?" answered the man. "Let 'em alone," suggested Phil, too exhausted to feel much animosity. "They're not worth the bother." "Let 'em alone?" roared Vautrin, hitting the bedclothes with his fists. "Let 'em alone? I tell you I'll never leave them until I have that old man on his knees, begging for his life. I'll make him disgorge the money he has robbed us of, whilst I hold him tightly at the throat, with my fingers biting into his flesh like hooks." Suiting his action to his words, he seized Philip's ankle and squeezed it so hard that the youth gasped out, "Do what you like to Crozier, but don't break my bones." When Phil was nearly well enough to venture once more into the wide world, his father, as they were at dinner, asked him who that girl was he raved about in his fever. "Did I talk about a girl?" answered Phil evasively. "Yes, a girl of the name of Lucy," coolly replied the parent. "Who is she, and where did you pick her up?" For some time the youth endeavoured to avoid the desired explanation, but Vautrin pressed his examination as roughly and closely as an Old Bailey barrister, and nothing short of a direct refusal could have put an end to the inquiry. At last the son gave a modified account of his adventure at the circus, and his subsequent and most unsatisfactory interview with the hard-hearted maiden herself. "Does the father look as if he had any cash?" asked Vautrin, when the love-tale was ended. Phil gave a favourable description of the cottage, and further added that at Aylbury the old lieutenant was considered to be well-to-do, and of easy circumstances. "Why don't you marry the girl?" said Vautrin. Philip laughed. "That's very easy to say," he answered, "but how am I to keep a wife?" "Didn't you say her father was well off?" asked Vautrin, with a look of astonishment, as if he considered the question one of extreme simplicity. "What more do you want? I'll lend you enough to go on with at first. In about 6 months you can make the old fellow stump up." "I tell you I don't know the family. I've only seen the girl at a circus and over a hedge," expostulated Phil. "I've never once been inside the house. How can I ask her to marry me? She'd laugh in my face." This was spoken in the hopes of putting an end to the conversation, for Phil had already planned and arranged how he was to obtain a footing among the Grant household. "It's a good chance for you," continued the obstinate parent, "and you are a fool if you let it slip by. If they want to know who you are, tell them plainly you are Merton Vautrin, Crozier's grandchild. He's known all about here, and that alone will make a swell of you. They'll fancy you're full of money and take to you directly. I'll send you down a copy of your mother's marriage certificate in case there should be any dispute. At any rate, stop a month in Elbury and see how matters go on. With that damaged shoulder, you're not fit for town work yet. Keep your pluck up, and go in, and win." This was consoling to Phil, and set his brain to work thinking over the feasibility of the plan. It was true he was the rich banker's grandchild, but he knew it was a deceit to make use of the relationship where the education, respectability, and honesty which such a statement implied were wanting. Boasting is a leaky saucepan, and sooner or later the truth drips out. If at any time it should be whispered that, besides being a banker's grandchild, he had been a workhouse bird, a tramp, and a street beggar, he considered the blood of the Croziers, however good it might be, would fail to give a healthy complexion to such blackness. Vautrin almost forgot all about his sworn vengeance against the banker in the interest he took in the new scheme of his son's marriage. As they sat, one on each side of the gardener's bricken hearth, their thoughts were continually occupied by this one subject. Sometimes, after more than an hour's long silence, the father would look up and say, if they were to ask old Crozier any questions, he would be afraid to tell the truth. To this Phil would reply, after about half an hour's consideration, "Suppose they did, and the old man was to split on me, what then?" Instead of giving a speedy reply, Vautrin would stare at the wood fire, and, long afterwards, as if he had looked deeply into the matter, answer, "He'll keep his mouth shut for his own sake. Besides, he'd be glad to get you respectably settled. Go in and win. The world lies before you as smooth as a garden walk." "Suppose they find out I had been smashing," Phil whispered, after carefully looking around the apartment. "If that were possible," retorted the parent, "the police would have made the discovery long since. Don't be afraid of that. You are a timid blade." "Well, but suppose they did," urged the son. "And what harm could it do you, if you are married to her?" retorted the father. "Do you fancy the girl's father would call in a constable and give you up? Why, he'd be the very first to use all his endeavors to keep the matter dark. Don't be such a fool. Marry the girl, and your future is an easy one." When the wounded shoulder was healed, when Phil was strong enough to bear the weight of his coat sleeve and carry his arm without a support, Vautrin spoke of returning to London. "The duck, as you call Drake, will be turning traitor, and offering to become Queen's evidence against me," he said, laughing, "unless I'm there to keep his cowardly heart in subjection." There was also a very urgent reason why Phil should speedily make his appearance at the hotel in Elbury. "Suppose they should think I've bolted and break open my trunks," he faltered out. "That would about cook me up. They'd find enough there to put an end to my hopes of marriage." He knew that the false bottom to his portmanteau contained more than sufficient to ensure at least 7 years of punishment. On the day that father and son parted, Vautrin, as he affectionately squeezed the youth's hand, said, "Send me a letter as soon as you can, Phil, telling me how you get on with this girl." "Suppose I don't get on?" faltered the son. "Confound you, boy! You've always got some suppose or other to fling in my face," replied Vautrin passionately. "You talk as if you didn't want to win the wench. Make up your mind to get hold of her, and you're sure to do it. You haven't won half my spirit, rot you, or you wouldn't talk in that faint way. Now, look at me. I have sworn to have old Crozier down on his knees, cringing in my feet and begging for his very life. That's a harder task than yours. I doubt if the old man kneels even when he says his prayers, such is his cursed pride. Now, you've got a girl to deal with. You ought to be married and have a child on your knee by this time next year, if you keep your wits about you. Come, Phil, try and cram a little more devil into your pasty head, and go to work as if you had some of your father's pluck in your body. So they parted, the father mourning as he went his way that his boy took too much after his mother in disposition, and Phil determined, if he swung for it, to make Lucy Grant change her name to Lucy Vautrin before she was a month older. End of section 49. Section 50 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 17 of Book the Third. Showing how Philip made vast sums of money. When a youth, whose father is not in flourishing circumstances, is found to be in possession of round sums of money, when he has no evident occupation, yet wears such clothes as become a Regent Street dandy, when his linen is of fine texture and frequently washed, when he can sport his bottle of wine with the best of the company, it is not an unfrequent thing to inquire how that youth manages to live in such good style, and who suffers for the expenditure. If Philip had been bothered by such an awkward question, he would have avoided all chances of committing himself by giving the most impudent reply he could, in the hurry of the moment, invent. When he liked, he could be very abusive. If, in his milder moments, he had chosen to enter into any explanation of the singular phenomenon, he might have hinted that a lady of fortune had fallen in love with him, and placed her bulky purse at his disposal, or, giving Nathaniel Crozier, Esquire, credit for more charity than his whole life could afford evidence of, he might have asserted he was indebted to the old banker for his plentiful income. But, alas, it was neither the grandfather nor the lady of fortune who had to suffer for Philip's extravagance of living. It was from the tradesmen of Great Britain that the youth drew his large resources. They were the victims that furnished him with the luxuries and means he sported to such advantage. In a few words, Philip had turned passer of bad money, or, to use the slang of his class, smasher. A very terrible scene had taken place between the young man and his father shortly after their meeting at Derby. The old offender against society had labored hard to drag his offspring down to his own level, to rub and dab him with the same vicious filth which debased his own nature. It was fearful, indeed, to see this Vautrin tempting his child to adopt a craft which was to be his soul's ruin. It is true that this man laughed at the world, and called honesty undetected fraud. It is true he considered robbery as only an unrecognized profession. Yet, in his heart, he had an impulsive knowledge of right and wrong, which made him easily distinguish between crime and virtue. The only being he loved in the world was Philip. Every day he grew more and more delighted with this boy. He gloried in the strength of his child's stout arm, and would make him double it up that the muscles might be more visible. He would look in Phil's face and criticize the features until he felt proud of having so comely a son. He considered it as a personal compliment if, as arm in arm they walked the streets, anybody looked at the handsome countenance. He could almost laugh with pride that such notice should be taken of his offspring, and unconsciously repeated to him such phrases as, "I made him. He's mine," or, "You'd better look again, sir. It will be a long time before you see such another." Then why did Vautrin design such evil against the youth? The truth was, Vautrin feared his son. He had taken a sudden affection to him, and with men of his stamp, such affections are violent and uncontrollable. With his love was mingled a jealous feeling lest any circumstance should separate him from his son. Up to that time he knew that of the two, the youth's life had, although less lucrative, been immeasurably the more honorable and upright. It is not, therefore, very difficult to understand how depraved and vicious must have been Vautrin's existence. It was a constant dread lest Phil should by any means become acquainted with his parents' evil courses, and turn from him in horror, that harassed and annoyed Vautrin. In their daily converse, the youth would occasionally speak boldly upon certain immoralities of the world, and seemed to possess a strong consciousness of honesty. Vautrin trembled whenever Phil moralized. The rudely conceived and badly expressed notions of virtue had more effect upon his mind than the best worded sermon ever preached from a pulpit. A savage resolve entered the man's breast that, if his boy should attempt to turn from him, he would, if he swung for it, take back the life he had forgotten, rather than be deserted and despised. This Vautrin conceived that the only effectual method of binding his son tightly to himself was to make him as wicked as his sire. He would make him a bird of his feather, and ensure their flocking together. When he had rendered the boy as base as himself, then a sympathy would spring up between them. It was a work of time, thought Vautrin, but a sure policy. So this fellow calmly prepared himself to demoralize his child. He, as it were, held the ladder to steady it, lest his son, in climbing up to the gallows, should fall and escape his doom. He seized every opportunity of instilling his own doctrines into Phil's mind. If he took up a copy of a newspaper, he had several remarks, all relating to his dishonest philosophy, to make upon the events. "A good list of bankrupts," he would mutter as his eye glanced down the column. "One for £60,000, another for £30,000. Go on, noble British merchants, that's the way to rob." Then he would turn to the police reports, and finding an account of a man who, for stealing a piece of cloth, was sent to prison for 3 months, grow purple with indignation and exclaim, "That's justice, is it? Here's one scoundrel steals goods to the amount of £30,000, and another who pilfers a mere remnant valued at 4 shillings. The one is sent back to his home, cleared of his debt, and placed in a position which enables him to rob again on the morrow. The other, who turned thief to get food, perhaps, is packed off to a prison, to come out after 3 months, a branded reprobate. Which of the two now do you call the rogue, Phil?" The boy, of course, agreed with his father that the prig, compared to the bankrupt, was an angel of purity. He gave no credit to the charity of the law, which can only judge of men's actions by the intentions that prompted them, but, as loudly as his father, denounced the justice dealt out in these 2 reported cases as being a scandal and disgrace to the land. Never rob trifles, my boy, Vautrin would say to his child. I always attack the world with its own wisdom and act according to its wise maxims. Now they tell you it is equally criminal whether you steal a brass farthing or 1,000 golden sovereigns. My common sense, therefore, tells me that although it may be the same thing to my soul, it isn't to my pocket, so I aim at the thousands. To laugh at evil is to sanction it. Phil now certainly adopted that of his father, for he roared at the cunning of the argument until his jaw felt cramped. Another of Vautrin's methods of argument was this. He would stop his boy in the street and, pointing first to some warmly clad and evidently prosperous man riding comfortably in his carriage, say, "Do you see that rich-looking old rogue lolling in his confounded equipage?" Then he would point to some ragged, half-starved bone-grubber and add, "And do you see that poor, crushed, dirt-stained fellow?" Of course, Phil duly acknowledged that both his eyes were in due working order. "And now," Vautrin would ask as he frowned, "will you tell me what right that old overfed rogue has to be pulled about by a couple of horses when that miserable mortal has not perhaps breakfasted?" If Phil did not make any attempts to solve this problem, Vautrin would add, "That fat citizen has his hot joints and full decanters, and, eat and drink as he will, he can empty neither dish nor bottle. And if he did, he would have to but sign his name to a slip of paper, and at the first flourish of the cheque, up would come carts laden with provisions for his use. By what right has he such plenty, and that street worm so little? Do you consider now that there is any crime in the starving brother putting his hand into the pocket of the glutton brother, and helping himself to food for at least one day's eating?" This sounded very noble and philosophic, and Phil considered there would be no great evil in such an act. He was deceived by the glitter of his parents' logic. It was the first time he had heard such arguments, and they overpowered his reason. Yet, although he had many silver coins in his pocket, he never for once thought of parting with one of them to the bone-grubber. As father and son were constantly together, and every day at least one of these devil's sermons was delivered, the youth's immoral training progressed rapidly. From being repeatedly told that robbery was the great principle of life, and that it was no sin for the needy to take from the rich, Phil became firmly impressed with the truthfulness of the doctrine. It was a kind of philosophy which a lazy youth was likely to take too kindly. The drudgery of a desk, the slavery of from 9 to 8, seemed very distressing when placed alongside of one brilliant exploit per diem and a full pocket. When the boy had become thoroughly accustomed to good feeding, good lodging, and good clothing, Vautrin turned upon him suddenly, and, stating that his resources were at an end, asked what he intended to do for his future living. This staggered the youth. "You have several careers in the world open before you. You may go back to cadging if you like, or I'll try and get you a post as a porter, or perhaps as a junior clerk, or you may earn your honest £30 annually. What do you think of doing? I must myself set about something, for I'm cleared out." "What are you going to do?" ventured the boy. "What I do does not concern you," answered Vautrin, whilst his heart was beating with fear lest the boy should be of the same opinion. "I earn a good living in a very curious manner. I hold peculiar tenets of my own, which I don't wish you to adopt. I cannot live on bread and cheese dinners, or wear only one shirt a month. You must take your chance in the world away from me." "Why?" returned Phil in a miserable tone. "Why cannot I be in the same business as you?" "Because," said Vautrin, "you are made of different stuff to me. I see no crime in helping myself to the necessities the world would, if I begged for them till my tongue withered. Refuse me." Then followed a long speech, in which the wily tempter made use of his favorite illustrations of the rights and wrongs of property. He launched out into a splendid description of the happy life he led, of the luxuries he indulged in, and the slight risk he ran. As Phil heard all this, his interest grew intense, and, although he half guessed the solution of the riddle, he was greatly anxious to be thoroughly assured of the peculiar character of the business so profitable to his parent. When at last Vautrin, in a frank voice, confessed openly that he was a malefactor and systematic outrager of the laws of the land, that he robbed and plundered for his existence, when he added in a bold tone that he was not ashamed to confess it, styling himself in a grandiloquent manner one of the captains of the standing army of poverty who fought the everlasting war of want with their enemies, the rich. When he did this, Phil, instead of drawing back in fear, only looked on his parent with wonder, in which there was a strong mixture of admiration. In the end, Phil enlisted under this pauper captain, and was told with a little drilling he would rise rapidly in the service. Now that no disguises of speech were necessary, Vautrin spoke openly. He felt he loved his son more dearly than ever for sharing with him the wickednesses of the world. He vowed to protect him and save him from all danger of detection. He would, in the hour of peril, snatch him from the very grasp of the policeman, if necessary. Philip was to thrive and be merry. "By and by," added Vautrin, "when the pile of wealth is tall enough to satisfy us, we will retire from work and mix with the world. It will receive us, my boy, with open arms, as soon as we can rattle our money-box in its face. We will sing out honesty to the jingle of our purse, and that's the only music to which the world's song should be sung. When people find we are rich enough to be worthy of being robbed, they will ask us to come over to their side and scowl at the thieves. As soon as we convince our neighbors that we have no desire to plunder them, they will dub us honest. How I do enjoy the virtue of this world! Answer me this, Phil. If cheating left its mark on the face, as the smallpox does, how many men would pass you in the day with an unscarred countenance? It's the greatest swindle ever started." Terrible and depressing as this may sound, Phil saw no horror in it, but lifted up his voice and laughed note for note with his parent. Before many days had passed, the son had to take his first lesson in roguery. Vautrin told him the largest profits were to be made by passing off bad money. "Smashing is easy work and pays well," said the parent. "I couldn't do it, I'm too old. My face has a peculiar hard expression in it which alarms people. They would never forget me, but with you, your features are changing every day. Even a week alters your looks. It's your first appearance in London, too, and the police do not know you. You have a safe 2 years' work before you, without creating the slightest suspicion. I shall take you off, then, and put you to something else. You have a genteel manner and a voice that has a hearty, upright ring in it. Yes, for at least 2 years, you are as safe as London Bridge." To initiate the novice in this new calling, Vautrin accompanied him on his first swindling expedition. They entered a public-house and called for 2 glasses of hot brandy and water. Asking how much, Vautrin flung down a good sovereign, making it rebound high into the air from the metal counter, and send forth the peculiar sound of genuine golden coin. The barman took the sovereign, examined it, and was on the point of giving the proper change, when Phil, turning to his father, said, "Where's the use of your changing a sovereign to pay for 8 pence? Let me stand the drink." Barman, hearing this, returned the golden piece to Vautrin. On hunting in his pockets, however, Philip discovers that, after all, he has not enough silver. So Vautrin once more tenders the sovereign, but this time it is not the genuine but a counterfeit piece, one that has been dexterously concealed up the sleeve. The serving man, angry at having his time wasted and having no suspicions of his customers, snatches at the gold and, without considering it worthy of a second examination, rapidly counts out the necessary silver. Not until the till is emptied before the landlord goes to bed is the fraud discovered. In performing this act, Vautrin pointed out to his boy that a little legerdemain was required, and with great good humour favoured his pupil with the instruction necessary to perfect the performer. For an entire week did the father and son work together, and the profits were enormous. In one evening they practised this same cheat at 8 taverns. As Phil was, being a beginner, nervous, and showed his fright in his countenance, Vautrin, before they left home, rouged with a light, delicate hand the youth's cheeks, so that their pallor might not excite attention. "Now," said the parent as he returned the carmine to the drawer, "now you may go as white as an egg, but you can't frighten the colour out of slap. That's the stuff, just enough to cover your fingertip, and you look as bold as a Bank of England beetle." It was Vautrin's practice never to remain long in any neighbourhood. When he had been successful, he hailed a cab as he left the public house, and invariably placed a mile between himself and his victims. When engaged at this rogue's work, Vautrin made a purse of his mouth, and carried the illegal coin tucked in the hollow of his cheek. Long practice enabled him to speak with great distinctness, even though half a dozen of these worthless pieces were resting against his tongue. His speech was not thickened, nor did the metal jingle. The care this parent took of his child, whilst he taught him his evil courses, was pathetic to witness. He never trusted him alone at the work. No bird, teaching its young one to use its inexperienced wings, could be more beautifully careful than Vautrin, as he instructed his firstborn to be fly. He almost made a science of his wickedness. "There are some fools, Phil," he would say to the attentive youth, "who go out in gangs to do this work. They employ as many hands to palm off a sovereign as the perfecting of a pin is said to require. Now, the only safe plan is straight pitching. Always be alone at your work. The ignorant are destroyed by their numbers. There is one who swags, that is, carries the coin. There is another who pitches or passes it. There is a third who watches the police. This is vulgar ignorance, for it requires 3 tongues to keep the secret. Always be above such brutish conduct, and depend only on yourself." The school was a good one, and the pupil progressed rapidly. He soon found he could dispense with the use of rouge to prevent the cheek blanching with fear as he handed over his spurious metal. The breathing became neither quicker nor shorter as the man behind the counter took the coin. There was no spasm of joy when the change was given and the shop quitted. Philip had become an experienced smasher, one that even Vautrin ceased to be nervous about. If of an evening the father reached home first, he felt no uneasiness at the absence of his son, but knew full well that in an hour or so the youth would present himself. Such delays in the meeting by the fireside only augured great success in the daily transactions. Then what joy did they feel as they reckoned up the gains of the day! How they amused each other with the racy account of the dangers they had run! How this man had looked twice at the money and even then changed it! How this young girl behind the counter had taken the bad coin and, blushing at the compliment intended to throw her off her guard, given the silver in return, without even a suspicion of the cheat. The firm of Vautrin and Son did well, and put by money. A St. Swithin of rainy days was provided for. When the warm weather set in and the country was worth visiting, when London was hot and dusty and the lanes and fields fresh and cool, the junior member of this iniquitous firm was dispatched into the provinces to try his hand on the clodhoppers and Johnny Raws, as Monsieur Beltran nicknamed every individual not born within 10 miles of the metropolis. Then the correspondence that passed between the father and son was very singular. The most active inspector of police might have been as full of suspicion as a Dutch doll of sawdust, and yet been able to detect nothing from the most indefatigable perusal of the letters. The business tone employed by traders when giving their orders to their town agents was adopted by Philip in these epistles. He usually wrote to his parent in this style: Sir, I have to acknowledge the receipt of yours bearing date the instant. The 50 of best gilt tacks, as per invoice, came safely to hand. Pray forward without delay 1/4 gross gilt nails, according to sample received per last. We are also in want of plated waistcoat buttons and strong monkey jacket ditto. Awaiting your speedy reply, I have the honor to be, sir, yours and etc., Philip Merton. When Beltran read such a charming document, he felt his heart rejoice that the fates had blessed him with so sweet a child. He was puzzled to know how one so young became possessed of such great business energies. He would instantly comply with the request in the letter. The 50 best gilt tacks was a figure of speech intended to represent that number of counterfeit half-sovereigns. As the parent read the order for 1/4 gross gilt nails, he knew that sovereigns were wanted. Plated waistcoat buttons was but a term for bad shillings, and monkey jacket ditto referred to half-crowns. We have merely given this letter as a sample of the correspondence that passed between father and son, but it must be understood that Beltran never permitted his child to endanger his liberty by touching bad coin of such little value as shillings and half-crowns. The gilt tacks and gilt nails were the only commodities he dealt in. He would say, "It takes the same time and peril to pass a shilling as to get rid of a sovereign." The good business man economizes time to the utmost. Do thou likewise, O my son. The hand of the policeman does not hold less tightly whether the theft is for a penny loaf or a cash box. Such men as Beltran would not thrive so well on their iniquity unless there were other rogues to help them in their undertakings. The Frenchman was acquainted with the addresses of some 10 Birmingham firms, all of whom were proud to own such a customer. At the head of these illicit mints are men of great intellect and attainment, well versed in metallurgy and the alloying of metals. They have studied hard to discover the peculiar admixture of copper, tin, and iron, which shall have the feel and ring of gold and silver. They have their galvanic batteries to throw down the thin coating of the precious metal which is to deceive the eye. They understand the nice arts of die sinking and stamping. In fact, they are so extremely clever that, if their ingenuity and great attainments were but properly directed, it is to be doubted whether the profits of these firms would decrease in amount. Some men are of magpie organization, and look upon thieving as the spice that flavors the monotony of life. Monsieur Emile Beltran dealt exclusively with Birmingham. His invoices amounted to a very considerable sum total. The firm that received most of his favors was in the habit of pricing its half-James and James, i.e., half and whole sovereigns, at 2 shillings 10 pence and 7 shillings. But then the customer had a very superior article. It was hard and well cased in gold. To the eye it had a lovely appearance. No ingenious apparatus for bending illicit coins was of avail, and if thrown on the counter it rang as merrily as the purest bank property. In weight alone it was deficient. Nature has most cruelly put this check upon the smashing community. They cannot get any cheap metal of the same weight as gold. A man of enlarged notions dislikes a confined sphere of action. He wants elbow room and leg room for his genius. Thus it happened to Vautrin that at last he grew discontented with the small profits arising from the 13 shillings out of the 7-shilling sovereign, and began to turn his attention seriously to forged notes. To pass a note, he argued, requires an elegant exterior and a pleasing manner. My boy possesses both these great qualifications. It seems like wickedness to waste such valuable gifts. He shall dabble in paper money. A letter recalled Phil to town. He was hard at profitable work, but he obeyed the parental summons. The project was mentioned to him, and from the enormity of the undertaking, rather staggered even his notions of audacity. But if his spirit grew faint, the lion-hearted Vautrin was at his elbow to use his glib tongue and prove that the danger was fancied, and that, in fact, fictitious 5 or 10 pound notes were the easiest things in the world to get palmed away. "I am sorry," the smiling Vautrin murmured, "that you, Phil, should have such little judgment. You see, I call it judgment because I know that nobody could or dare," he said this last word defiantly, "accuse you of wanting pluck. Your fault lies the other way. But I reverence everybody's opinion, so let us examine into your objection. The amount of the gains frightens you. Surely it is foolish to debate this stupid point. You mean, the extent of the fraud will, you imagine, arouse the indignation of the victims, and make them spitefully alert to catch the offender. Nonsense, sheer nonsense. The men who are in a position to change 5 pound notes are just those who are more annoyed at the success of the trick than the amount lost. They are just as angry at taking a bad sovereign. You shall see me go to work in a bit, and that will restore your confidence. Really and truly, it is a much safer game than smashing. I'll tell a most singular circumstance to prove this to you." Vautrin stirred the fire, and with the most cheerful of faces related as follows. "The notes I use are so excessively well made that, but for the private marks of the bank authorities, it would be impossible to detect them as forgeries. I obtained them from a first-rate Birmingham house, and when I tell you that a 10 pound note costs me 2 pounds and even a fiver 1 sovereign, you will understand they are masterpieces of imitation." "Go on," muttered Phil. "In the olden time, when men had bread poultices in their heads instead of brains, they used to do the watermarks with a kind of varnish which made the silver paper transparent. Holding a note to the fire when the heat melted this varnish was a sure test. Now we manage matters better. My man in Birmingham assures me he uses the bank paper, and I can answer for his watermarks however he does them." "How can he get a hold of bank paper?" muttered Phil. "That sounds like a very strong cram." "My dear boy," exclaimed Vautrin sorrowfully, "you speak without judgment the dictates of your noble heart. Answer me this. A few years ago the Bank of France made a fresh issue of notes. How was it that on the day before those new notes appeared, we were all of us supplied with excellently executed forgeries so that we might go to work with them on the very morning of the issue? To be able to forge, you must have an original to copy from. People high in authority at the bank itself had never seen the notes, and knew no more what they were like than you do of what the king of the Cannibal Islands is to have for dinner today. Yet we had the forgeries, astoundingly perfect forgeries, ready to pass off as the genuine notes. Why, my boy, bribery did it. Workmen, watch them as you will, can perform as wonderful feats of dexterous legerdemain as the best conjurers going. A note was placed in an oil-silk bag and swallowed. An emetic earned the man 1,000 francs. Do you see? What about the singular circumstance you mentioned? asked Phil when his smiles of wonder had passed off. "I'll tell you, not that I want to bias your opinion, but as a curious instance of the very little risk a clever person need run if he has his wits about him. A man I knew passed off a note, was detected, and tried. He pleaded he did not know the note was a forgery. When the case came on for trial, the bank solicitor had to swear to the illegality of the document. He admitted it was so excellent an imitation that, but for the private bank mark, he himself should have thought it a genuine article. A juryman heard this, and, says he, 'Then I might have taken it.' Of course he might. The private mark at that time was a pinhole over the B in bearer. The jury, of course, discharged the prisoner. We might be standing in the dock ourselves, they argued, and yet be as innocent as turtle doves of an intentional crime. Do you see, if you deal with well-got-up notes such as I use, there is very little danger." As Phil still hesitated, his father considered that his remaining objections must be on the score of morality. He set his ingenuity to work to demolish the broken reeds to which his boy was trusting. "You'll hear a lot of nonsense," he cried energetically, "about the wickedness and such stuff of passing away these notes. Who raised this moral hue and cry? A parcel of city men, who are themselves at the very same game. They want to keep it all to themselves, the rogues. Now if I, not being worth 10 sovereigns, put my name to a bill for 200, isn't that passing off a fictitious document? There are hundreds of men in the city now, men who keep their carriages, and their hunters, who never sit down to dinner without 3 differently colored wine glasses by their side, who, if their bills were all to be returned the same day, would go smash as sure as your name is, no, I mean as sure as your name isn't Merton, but Vautrin. Don't be humbugged by these scamps. They are only afraid we should spoil their market." "Now look here, Phil, my boy," continued Vautrin, "if we were to remain at this work all our lives, of course we should, in the end, be nabbed. I don't intend that, be certain. I shall give the plan full scope for 2 years. Then we shall have enough. We shall retire from business and become genteel. Our money will not be taken less freely because we got it in a peculiar style. We will, by gentlemen, live like and look like gentlemen. Are you game, me nabs? Give the word, my boy, and here's my hand on it." The firm in Birmingham received £20 in good notes, and by return of post came £100 worth of bad ones. In less than a fortnight these had been passed off by Phil, who travelled through the land like a dashing young blood of fortune, and dropped his silver paper, usually at jewelers'. His stock of jewelry became extensive. He preferred investing in trinkets of solid gold, that metal always being of value, and readily disposed of. Some of these Birmingham imitations were paid into provincial banks, and so excellent was the forgery that it was only when they eventually reached the establishment in the city that the cheat was detected. Others remained for a long time in circulation, until the backs of them became as crowded with signatures as a subscription list. It was Mr. Phillip's peculiar care never to sign the same name on 2 notes when offering them for payment. He usually selected his cognomen from the county directory. He also was very attentive that his address should frequently differ. And this was the reason why Philip had so much money in his pocket, and such excellent clothes on his back, when Monsieur Lecabre's circus visited Elbury. End of section 50. Section 51 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 18 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin, in which a father drinks away his daughter. The broken-hearted spaniel was left for nearly 3 weeks to weep and howl among the beer barrels of the Gun and Crow. It stared and winked at a ray of light that came in like a big paintbrush through a broken window pane of the dirty cellar window. It seemed to think its beautiful mistress would appear at this broken pane and, walking down the ray of light, free it of its fetters of old rope. But, though the tears guttered down the corners of its eyes in big stains, no living creature visited the captive unless it was a bold rat or two who crept out occasionally as if to learn when the dog would allow itself to be eaten. In vain did the fond creature whisk its tail to the jailer that brought the daily heap of bones and crusts. The only response to the affectionate motion was a "Lie down, will ya?" The whites of the spaniel's coat became black, and its long glossy hair clotted and hung in lumps like icicles. Poor dog! With a face of interesting paleness and a nervous twitching of the face, Philip presented himself at his hotel. The waiter was glad to see him and curious to know where he had been. With the characteristic presumption of people who wish to deceive, Phil volunteered his lie even before it was asked for. "Been shooting with a friend of mine," he said with more truthfulness than he intended. And when the waiter inquired whether the sport had been good, he thought of his shoulder and answered, "Not very." He did not feel easy until he learned that his room had been locked up and kept for him. Before 10 minutes had passed, he had examined the false bottom of his trunk and assured himself that no inquiry into the extent or value of his wardrobe had yet been instituted. The next day saw Philip dressed like an emperor's valet. His hair smelt of sweet pomatum, a shining, greasy nosegay. He purchased a pair of tight white gloves and brushed his hat till it seemed French polished. Altogether there was about him a wild, rakish look, with an attempt at foppery which was attractively vulgar. A policeman of great experience, if he had seen the youth, would have been puzzled to tell whether he was a midshipman on the loose, a young nobleman given to sporting, or a prig. His head was as much on one side as a boat on the beach. His necktie looked as gaudy as a flag, and he carried his big arms and hands as if he was prepared to fight at a moment's notice. The peculiar method of arranging his hair so that 2 big curls fell from each temple was eccentric and suspicious. But, despite all, there was many a maiden in the marketplace of Elbury who felt the pressure of her stays greatly increased as she saw the swaggering gentleman stroll past her shop. The butcher's daughter raised her blue eyes from the rump steak she was weighing to sigh. The barber's eldest girl shook her curls and stared her hardest. With the dirty, clotted spaniel under his arm, Philip walked over the mile of dusty road that led to the R.N.'s dwelling. He rang boldly at the bell, employing the time until the savage maidservant made her appearance, in dusting his boots with his pocket handkerchief. The little dog, when the faithful domestic drew near, began to squeak and wag its pretty tail, as if wishing to wear it off at the joint. The savage attendant was no less moved at the sight of the animal. She spoke to it, and called it through the iron grate, "Dear Silky." She bungled over the lock, and eventually started off at full speed, calling out at the top of her voice for Miss Lucy to come. "This looks well," thought Phil. "At any rate, they're glad to see me this time." He was shown into the room, with the model of a ship on a side table, and told to wait a minute. He had time to glance over the names on the cards in a china basket in the center of the table. Almost the first one he took up had a black border around it and Miss Helen Crozier engraved in the center. "That's odd," he muttered. "Does that mean bad luck or the other thing?" He believed greatly in luck. Miss Lucy and the lieutenant entered the room together. They bowed, and she blushed. Perhaps she recognized him, for she instantly began to caress her long-absent favorite, calling it so many endearing names that it made a Christian feel jealous to hear them. The old gentleman was, as they say, made of rougher and coarser stuff, indeed, so rough and coarse that he stared at Philip as if he had been a picture instead of a dashing young fellow, while the first words he uttered were, "I suppose you saw the bills and have come for the reward?" Any other man but Lucy's father would, Philip afterwards said, have received something hot and strong. His pride was hurt. He might pass off forged notes, but he felt that, hang it, he had not come down to dog-stealing yet. He stared back at the RN and smiled in insult. The beautiful Lucy's papa was fat and slovenly. He had a Chinese pig appearance. By what peculiar good luck he contrived to own such a lovely child was a startling enigma. His legs filled his trousers so completely that what would have been as loose as a fiddle bag on any ordinary man became his tights. Even his coat sleeves seemed rammed down with flesh. He startled Philip by his voice, which was a full octave lower than that of the hoarsest mortal that ever shouted fresh herrings in London streets. It sounded as if he had swallowed an ophicleide. As Philip only smiled, the RN construed that silent movement of the lips into a consent, and, turning to the captivating Lucy, desired her to fetch 10 shillings from the purse she would find on the study table. Then out spake Philip. "I purchased that dog from a gypsy boy about 6 miles away. When I returned to Elbury, I was told it was your dog, so I brought it to you. You needn't trouble the young lady to go to the study. I decline to receive the reward." This was spoken in a troubled voice, as if his feelings had been wounded. And so, indeed, they had been, for, excepting in the matter of forged notes, he hated meanness. The effect of this speech was electrical. Miss Lucy said, "Oh, Papa dear, you shouldn't," and the RN, who wore neither braces nor waistcoat, began to rub his chest uneasily as if he felt cold. "Won't you sit down?" he asked, trying to make friends with the youth who had a soul above 10-shilling rewards. Then followed a rather tame, but to Philip delightful conversation about the dog Silky and the robber gypsy boy. It was remarked that Silky was thin and dirty. Miss Lucy admitted he must be washed. The RN vowed he would have the gypsy boy caught and transported for life. The opinion of the company was taken as to whether the dog Silky had been fed once during the 3 weeks of his absence, and then whether the meal consisted of meat. Lieutenant Grant inquired whether Philip should know the robber boy again if he saw him, and swore to prosecute him if it cost a fortune. After the dirty, clotted Silky had been fondled until each hair must have received a kiss, a decanter of wine was produced, and the conversation took a pleasanter turn. Remembering the advice Vautrin had given him, Philip, after a time, said, "I was looking at the cards on your table. I see you are acquainted with a relation of mine." Naturally enough came an exclamation of "Indeed!" and then an inquiry was made as to which was the particular piece of pasteboard referred to. When Lucy took up Helen Crozier's card, a glance of singular expression passed between herself and her papa, in which he was evidently rebuked for having insulted one so highly connected by the offer of a trumpery reward, and he endeavored as forcibly as a look could speak to say, "How the devil was I to know who his relations were?" Rapidly was Philip asked whether he thought Helen Crozier pretty and a very nice girl. "There's something so very striking about her," cried Lucy. Philip felt inclined to add, "particularly when she has a gun up to her shoulder," but he knew better than to say so. The lieutenant almost cross-questioned Phil as to his degree of relationship with the family. Had he considered Phil's statement in the light of a misrepresentation, he could not have been more exacting in his inquiries. At last, Philip avowed he was the rich banker's grandson. A dead silence followed this revelation. The R.N. asked him whether he wouldn't take another glass of wine, and inquired whether he was engaged to dine anywhere that day. "You mustn't think I meant to offend you about that 10-shilling affair," stammered the old sailor. "How the devil was I to know who you were till you told me? Now it's all right, you know, but it looked queer. Our girl Mary said you were the same person that spoke to my Lucy at the circus, and I felt deucedly inclined to break your head, I can tell you. In fact, to speak the plain truth, I believed you had yourself stolen the dog." There was a burst of laughter as the R.N. said this. It was such a ludicrous idea. The knowledge of human nature possessed by Vautrin had made him prophesy most correctly. The Grant family were quite enchanted to number the banker's grandson among their friends. Even the savage maidservant, on hearing of the relationship, regretted she had, when at the circus, spoken so harshly to the young gentleman. "Now, I dare say," suggested Mary, "he meant no offence, but merely did it for company. Neither was he free-spoken, but chose his words most genteel and choice." There was a mystery in the Grant family. Every family has some disgrace or other in it, which takes up half its time to keep secret. The peculiar misfortune of the R.N.'s household was that the lieutenant was uncontrollably in love with liquor. It was a constant fight between Lucy and her father to keep him away from drinking. She never dared leave him by himself, for if she quitted the house but for an hour, she was sure on her return to find him out. She knew where he was. About a quarter of a mile down the lane was a low public house, and Mary was certain to discover her master sotting in the bar parlor. Once in that establishment, the R.N., as long as consciousness remained, continued to drink. The pony chaise had to be sent for him, and shillings paid to men called in from the road to help carry the incapacitated gentleman to his bedroom. Perhaps the lieutenant might remain sober for 3 months at a stretch. After such a long duration of abstinence, the drunken fit would seize him, and for at least a month he was like a wild beast with drink. Lucy had many trials to undergo. If a bricklayer, dustman, butcher's boy, or intimate friend came to the house, the first thing the R.N. called for was the bottle. A dram of old whiskey or a glass of wine was, he considered, the proper welcome to be given to anybody. He had found out that this was his only chance of getting one himself. Naturally, his daughter did not like to confess that her father was a drunkard, so with a heavy heart she obeyed his commands. She had found bottles of whiskey to be emptied during the night, concealed under the mattress. He had bribed men to run over to taverns by giving them the boots off his feet. He drank the scent off his daughter's dressing table. He indulged in bottled beer for breakfast. After every meal he swore he was dying of an indigestion which strong brandy alone could relieve. During the cholera season his specific was raw spirit. 3 times a day he would be attacked with the epidemic and roar for alcohol. The great object of the daughter's life was to keep her father sober, that of the father's to get tipsy. She was too weak to rule him by any other means than tears and entreaties. He had the cunning of strong desire, and cared not what artifice he employed, so long as it gained him the reward of liquor. The day Philip dined at the RN's, he noticed how lovingly the old man stuck to the wine. The daughter had put on the table but one very small decanter of sherry. Before the fish was removed, the wine had disappeared. It pained Phil to witness the reluctance with which Lucy brought in a fresh supply. He thought she had no more, and did not like to confess the bareness of the cellar. He fancied the family was short of money and couldn't afford the luxury. He quite won the girl's gratitude by his continued refusals to take more wine. It would have been better if he had swallowed his share. There would have been less for the lieutenant. After dinner, when the gentlemen were to be left alone, Miss Lucy placed a bottle of port on the table and whispered something in her father's ear. "She's telling him not to be extravagant," thought Phil. He determined on sending in from his hotel a dozen as a present at the first opportunity. The lieutenant attacked the port with thirsty desperation. Every glassful went down at a gulp. In vain did the savage Mary come in some 6 times to announce that tea was ready. To make matters worse, Philip, out of kindness, to save the wine in fact, declared he would sooner have a glass of grog than all the port in the universe. With intense delight, the RN sent for Lucy, and that unfortunate young lady had to produce the keys of the spirit chest. She looked at Phil with a resigned expression, as much as to say, "I've done all I can to keep my father's infirmity secret, but since you are both against me, I must submit to the disgrace." When the port was gone, the whiskey was attacked. The old sailor began to tell stories of about the time when he was an officer on board the H.M.'s ship Bullyrag. He inquired into Phil's history. Men who drink are much given to rudeness. The guest was obliged to tell many violent falsehoods. He stated the income allowed him by Vautrin, his father, to be £400 a year. He spoke of the fortune he was entitled to by his grandmother's death. To counterbalance anything the Croziers might say against him, he fudged a romantic account of the great quarrel existing between Vautrin and the banker. The lieutenant went so far as to call Nathaniel Crozier, Esquire, a miserly vagabond. He also expressed his astonishment that any man of even decent feelings should behave in so rascally a manner towards his own grandchild. To prevent the servant, Mary, from entering the room every 5 minutes, to announce in tones of increasing pathos that the tea was getting cold, the door was locked. Uselessly did Phil entreat that they should join the lady. He didn't want to sit drinking hot grog with the old boy. He infinitely preferred cold twankay with the young damsel. But the RN struck the table with his fist and swore they would empty the bottles like men. "Damn tea," he cried. "It's only child's wash at the best. It drowns a man's nature. My heart can't swim in hot tea like a confounded duck. Cold grog is the stuff to wash your soul in. Try this whiskey. It is as soft as a baby's neck, bottled joy and laughter." After the 5th tumbler, the RN's speech thickened. He pretended at first that he spoke badly on purpose. He grew sentimental and talked about his daughter, asking Phil if she was not a beautiful girl. At least 20 times he repeated this question until Phil, ardent admirer as he was, could find no new terms to express his great admiration of Miss Lucy's beauty. He felt bored and wished the old RN would fall under the table and hold his tongue. Suddenly the lieutenant was seized with a new idea. The youth seated before him had so openly expressed his devotion for the lovely Lucy that the stupid drunkard grew jealous and distrustful. His fuddled brain was laboring with the notion that he must check and intimidate the young gentleman. He began to throw out hints that if any man dared to trifle with his daughter's affections, he would kill the base scoundrel. "I'd kill him," he screamed after he had been silently frowning for some 10 minutes. "I'd seize him by the neck," he took hold of the bottle, "and pour out his life's best blood." He filled up a tumbler and drank it off. "That girl is a beautiful girl," he continued, "a lovely girl, with every accomplishment. The school bills are upstairs, if you don't believe me. If any man dare—" He commenced to weep. "If any scoundrel attempts, I'd tear his heart out, I would, by heavens. I'm serious. Don't fancy I say it because I'm drunk. Yes, I admit I'm drunk, but that's my own business, not yours." Then he ceased to shout and began to blow down hard on his nostrils, pout his lips, and frown. Occasionally, without speaking, he would strike the table violently and then pluck at his shirt front. It is probable that the unfortunate young lady who formed the subject of this indecent conversation overheard every word spoken, for a gentle tap at the door was given at very short intervals. Terribly bored with his tipsy companion, Phil at length rose to reply to the tapping. But the R.N., drunk as he seemed, had his wits about him. He knew Lucy was there. "Sit down, sir," he howled at Phil. "Sit down, sir. Is this my house or yours? I order you to sit down, sir, and fill your glass." The young gentleman, who understood very well that if he offended the old one the house would be forbidden him, complied with the order, though his heart bled for the little lady trembling and weeping in the hall. It was nearly 2 o'clock before the lieutenant was dead drunk. His head had fallen on his bosom, and he breathed heavily, giving occasionally a choking guttural sound, as if his windpipe were closed. Then Phil, having made sure his host was insensible by calling to him several times in a loud voice, unlocked the door. The daughter was seated in the hall chair with her handkerchief before her eyes. She couldn't speak. Neither could Phil. He felt as if he also were to blame for that night's misery. At last he stammered out, "If you'll permit me, I will assist the servant to carry your papa upstairs," and, no reply being given, summoned the harsh-visaged domestic. He was a strong man, and the R.N. was a heavy one. He weighed about 3 sacks of potatoes, according to Phil's reckoning. It was tough work to climb the stairs with the load. He did it, though, and afterwards undressed the sot and hoisted him onto his bed. When he came down again, Miss Lucy was seated before the dining-room grate, still in tears. He felt he could not leave the house without saying a few words to her. His voice nearly failed him as he remarked, "You must not accuse me, Miss Grant, with being the cause of what occurred tonight. It is a most painful thing, I trust. Indeed, it would be extremely unjust to condemn me. When a beautiful young lady is sobbing, what can a man do? At any rate, the lovely Lucy could see he was sober enough. That was his great consolation." After 3 or 4 efforts to swallow, Miss Lucy looked up and spoke. "I hope, sir, you will have sufficient respect for our unfortunate family, not to mention to anyone the scene that my poor father has but this one fault." And a pretty good allowance, too, thought Phil. He tried to persuade her that if a pistol were presented at him, if he felt the cold tip of the barrel touch his ear, if the sharp point of a sharp knife were pricking his bosom, not one word would his tongue utter to cause one moment's sorrow to one so amiable as Miss Grant. He rattled on for a long time, and every word betrayed that he was a devoted admirer of the R.N.'s daughter. The parents' drunkenness caused this evil. Phil was, by one night's exhibition, placed on a familiar footing with the household. He held their reputation, as it were, in his power. He was intimate. The daughter was grateful to him for carrying the father up to bed. The servant liked him because he took to the job with good humor and never uttered even one reproach against the sot, but tried to find excuses for the failing, such as, "All nautical men love a glass," or "All men who are free with the bottle are generous with everything else." The savage-visaged maid had been 10 years in the family, and was pleased to hear her master so pleasantly spoken of. The youth and the damsel remained for 1 hour, chatting over the evening's misfortune. Her tears were dried up by Phil's pleasant voice. He promised to call on the morrow and see the RN. He also promised never again to dine at the house, and never to accept any invitation unless it was to tea. The maidservant, when 3 o'clock struck, helped him on with his coat, and the beautiful damsel accompanied him to the gate. Then, as it was pitch dark, he was many times requested to pass the night at the cottage. "We can easily make up a bed on the sofa," offered the maiden. She even hinted that he might be attacked on the road. Phil laughed at that. "Hang it," he thought, "that's my own line of work." End of section 51. Section 52 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 19 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Philip goes in and wins. When Lieutenant Grant was sober, his brain was singularly clear and active. He could shake off his gin and water as a dog, after bathing, shakes off the moisture from its coat. 2 hours after rising, he was coaxing his child to forgive him, not in direct appeals, but by various acts of kindness, of which she very well understood the meaning. His brain, after the most violent boozing, would, with a few hours' sleep, right itself, and, as everybody allowed, a pleasanter man did not breathe than the RN when sober. Philip made his appearance at the cottage about 3 o'clock. He found the lieutenant in the garden. "Begad," said the sailor, "we had a jolly time of it last night. Any headache this morning?" he inquired knowingly. By and by he added, "Are you aware we emptied 2 bottles of wine and all the spirit decanters? We must have kept hard at it." Of course, Philip allowed the old fellow to include him in this vast exploit. He knew exactly how much stimulant he had taken, and humored the toper by sharing, without a dissenting murmur, the disgrace of the excess. Every day Philip, on some excuse or other, visited the Grants. The cottage in which the family resided was known to polite people as Prospect Lodge, but the coarse multitude had christened it the Green Shutters. Thus, at Elbury, the ostlers at the hotel would wink to each other and say, "There goes the swell to the Green Shutters." Well-educated folk, however, preferred expressing the same thought in genteeler words. For instance, the butcher's daughter would exclaim, "The gent from the hotel is off again to Prospect House." Such a young fellow as Phil was just the sort of person to win the sailor's esteem. He was lithe, active, and given to knick-knacking. He often assisted Miss Lucy in her garden, digging, raking, and sweeping with violent enthusiasm. When the lieutenant watered his rose trees, young Vautrin would bring him pail after pail of water, and wet his trousers and boots till they were drenched, yet declare he enjoyed the sport amazingly. If the lock of a door did not act, Phil had it off and on again in perfect condition in no time. He turned out a huge dog as big as a calf that had entered Miss Lucy's poultry yard with the evident intention of seeing how chicken tasted. On the occasion of the pony falling down during an afternoon's drive, he lifted it up again by sheer strength of muscle without a buckle being unfastened. He jumped and moved about with the elasticity of a harlequin. If a rose tree wanted training, Philip had the tall ladder out and turned gardener. The laughter and joking which, whenever he was present, made the time pass like sleeping, impressed everybody with the belief that there did not exist in the whole world another young man worthy to hold a candle to Phil's sunny qualities. He sang, too, quaint character songs. He had learnt them in the days of his wandering. The old lieutenant laughed till his eyes disappeared behind his fat cheeks whenever he heard the famous love song of "I'll feed thee as fat as my feathers old sow." In such pleasant society the old man could manage to live on a half allowance of grog. Then did Lucy say to the hard-favoured Mary, "He would be cured of his weakness if Mr. Vautrin were to stay a year with us." To which the domestic would reply, "That he would. I'm sure it's as good as raw spirits to listen to him." Even the savage attendant had been won over to Phil's side. Phil joked the stern-visaged maid about her sweethearts, and, although she had given over even praying for a husband, the mention of one was to her sweet as the droppings of fresh honey. Many a shilling was placed in her hand, hardened with washing days and strong soda. She at last grew so fond of the handsome young visitor that when he came she would whisper to him, "Master's in the garden, but she is in the parlour." Poor thing! She meant it kindly enough, but as Phil, whenever he found Lucy alone, always made love to her, the hard-favoured housemaid was, in reality, guilty of a great cruelty in thus encouraging their secret interviews. A marked change came over Philip when he was near the lovely Lucy. The voice became gruff and pathetic. He seemed almost afraid to move about, and if she shook hands with him, he kept hold of her fingers long after there was any occasion to do so. Whether it was that from the length of his abstinence from liquor the lieutenant's intellects had brightened, or whether anybody had whispered in his ear that it was improper to allow a handsome young gentleman to make open love to a lovely young lady without having first asked that young gentleman what his intentions might be, whether it was from the first or last of these reasons, we cannot say, but after Philip had been an almost daily visitor at Prospect House for more than 2 months, the R.N. became suddenly savage and uncivil to the amiable youth. He refused to allow him to sit in their pew at church. He said he would have no more reading from the same prayer book, or walking home across the fields. He put a stop to the drives in the country, and for a week the pony did nothing but eat until it grew too fat for its leather clothes, and had to suffer the horrors of tight lacing when at last the harness was put on. The same adviser, whoever he or she was, caused the lieutenant to pay a visit to the princely mansion of the rich banker of Swandrow. The R.N. insisted on seeing that sallow millionaire. Then, in bold words, he inquired if he was willing to do anything for the advancement in life of Philip Vautrin, his grandson, in case that young gentleman led the beautiful Lucy Grant to the altar. Bankers, it would seem, have a respect for great speculators. Nathaniel Crozier thought the better of Philip, that he had raised himself into a position to marry into Her Majesty's Navy. The banker was a man who wore a face as if it had been a mask to hide his emotions. By long practice he had paralyzed the muscles of his countenance. Although he was greatly startled by the question, his face remained a perfect blank. He urged the lieutenant to speak as much as he could before he delivered himself of any opinion on the subject. Now Mr. Nathaniel Crozier was well pleased with the lieutenant's visit for this reason. He thought to himself, "If Philip can establish himself respectably in the world, it relieves me of a great weight of care. He's evidently a clever little fellow, and I must not quarrel with him. Since this stupid old sailor chooses to give the boy a back to leap over his evil courses, it is not for me to grumble. Let the consequences be on his own idiotic head." Hence it was that Philip received such a character from his grandfather as amounted to no character at all. The banker admitted that there was a certain income, which, if certain other matters could be found, would be coming to Philip's father. Then was the R.N. advised to ask Philip for his mother's marriage certificate. "That would greatly expedite business," observed Crozier, "and I could advise you with more certainty." How ably did Vautrin foresee what would occur when he had promised to forward the marriage document to assist his son in his courtship. He seemed to know what would be wanted. Why didn't Vautrin turn lawyer instead of openly styling himself Scamp? He would have been the leading member of his profession. It made Phil stare when the R.N. asked him for his mother's certificate. The R.N. said he must have it, or the lover must never show his face at Prospect House again. "It's for your good. I'm working, my boy," added the sailor. "Do you fancy it's any pleasure for me to go to Swanborough and be shut up with that yellow banker?" He also hinted that a handsome income would follow the exhibition of the official paper. What took place at the second interview between the R.N. and the rich grandfather need not be stated. The lieutenant returned to dinner a smiling man with a strong inclination to get drunk. He asked Phil to favour him with an interview. The request was granted. Then did Vautrin Jr. speak as he had never spoken before. He trembled like a parrot in a thorough draught. His voice grew full and impressive as he begged for Lucy as a wife. 1,000 times he swore genteelly to love her to her dying hour. He would work, slave, perish for her happiness. The excellent old R.N. was affected to tears and would have given his little finger for a sip of rum. "Take her, my boy, take her," he moaned forth, "only, confound you, always live with me, or else I shall be ruined by the bargain. She's an angel, sir, and I am a beast. Live with us. God bless you. Go and ask her for the sideboard key, or I shall be making a fool of myself. Make haste." So Philip became engaged to Lucy Grant. On that very night, before he went to bed, and with tears in his eyes, he wrote to Emile Vautrin, his father. He told his parent that henceforth his life should differ from his past existence. "I will be honest, despite all temptations. She shall never risk disgrace. Our children must not run the peril of dishonour. I thank my God that I am allowed to repent." Curious enough, there was a postscript to this letter requesting the loan of £50, though Philip must have known that every farthing of the money he demanded had been won by dishonour and roguery. In that letter did the son enclose every forged bank note he possessed. He posted the packet himself. Then he felt as if he had 1,000 lungs in his body, so freely did he breathe. An answer, a polite, friendly answer, arrived in due time. The father congratulated the son on his marriage, and was sorry he could not be present. He applauded the virtuous resolves of his child. As to the matter of the £50, he regretted he was out of cash, for, after reading the letter, he had thrown it to the other end of the room with rage. He wishes to reform and be virtuous. Let him try. Poor fool. Wait till every shilling is spent. The last farthing and his morality will go together. End of section 52. Section 53 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 20 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. A marriage which was evidently not made in heaven. The wedding took place. Mr. and Mrs. Vautrin returned to Prospect House at 12 o'clock on a certain day to eat a magnificent breakfast. If it had not been for a present of some £50 to Mr. and Mrs. Vautrin by the delighted lieutenant, the happy couple would most likely have been greatly inconvenienced for ready money during their honeymoon trip. The painful fact was that Mr. Philip was really distressed for want of that extraordinary article, a £5 note. He felt a happy man. He had given up his wickedness. He had taken to his arms a wife whom it pained him to leave for even 5 minutes. If Lucy went into the garden to see if it rained, Philip followed her. They walked about with their arms round each other's waists. If Philip went upstairs to change his coat, Lucy, when he returned, would say, "Where have you been all this long time, my dearest?" They were more in love with each other than before they were married. Oh, that happy, happy time, when he and she are lambs and angels, pretties and dearests, when they cannot look at each other without a sickly smile and a peculiar softness of eye, when they would sooner sit by each other's side than visit theatre, opera, or ball. Why do ye last so short a time, ye fleeting months? How pathetic it is to stand by and watch those fond loves. How their bitterest quarrel consists only of an injured tone of voice. How Lucy weeps if Phil but looks unkind, while he falls on his knees as the first tear trickles to beg forgiveness. If she but say, "It is a cold night," he will fly up a Jacob's ladder of steps to fetch a shawl for her white shoulders. She is sleepy and rests her lovely head for a moment on the sofa cushion. Then fiercely does he mount guard to prevent any noise from opening those angelic eyes. If a footstep creaks in the passage, he is after it, ready to fight or chastise the heavy-booted individual. O ye first 6 months after marriage, why cannot ye last for 60 years? Why should men get tired of these sweetmeats of life, or women cease to be as attractive after 50 years of wedlock? It was a fine tale Philip had told his father-in-law of the amount of his income. The RN considered he had made an excellent match of it. He told his friends that his son-in-law had a very pretty little annual sum, which would enable him to live like a gentleman, sir. A nice rumpus it would make when the truth came out. Yet Phil had sworn to himself not to pass another false note. Perhaps as his money became more and more easy to count, he regretted this promise, but he was just then sentimentally inclined, and looked upon the vow as one made to his Lucy. The thought sometimes came uppermost that he could in one day at any country town pick up enough to keep beautiful Lucy in plenty for a month at least. But he was faithful to his resolves, and upbraided himself for even allowing his fancy to turn traitor against his virtue. No, Lucy should never be disgraced. Poor, dear, sweet, gentle girl. Her heart should never be broken. He borrowed first £150 and then another of dear father-in-law. The fat RN began to look glum. He began to dislike Phil, and, when he saw his son-in-law coming one way, trotted off in the opposite direction, for fear Phil should want any more 50s for a day or two. At last Philip thought he would run up to London and see Papa Vautrin. He would punish his father by nature for the next loan. The lovely Lucy pouted, but yielded to the distressing absence of 3 days, on condition that darling Phil wrote by every night's post, and promised to take great care of himself. Week after week did Emile Vautrin, when he reached home at night, ask if any letter had arrived for him. He opened many with a hasty hand, but not one was from Philip. "Confound him," growled Vautrin. "Where does he get his money from? How does he manage to hold out so long?" Then it struck him that most likely his son, instead of writing, would pay him a visit. For 2 months he never left his home of an evening. "He must come," argued the man. "The fool sent his false notes back." If a cab stopped in the street, this anxious watcher thrust his head and shoulders from the window in his impatience to see if the expected son had arrived. He bought timetables and learned the arrivals of the trains from Swanborough. He even burned night lights and piled up coals on the fire before going to bed, that he might be prepared to welcome the penniless Philip back to crime and his father. At length the son came. He walked into the parental presence with a bashful, ashamed mien. He was received in an open, loving manner. Chops were cooked and tumblers filled. "I knew it, I knew it," joyfully thought the father. "I'm a lost man," mourned the son. The poor bridegroom was in the unfortunate position of being thought well off, without having a penny in his pocket. He was in the still more unfortunate position of requiring large sums of money without seeing any possibility of obtaining them honestly. Gambling and robbery are the only resources in such cases. Philip asked his dad to lend him £200. The dad opened his eyes, stared, and then laughed. "Ha, ha, ha! My poor boy! Are you mad?" he cried. £200? Where do you imagine I am to get them from? You might as well ask me for 200 real flesh and blood sovereigns with their royal crowns on." The son sighed and looked sadly put out. He muttered something about he must get the money somehow. The old rogue's heart leaped like a trout in a clear stream. "I shall get back my son again. I shall have my boy." He chuckled to himself. Lucy received a long letter from her pet Phil, telling her he should be away for 3 weeks. She was not to fret. There was some bother about his drawing his income as usual, and a friend who had promised to advance him some money refused to do so, unless Phil stayed for a few weeks shooting at his place. "I shall dream of you every night, love," wrote Phil. The darling Lucy wept till her eyelids were as pink as rose leaves, and wished in her heart her beautiful boy knew nobody in the world but herself, and that money and shooting had never been invented. After arguing for an entire night and day, the Papa Vautrin had convinced the son Vautrin that the only known means of getting together the £300 in 3 weeks was to commit a burglary. He had also clearly demonstrated that there was no danger in such a proceeding. "I love you too dearly, my boy, to let you risk your life," said the affectionate parent. "I'll show you the way. Leave it to me." The unhappy boy consented. He swore, looking up at the ceiling. This shall, at any rate, be my last crime." Canterbury was fixed upon for the exploits of Vautrin's gang. "It's a good ecclesiastical town," said that unworthy man, "and there is no place like a dean's house for solid silver spoons." A list was obtained of the good houses in the suburbs of the town. One Tater Trap Sam, a big-mouthed burglar, joined the venture when Canterbury was mentioned. "There hasn't been a crib cracked there these 4 year," he said. "It's uncommon advantageous ground." Philip, as we know, was a very good-looking fellow, of that powerful build and impudent expression of face, and with those charmingly free and easy manners which maidservants find it so difficult to resist. He had a delightfully roguish trick of tickling, flirting, flattering, and promising marriage. To Canterbury was he dispatched, armed with full instructions, in order to find out which of the inhabitants was worth most sugar. He made most of his inquiries at public houses. Dressed like a respectable tradesman, he went up to the bar and ordered a glass of ale. The drinking of this refreshment took a long time. He tried all he knew to get into conversation with the landlady, calling into play his softest tones of voice, using his prettiest speeches, and generally displaying those blandishments which are supposed to win the roughest heart. When the road was properly prepared, he would commence operations. "I came down from London this morning," he would begin, "on very important business. You can do me a kindness if you will, but I shouldn't like you to mention it to anybody. Mr. So-and-so, who lives in such-and-such a house close by, has given our firm a very heavy order, and, indeed, it's as good as £500 to us. We are rather nervous about taking the work without making inquiries. Are they respectable people? Do they live in style?" The landlady, taken off her guard, would, fancying she was doing good service to her neighbor, answer any questions put to her about the wealth of the gentleman in question. The safest plan was to get hold of a manservant and learn from him the necessary particulars. For this purpose, Phil would dress up as a groom and frequent tap rooms where coachmen and occasionally footmen passed their evenings. He would run his eye round the room and pick out the handsomest livery. It was not difficult to get into conversation with these men. A glass of grog soon made a friend of the most diffident. On such occasions, Phil pretended that he was looking out for a place, and inquired whether his companion could put him up to a comfortable berth. If any situations were mentioned, one of Phil's questions was whether there was much plate to clean. Or else Philip, when he had nearly decided on the establishment to be attacked, would inquire in the neighborhood the name of the coachman who served the family. Then he walked boldly up to the house, rang the stable bell, and asked to see Mr. Smith, the coachman, for a few minutes. As soon as the domestic appeared, Phil began in a confidential whisper, "I understand you're going to leave." This led to a lengthy conversation in which Mr. Smith denied the fact and became anxious to know how such a report could have got about. Then Phil inquired whether Mr. Smith couldn't slip out for a few minutes to have a glass of ale. If the stupid man consented, Phil reckoned his job nearly completed. The ale led to pipes, and the pipes to grog. The talk was all about their relative places. Mine was a very good place and very good money, but I couldn't put up with their temper. It was a good place if you got the temper to stand their temper. Growing more and more confidential, he would describe the wealth of this supposed master. He would brag of the family plate and the young lady's jewels. Generally, it set Mr. Smith bragging too, and out came the required information. "Rum old fellow, my governor," Phil would next begin. "Every night the plate was carried up to his room. We kept it in the footman's pantry in the daytime. But sometimes he'd be that suspicious, he'd actually come down in the daytime and count it over. He would, by gum!" Thus was Mr. Smith gradually wheedled into confessing the secret arrangement of Mr. So-and-so's establishment. Another of Philip's tricks was to call at one of the rich-looking mansions with a letter addressed to anybody he first thought of, say Jones, with these words underneath: "Care of Mr. Blank," whatever the name of the wealthy owner might be. This letter did the footman carry into the parlor, where the wealthy owner was seated, and announced that a groom was waiting for an answer. This caused much commotion. The wealthy owner swore he didn't know who Jones was. The mistress of the house was consulted, as were also the young ladies and gentlemen, to learn if they knew anything of the mysterious Jones. This took time, and permitted Phil at his leisure to examine the bolts, bars, and street door key. Every morning at 7 o'clock did Philip rise, and, after dressing in his natty groom's costume, sally forth into the streets to transact his evil business. At that hour the servant maids were cleaning the doorsteps, and, knowing the family were in bed, not averse to a flirtation before breakfast. The natty groom did not pick his maidens according to their looks, but the houses in which they dwelt. On one of these excursions he fixed upon an unfortunately plain female, hearthstoning the entrance to a noble establishment. The open street door revealed a hall as long as a shooting gallery. The youth began proceedings by carrying away the maid's pail. She pursued him, calling him Mr. Impudence. He swore he would only surrender the pail on receiving a kiss. She, noticing that nobody was about, recovered her master's property on the terms mentioned. After she had returned to her hearthstoning, Phil stood by and tempted her. "You'd make a nice little wife to take care of a fellow's home and keep it clean, for you're a tidy little body, I can see, and a mortal foe to dirt." "That I just am, you're right there," the girl replied, although there was round her unwashed neck a rim of black like a leathern strap. In these dialogues the young rogue always mentioned marriage at the first set-off. He found the damsels looked more kindly on him. They did not object to the abruptness of the proposal. "It would save me a great deal of money, keeping me out of public houses, for I make a goodish sum of money, and easy come, easy go," continued Phil. "Hang it, I've half a mind to make a rush of it and get spliced. What do you say, Mary? Are you agreeable?" "Go along with you. You don't mean it," the girl replied. "You're only making a fool of me. If I was to say yes, you'd think no. Besides, my name ain't Mary, but Emmerly." "Thank heaven for all its blessings," continued the wooer, "for Mary's a name very much against my grain. I can tell you one thing, Emily, my dear. We shouldn't want any candle to go to bed by so long as you have those bright eyes of yours. That's a saving, ain't it?" His playfulness during these walks was pleasant to behold. If a servant was sweeping, he took hold of her broom and insisted upon helping her. If she was beating a mat, he relieved her of her duty. After rendering these services, the handsome groom invariably told all of them he was looking out for a pretty little wife, and requested them, if they wouldn't have him, to speak to their sisters, for he liked the pattern much, and must have one of the family. It followed that Phil's evenings were taken up with keeping appointments with the different servant girls of Canterbury. He was frequently invited, on the sly, into the kitchen. That was the end and aim of his gallant attentions. The sturdy vagabond Vautrin was highly pleased when he and 3 others joined the youth at Canterbury. Even Tater-Trap Sam, that righteous man, complimented Phil on the completeness with which he had done his work. They determined on going to business at once. With consummate ability, Phil had even persuaded a policeman to stand in for a share of one of the undertakings. The constable had evidently suspected that something was up, and, to keep his mouth quiet, Vautrin Jr. had proposed to fill it with 1/5 of the plunder. They were very fortunate in their work. On the Sunday afternoon, they rifled 3 houses. At one of them, Philip had made an appointment with Emily to meet him in the summer house, at the end of the garden, whilst the family were at church. Whilst the love-making was proceeding, Vautrin and his men packed up the plate and emptied 1 or 2 desks of their contents. In the evening, Phil took another servant girl out for a stroll, whilst her mistress was at chapel. The gang, after knocking twice at the street door to assure themselves that the house was deserted, picked the lock and entered. The forks and spoons were soon collected and carried away. One evening they broke into an extensive mansion about a mile from the town. Their friend, the policeman, arranged matters very prettily for them, and even consented, in case any danger threatened, to give them the office, that is, warn them. He was to shout out, "Bill Thompson," at the top of his voice, and, if that failed, to spring his rattle. At 2 in the morning the gang entered the grounds of the doomed house. They met the policeman at the gates and satisfactorily answered his inquiry of, "Will it be all right?" It took about 2 minutes to star the glaze. A bradawl was inserted through the putty of the window pane, and a handkerchief placed against the glass to deaden the sound. With one turn of the awl, the brittle glass splintered. A wet thumb was rubbed backwards, as on a tambourine, against the pane, and one of the rays of the star followed the jarring finger. The piece was taken out, and, the catch being unfastened, the window opened. The James, a short crowbar, and the center bit soon cleared away the obstruction of the shutter. The darky, a lantern, was little used. The men were silent as ghosts. They expressed themselves by pantomime. They muffled the hoof with list slippers. One thing they noticed especially: as they threaded the passages, they were particular about the way they entered, that there might be no bungling if a hurried escape became necessary. The household slept in peace. The maids above and the men at the back might have occasionally heard a suspicious sound, but after listening for a second, cursed the cat and turned over to sleep. The thieves were practiced at their work, and the clock in the hall made more riot than they. Whenever they came to a landing with 2 doors, they tried them, and, if both were open, locked one. The keys were taken from the inside and placed on the outside. They even entered bedrooms and locked the sleeping inmates in their apartments. A key was turned with less noise than the chirp of a cricket. They visited the drawing-room. A silent match was struck and a wax taper lighted. Be sure they cared nothing about spilling the grease on the thick-piled carpet as they hunted about. 5 minutes sufficed to pillage the room. The silver inkstand, the watch left by mistake on the mantelpiece, the notes in the desks, were all they took. They were so careful not to burden themselves with plated goods that, if no hallmark could be discovered, pieces were cut off the suspicious article to see if any copper could be detected. Every time they entered a room, Vautrin waved his arms to set the searchers to work, and they, creeping, like snakes, up to the chiffonier and the cupboards, pocketed anything they imagined of value, whilst the leader, with a life-preserver in his hand, guarded the entrance. Once they heard a voice ask, "Who's there?" They couched and held their breath till a snore gave them liberty to move. In one bedroom, 2 young ladies were sleeping. The wax taper was flashed before their eyes to test the soundness of their repose, because forcing drawers occasions a little noise. If these young ladies had opened their eyes at that instant, they would have seen these rough men with craped faces standing around the bed and, by their dumb show, expressing great admiration for the night-capped faces on the pillow. It was Vautrin who always kept guard over the sleepers. His Neddy, or life-preserver, was held above their heads, ready to strike if necessary. The men hunted for and pocketed the trinkets. Diamonds, emeralds, and pearls were thrust into the capacious pockets. It was a good find, and made one fellow so jocose that he took up a little boot belonging to one of the sleeping beauties, and lifted his hands in wonder at its smallness. The proprietor of this establishment had to be roused from his sound repose to say where he concealed his treasures. At first he rubbed his eyes and stared in wonder. He was beginning to call out, when Vautrin struck him on the shoulder with the life-preserver and swore to murder him if he made the slightest noise. The gentleman's wife entreated him to be peaceful. In a wonderfully short time, the treasures that it had taken the owner years of prudence to amass were handed over to the robbers. Silver tea and coffee services, numberless spoons and forks, a silver tea urn, candlesticks, banknotes, watches, and jewels were delivered up, and the lives of the plucked ones spared. The policeman who stood in for this robbery saw the rogues depart with their plunder. He asked them as they passed him if it was all correct. An appointment was made for this guardian of the public safety, according to which he was to meet the thieves on a certain day and receive his share of the booty. Housebreakers never break faith with the police. The officer knew this and trusted them like gentlemen. He was wondering how much his share would come to when the alarm of the burglary was first given. The division of the spoil took place in a back room in Houndsditch. Vautrin knew the value of diamonds as well as any merchant. The plate was tested with aquafortis and weighed. The gold settings of the trinkets were equally divided. Phil and his father claimed 2 shares each. The others were well contented with what they got. It was the best prize they ever had. The Jew, who came to buy the silver at 4 shillings the ounce, complimented the robbers on their adroitness as he crammed the metal into his old clo' bag. He was obliged to make 3 journeys to carry away his purchase. Both of Phil's pockets were crammed with notes when he returned to his darling Lucy. His heart smote him as she caressed and scolded her naughty husband, kissing him for coming back and rebuking him for being away so long. She threatened to make him account for every moment of his time. He turned pale and tried to smile, but his lips felt stiff and his heart heavy. At night he prayed by his bed so long that his wife was frightened. She asked him why he was sobbing, but when he replied with joy at returning to his beloved Lucy, she thought it very natural, and wished she knew how she could express the great love she felt for her darling boy. Once more, Phil swore he would never again trespass. He would change his life. For the sake of her he loved, he would be honest. But Phil was not his own master. His soul was not his own. Did he think Vautrin had forgotten the vow he had made to have his hand about the banker's throat? That man never broke his oaths, if Philip did. When Vautrin came down to Swanborough, he did not inform Phil he was so near Prospect House. He lived and slept at the cottage of rough-headed Tom, the gardener. He never cared to witness the domestic felicity of his firstborn. The Frenchman took no exercise unless it was towards dusk. Then he would wrap himself up in his thick coat and, concealing his face behind the upturned collar, stroll across the fields. As he neared a tumble-down cart shed, he would give a shrill whistle, and if the signal was answered, his pace was increased. Then 2 men would step forth from the dark shadow of the shed. They never greeted each other with any terms of friendship. It was a business meeting. The shafts of an old cart were their seats. Pipes were lighted, and liquor produced and shared, the drinker placing his lips to the neck of the bottle. The men spoke in whispers. The important business on which they met was kept very secret. If the discussion became animated, it was only by their gestures being more frequent and sudden that the Confederates betrayed their excitement. There was evidently more roguery afoot, and that of a dangerous kind. Vautrin had determined on letting Phil enjoy his home for a time. "He shall have no share in this speck," he said to himself. "His brain is not strong enough to bear much of this sort of thing. Besides, he lives too near to that cursed scoundrel. It might ruin the boy, and break his pretty wife's heart if we failed. He's better at home, drinking tea and staring into her eyes. This time, I'll go alone." End of section 53. Section 54 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 21 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Cassandra 2. One of the disadvantages of truth is the difficulty of getting people to believe in it. Men who will take pleasantly to a brisk falsehood shake their heads dubiously at a ponderous truth. There are thousands of truths scattered about the world, lying idle as a miser's hoard, but it is such breakneck business to meddle with them that prudent people prefer closing their eyes and passing them by, unheeded. The work is too dangerous. A line in an almanac is poor compensation for poverty and persecution. The discoverer of gunpowder most likely blew himself to atoms. How many victims have there been to unrecognized truths? There was poor Socrates. He might have conducted his academy prosperously and died comfortably between the sheets, but truth drove him to prison. Diogenes might have rolled in his carriage instead of his tub. In his 64th year, Cicero was assassinated, that being exactly the period of life when easy-going gentlemen who care no more for truths than cows do for roast beef retire from business to enjoy ease and plenty. The usual way in which truth confers immortality upon the discoverer is by causing his death. Among the sufferers from truth must be enumerated Miss Helen Crozier. The mighty Columbus himself, wandering over Europe, seeking for some prince to put faith in his dreams of continents beyond the seas, was not more laughed at than the above-mentioned young lady whenever she insisted that on a certain moonlit night she had beheld suspicious-looking men prowling about the grounds at Swanborough. Her heroic behavior in firing the gun caused innumerable allusions to be made to her great capacity for shooting with the longbow. She flew into passions which made her eyes appear most becomingly bright. She stamped with her little foot until her heel ached. She slapped her pretty hands until the palms tingled, but to no effect. She frequently inquired whether she ought to believe what she had seen with her own eyes. and was, by way of answer, favored with several interesting instances of curious optical delusions. It became a custom among her jocose friends, whenever they met, to inquire whether her repose had lately been disturbed any more by robbers. Very intimate friends, who dared to take liberties with the young lady, hinted that probably the robber had been some love-sick youth, about to commence a serenade beneath her lattice. Whenever the captain wrote to his sister, he never missed inquiring whether she had shot any more ghosts. These constant doubtings and contradictions began to affect the unfortunate damsel's health. She grew nervous and snappish. Her own maid, Harriet, who had been 6 years in the family, was so frequently ordered to leave the house that very instant that she grew quite accustomed to the command and refused to pay it the slightest attention. The spot where Helen had seen Vautrin standing had the next morning been carefully examined by the police and neighbors. No traces of footsteps could be discovered. In vain did Miss Crozier affirm that she wounded someone, and uselessly did she give imitations of the cry of pain that followed her shot. Not a drop of blood could be found, and her exertions went for nothing. The constables, not liking to contradict her, said the whole affair was very curious. Her father desired her not to be so sentimental and absurd. Her brother suggested, per post, nightmare, and inquired carefully into what she had eaten for supper. And everybody laughed at the miserable Helen, who, after all, was correct in everything she had said. No watchdog ever guarded a house more carefully than did this unhappy young lady ever since that eventful night. Her nerves were completely shattered. She could not sleep a wink for nights. The window near the ground was grated with thick iron bars, but even that did not dispel her fears. She bought a most villainous cur from a boy in the village, a restless, discontented beast that barked itself into a sore throat if a cricket began to chirp. Every night did this sour-hearted dog sleep in Miss Helen's bedchamber, and, by the great number of its false alarms, caused its amiable owner to pass the greater portion of her bedtime either peeping into the garden from behind the blind, or listening with the most acute interest to detect the sound of the supposed robbers ascending the stairs. Now she could distinctly hear the gravel of the walks crunching beneath a heavy boot. Now it was the crack of a lucifer stuck in the hall. More than once the old banker caught her wandering about the house at 3 in the morning to make sure that the servants had bolted some particular door or other she had been dreaming about. She became the Cassandra of the household, always predicting the fall of the Swarnborough Troy, and always being laughed at for her warnings. When her father was away of an evening, she was too timid to sit alone, and insisted upon one of the maids keeping her company. Every female in the house dreaded her society on these occasions, for at least once an hour something occurred to make them both tremble and turn pale with fear. It was one constant inquiry of, "What was that, Harriet?" or, "Did you hear anything, Harriet?" A rose branch scratching against the window would make their eyes open to the size of soap bubbles. A shouting in the road would make them jump as if a black beetle had nipped their ankles. So nervous was the unhappy young lady that she dared not even look at the portrait of her poor buried mother when once the lamp had been lighted, for the eyes seemed to have life in them and to be staring at her as she sat still, or to follow her about the room whenever she stirred. Another constant cause of alarm were the window curtains. Every night, after the shutters had been closed, these long curtains were drawn closely together. On stormy nights, the wind found its way through the cracks of the woodwork and caused the drapery to bulge out, somewhat as if someone were concealed behind the cloth. Instantly the little mistress would direct the attention of the maid to the suspicious-looking appearance of the curtain. In a half-joking tone, for she was ashamed of being thought a coward, Helen would ask whether anybody wouldn't swear a man was hidden behind the hangings. The servant acquiescing, and the cloth continuing to swell out and move, the two girls would at last grow so alarmed that neither of them had the power to move. In vain would Helen call out in a commanding voice, "If there is a man behind that curtain, I order him to come out." In vain were books thrown at the supposed housebreaker. The usual end to the scene of terror was to ring the bell for the footman and, on the pretense that the shutter was not properly fastened, ensnare that unsuspecting menial into risking his liveried form in an encounter with the imaginary assassin. One night, the vigilant cur was so restless and savage that it became a question with its mistress whether it was going mad or really heard thieves. It sniffed at the crack under the parlor door and barked with remarkable strength of lungs. Even pats on the head and gruff orders to "Be quiet, sir," failed to have any other effect than to change its noisy bursts into continuous growling. The old gentleman writing in the library rang the bell twice to desire that the animal should either be turned into the yard or kept quiet. It continued to creep cautiously about the room, with its tail tucked tightly between its legs and its ears pricked up as stiff as fir cones, snarling and yelping most perseveringly. Even in the bedroom the rebellious little imp refused to be comforted. It kept its eyes fixed on the window and grumbled sternly. Its unfortunate mistress felt certain that some evil threatened the family. She lay trembling in her bed, expecting every moment to hear the front door forced in with a crash. She endured this torment of mind for more than an hour, but at last summoned up sufficient courage to creep to the window and very slightly draw aside the blind and look into the garden. She nearly fell forward with fear and clutched at a chair by her side with such force that her fingernails were bent backwards like the nibs of quill pens. Standing on the lawn, almost in the same spot she had fired at, was a tall figure. He was staring up at the house, as if studying every window in its walls. When he saw the reflection of Miss Helen's head and shoulders cast by the nightlight upon the white blind, his form retired slowly to the thick shrubs and disappeared behind them. As soon as he was out of sight, the young lady recovered strength enough to commence screaming. Followed by the barking dog, she flew to her father's room, and between her gasps announced to the alarmed gentleman that robbers were about to break into the premises. One by one the servants in their nightgowns, with shawls thrown hastily over their shoulders, came creeping downstairs. Windows were thrown open, and a dozen heads thrust forth to look after the marauders. The night air was cold, and the inmates quickly came to the conclusion that it was a false alarm. Mr. Nathaniel Crozier grew angry. He frowned, and despite his tall nightcap, looked terrible with rage. 2 of the maids were desired to take their beds down into Miss Helen's room and pass the night there. "If she has any more of these hysterical attacks," said the banker, "let the groom saddle the pony and gallop over to the doctor's. I'll put an end to these midnight disturbances." It was useless for poor Helen to vow and protest she saw someone staring up at the house. Her father would not even answer her, but closed his door and locked it whilst she was in the middle of her statement. The next morning, A severe talking to awaited the daughter when she descended to breakfast. She was told she must submit to medical treatment and have a little courage poured down her throat from physic bottles. Her parent professed himself shocked that a daughter of his should be so childish. "Even if you did see someone in the garden, is it so difficult to enter from the road?" argued Mr. Nathaniel. "What is there so dreadful in it that you must rush up and down the house like a banshee, frightening everybody out of their night's repose? How are the servants to do their work? I should not wonder if some report were spread about that the house is haunted or something of the kind, and not only will the domestics refuse to stop with us, but the value of the property will be considerably depreciated. And for this loss of domestic peace and money invested, I shall have to thank a young schoolgirl's romantic stupidities." The young lady, although annoyed at being styled a schoolgirl, began to weep. In her most beseeching voice, she implored her father to believe her. Again she prophesied that great evil was threatening the family of the Croziers. She even went so far as to mention the word death. If her father had seen the fellow's face staring up, with the full moonlight on it, he would, she was certain, think as she did. But papas are very slow to listen to the wisdom of their children. Her stern parent hinted unmistakably that if she persevered in her absurdity he should lose patience, and bade her attend to the teapot and leave robbers and such stuff to him. The wretched Cassandra moistened her dry toast with her tears and munched solemnly. Yet this unfortunate young lady had been most truthful in her warnings. It was Vautrin whom she had seen, and there was evil in his eye as he scowled upon the building. But the earnestness of his daughter's manner had, despite himself, impressed the old banker. Whilst the daylight lasted, he treated her cautionings with apparent indifference. The darkness of the night is the time for fear. As the gloom of evening set in, he grew nervous. The head groom was sent for, and orders given that the big house dog should be unchained and allowed to roam about the grounds till morning. The old man was ashamed to betray his fears before his servant, and, assuming a laugh, stated that his daughter had teased him into these foolish measures. Before proceeding to bed, he saw to the fastenings of the door, trying the bolts with his own hands. A staircase window over the portico attracted his notice from the facilities it offered to any speculative burglar. It struck him that a few iron bars might not be misplaced. Then he retired to rest, thinking to himself what steps he should take, supposing an attack should be made upon the premises. As he could not sleep, he left the candle burning, a thing he had not done for years. Yes, the banker was afraid. There was only one man in the world whom he really dreaded. He hated Vautrin and feared him. "It is an unequal match between us," he argued. "That rogue doesn't care a curse what he does. He has no property to lose, no reputation to risk. I wish the scoundrel would die and leave me at peace." Curiously enough, the thoughts of the very man the banker was cursing were bent upon the same subject. He was leaning over the fireplace in rough-headed Tom's kitchen, and, as he watched the wood smoldering, said to himself, "It's a hard fight. The old rogue has money and the law on his side. He has only to raise his voice and the police are at his elbow. But hang him, or hang me. I'll be even with him. It shall be a clean slate between us before I have ended the business." As the banker could not sleep, he rose, and, slipping on his dressing-gown, passed the time in letter-writing. A hurried note was scrawled to the village smith, giving directions about the bars for the staircase window. Then he began a note to his brave soldier boy, Merton. "Your sister," ran part of the letter, has gone crazy lately and will insist that the house is to be attacked by thieves or some such stupidity. I fear the girl will be ill unless something is done to quiet her alarm. I am very angry, but at the same time, I cannot help pitying her. Her terror is so sincere. I am sorry to interfere with you, my dear Merton, but I should be pleased if you would run down to Swanborough and pass a week with us. Indeed, I insist on this, so do not disappoint me. I've ordered the footman to sleep with loaded pistols by his bedside. You are a soldier, and your presence would have a very excellent effect upon poor Helen, who is really suffering. I shall expect you by the day after tomorrow, at the latest. End of section 54. Section 55 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 22 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. A Wedding Trip. To console the unfortunate of this world, some humane philosopher started a theory that more men were ruined by success than by failures. A gentleman who has just passed the insolvent court and finds himself at 2 o'clock on a wet morning without twopence to pay for a night's shakedown may feel a glow of satisfaction from this paralogism, but until Whitecross Street is crowded with prisoners possessed of 5,000 a year, or the House of Correction be crammed with vagabonds who keep their carriages, we cannot place perfect confidence in this curious speculation in morals. There was Captain Crozier. Was he a ruin? If it be insisted that he was, then we must add that never was a ruin in a more perfect state of repair. His ivy of remorse was neatly clipped and trained. The weeds of repentance were most carefully kept under. He ate and drank with a heartiness pleasant to behold, and altogether was healthy and amiable. Unfortunately for his victim, the only chance he ran of being ruined was from his indecision of mind. He never once lost sight of the object he had in view, but he loitered on the way and rested often on the road. Yet he was successful. Bertha was most decidedly his. He had only to call a cab and order her to step into it, and she would have obeyed. He was like a timid man at a gambling table. He longed to join in the game and win as his noble friends had done, but yet he held back, nervously calculating the chances of losing. Whilst the ball was moving, he felt undecided, and it was not until it stopped that he determined on making the venture. Thus it was only when adverse circumstances dimmed his hopes of making the delightful Bertha his, that he felt the gratification of his desires was necessary to his happiness. But the moment the path appeared easy and conquest seemed certain, he drew back to think the matter over and repent. His mind was a miserable coasting vessel that could only steer its course so long as the rocks were in view. The pretty Bertha pined and thought. At times her dear merchant treated her most coldly, ordering her about in a commanding tone, as if he wished purposely to remind her that, after all, she was only a maidservant. Then the poor girl would regret the days when she lived so peaceably under Miss Tomsey's roof, and, restored to reason by her sorrowful thoughts, allow her brain to rebel against her heart until she was thoroughly convinced of the impossibility of ever being Mrs. Captain Crozier. How charmingly, When he again evinced symptoms of wishing to renew their love, she would warn him to leave her in peace, and permit her to try and forget they had ever met. "You are ashamed of me now," she would say very sorrowfully, in a clear voice, without a sob in it, although the tears ran down her cheeks. "Of course you will deny it, but I can tell from your ways that you are. It is much better that we should part, better for you, and 1,000 times better for me. It would kill me, don't laugh, I'm speaking seriously, it would kill me if you should ever consider that I disgraced you. When they asked what I had been, when they inquired who my mother was, I know you would feel terribly sorry that we ever met. Do go away. I think I could bear it now. At least, I can promise you shall never know if the separation is more than I can endure." As, when a lusty poker, wielded by a broad-palmed hand, is driven among the dull red embers, the flame with each thrust springs upwards to the chimney, so did these iron words arouse the dormant affection in the grates of the captain's bosom, and send his hot love leaping to his throat. He swore and vowed, he knelt and pressed, and gradually the glow of his love imparted its warmth to the chilled heart of the fair one. In a book of domestic economy, there is an excellent recipe for making a good, cheap fire. The author says, "Damp the cinders with a little water, and they will burn exceedingly well." The tears from Bertha's eyes had this effect on the dull black dust of Merton's burnt-out nature. It was after such a scene as the one above described that the captain, in the full heat of his affection, had gone out to cool his ardent love and commune with himself in the seclusion of the back streets of Camberwell. "Poor little thing," he thought to himself. "I can't bear to see her cry. Her sorrow is so confoundedly calm, it frightens me. I know she'd kill herself somehow or other if I left her. And although I don't believe in ghosts, yet I should always be thinking of her, and that's as bad. There are all those things I bought for her lying at my place in Harley Street. What the deuce could I do with them? They're too large for Helen, so I couldn't give them to her. Besides, it looks so odd making presents of linen to one's sister. Hang me if I know what to do. I love her better than she thinks. Confound her." In the midst of his reflections, he felt someone touch him on the shoulder. He instantly recognized the countenance of Jack Towser, formerly of his regiment. But Jack Towser had very materially altered since they had last met. Formerly, Jack Towser had been a great dandy. Now he was most undoubtedly ragged. His hat was dented and coppery. His coat was as patched as a barge sail, and his boots opened and gaped like the shells of a dead oyster. The dashing Merton hunted with his eyes for Jack's shirt, but even if he had drawn the cover of the closely pinned waistcoat, it is doubtful whether any linen lay concealed beneath. "Good heaven, Jack!" cried Merton. "What is the matter?" Jack had been a great fellow in his time. He drove a spanking curricle and never wore a coat more than a fortnight. His tailors worked for him night and day. Jack used to worry cats to death with bulldogs in his drawing-room and play blind hookey for 3 days and nights at a time. Now his money was gone. His wits had returned, and he admitted he had been a great fool. He told a mournful story about no dinners and no baccy. His former companion in arms understood the meaning of the complaint, and when they reached a deserted street, took money from his purse. In the evening, Merton weeded his wardrobe and carried round to Jack's garret a bundle of clothes that any dealer of cast-off apparel would have been happy to purchase for 10 sovereigns. This Jack Towser, in the days of his magnificence, had been a desperate admirer of the female sex. The captain could remember several wonderful stories that had been told at the mess table of his extraordinary impudence and success. "He is the very man I've been wanting," thought Merton. "He knows nothing about Bertha, Mother Hazelwood, or her workhouse. Neither need I mention how long I've been after her. By Jove, it seems like a providence, my meeting him." Of an evening the captain would slip a bottle of brandy into his pocket and go round to Jack's and smoke, drink, and chat. The quondam buck had descended from the roof to the ground floor. After the third visit, Merton took Jack into his confidence. He told a long story about his meeting with Bertha in Kensington Gardens some few weeks since, and detailed the conversation they had whilst he was following her home. He took great credit to himself for his tact in engaging rooms in her mother's house. He related many other imaginary incidents with such excessive minuteness that Jack knew he was lying, although he was too clever to say as much, but only laughed and vowed it did him good to hear such jolly stories. "She's a respectable girl, and deuced well educated and that sort of thing," continued Merton, not so much on Bertha's account as his own. "I never saw anyone so head over heels in love with a fellow as she is with me. Of course, it's her game to hook me into a marriage, and mine to fight shy of the business, and yet the rum thing is she's ready to bolt with me whenever I like. What would you advise me to do?" Such gentlemen as Jack Towser are not long in framing schemes, for their ideas are not governed by any delicacy of feeling or the slightest respect for the person to be deceived. The night's conversation appeared to have led to a highly satisfactory result, for, on leaving, Merton squeezed his friend's hand warmly and said, "I'm confoundedly obliged to you, old boy. Not a word to anyone. Keep it dark. And mind, it's a bargain. You help me in this little affair, and I'll stand a 50. All the captain's affection for Bertha now returned. He began once more to look in her face and make strange noises in his throat. He asked her 50 times a day if she really loved him, and poured blessings on her head as she modestly blushed in reply. Then he inquired if she had carefully hidden away her wedding ring, and looked pleasantly sly as she assured him it was not lost. The lovesick maiden felt so light-hearted with joy that she seemed to walk on clouds. Her darling Merton was himself again. His beautiful smiles had returned to his handsome face. He was all goodness and truth. Now the fond lover began to press his beloved with great importunity to name the day. He pretended to be seriously offended when she implored him to allow her to consult her mother. "What?" he cried. "This from you, Bertha, when you know as well as I do how important it is that our union should be kept secret? Would you ruin me, dearest angel? Surely it cannot make much difference whether your mother hears of our marriage a day or sooner or later. Beautiful but imprudent girl, you wrong me, for this looks like suspicion." But he teased her and allowed her no rest until the wedding day was fixed. All his arrangements were laid before her with an appearance of the greatest candor. They were to be united at the registrar's office. It was, he said, a much quieter and more sensible method than at the church. So as not to arouse the mother's suspicions, he was to quit Camberwell the day before. The next morning they were to meet. Her clothing was already at the lodgings in Harley Street. He would have everything ready for leaving London the moment after the ceremony. Then for years of happiness and delight. Bertha? 3 days before the eventful morning arrived, Merton received his father's letter, summoning him to Swanborough to protect the house and its inmates. He couldn't help laughing when he read the epistle. "Just the thing," he thought. "It'll make our wedding trip. Couldn't have happened better. There's a capital hotel at Elbury. I can leave her at the Royal George and gallop over to the governor's, blow him up, and rush back again to Bertha." Time flew on. Portmanteaus were packed, locked, and strapped. and Mr. Cutler was informed that for 3 weeks at least he might consider himself his own master. The cab was called, and off rattled the bridegroom. He was the first at the rendezvous. With his watch in hand, he waited impatiently for the fair one. He thrust his head frequently from the window, and cursed and swore as he looked anxiously up and down the road. At last she came, with tears in her eyes, and with a face full of wretchedness, to implore of him to let her remain with her mother. He drew her into the cab, and, whispering an address to the cabman, ordered him to drive rapidly. The man saw that something was up, and, dreaming of a little bit of gold, lashed his horse into full speed. Presently the captain told Bertha they had reached the registrar's office. He alighted first, and inquired if Mr. Towser was at home. She hesitated to leave the cab, but in a snappish voice he bade her make haste, saying that these public officials did not like to be kept waiting. So she was introduced to Mr. Towser, the registrar, a thin gentleman with a dissipated face, but solemnly clothed in black. He also wore a white neckcloth and steel spectacles. Crozier, repeated the registrar, as if the name was familiar to him, and at the same time hunting over his books. Perfectly correct, sir. The notice was left with me 3 weeks since, he added, as if reading an entry. Is this the lady? He asked, raising his solemn face. When Bertha had faintly smiled in answer, he continued, Then we had better commence the ceremony at once. Step this way. For fear Bertha should refuse to put faith in the excessively short ceremonial known as a marriage before the registrar, the captain had cunningly purchased a law book on the subject, and, to prepare her mind, had not only shown her the printed description of the rite, but even made her read the words out loud. The couple were ushered into a front drawing-room, in one corner of which was a desk. Then, looking fearfully solemn, Jack Towser proceeded to business. First, the captain had to declare that he, Merton Crozier, was anxious to make her, Bertha Hazelwood, his wedded wife, and also to declare that he knew of no just cause or impediment why he, Merton Crozier, should be thwarted in his desires. The poor girl, who felt as if her tongue was withered, was made to repeat that she, Bertha Hazelwood, was equally anxious to be united to him, Merton Crozier. Finally, Mr. Jack Towser, turning up his eyes from excess of zeal, solemnly declared that the two were tightly joined together, and, with the signing of names in a big book with a red cover, the ceremony was declared to be at an end. It made Bertha start when Mr. Jack Towser, in his gruff voice, addressed her as Mrs. Crozier. She also noticed that when Merton paid the registrar his fees, it was with a note for £50, and she could not help thinking how much more expensive it was to be married in that quiet manner than at the church by the regular process. It did both their hearts good to hear the registrar wish them a pleasant honeymoon. He spoke in such an affectionate manner, hoping that their lives would be one long sunny holiday, undisturbed by the slightest conceivable cloud, and praying that their family would grow up around them a blessing to their parents and a glory to the nation. He was only checked in his benedictions by the captain inquiring when the marriage certificates would be made out and ready for him. How very considerate of dear Merton, thought Bertha, who was extremely desirous of possessing documentary evidence of her lawful union. The papers were to be prepared and waiting by the time they returned from their wedding trip. They drove down to the railway station. She was so flurried and so supremely happy that it seemed as if the hobbling old cab-horse flew over the ground with lightning speed, so rapidly did the time pass. They held each other by the hand, and, whenever her companion muttered, "Darling Bertha," she sighed, "Dearest Merton." Seated in the railway carriage, this scoundrel felt his soul shrink up within him as he calmly contemplated his villainy. She, poor, unhappy victim was unconsciously smiling on him, worshipping with her eyes the generous man who, forgetting her humbleness and his own grandeur, could raise her to the dignity of his wife. He could not for some time talk to her. If it had been possible, he would at that moment have let her go, unharmed. But by some curious fatality, it would seem as if these virtuous impulses only enter the heart at the exact time when it is impossible to comply with them. Encouraging himself with the consoling thought that it was now too late to back out of the business, and that he must go through with it as best he could, he placed his arm round her waist and began to chat most amiably. He warned her, in a tender voice, which seemed to deny his words, that occasionally, perhaps twice or thrice a year, they might have quarrels and disputes. He tried to convince her that he was now and then irritable. He went so far as to confess that he was at times overbearing and exacting. "But, my dearest angel," he continued, "you will soon teach me to be a better man. When you see that I am inclined to quarrel, you will conquer me by your amiability. We shall live so happily that all the world will be envious of our great joy. My pretty little wife shall be the envy of the men, and all the women shall bite their nails with vexation that they have not married such a constant, doting husband as I shall prove. Eh, Bertha?" Then the silly girl began to chatter about the future. "Never, dear Merton," she said, "let us have any secrets away from each other. Whatever you may do, I will forgive you if you will confide in me. It would break my heart, dear, if I thought you considered me unworthy to be trusted, because it would seem as if you had withdrawn your love from me." "Blessed angel!" exclaimed Crozier in a rapture. "How can you suspect me of ever deceiving you? I promise you that you shall share every thought. I will take no important step in life without previously consulting you. Your advice shall have more influence over me than even my own judgment. Does that calm your fears, my beautiful little wife?" They smiled with superlative fondness, and gazed on each other's eyes for an unusually long time. "I shall be so jealous of you, Bertha," sighed Crozier, as he felt his sight grow misty. "Already I hate men, because I know they will admire you. I was foolish to marry such a pretty wife." Is it to be wondered at if the poor child had no suspicion of the infamous cheat that had been plotted against her honour? When the journey was about half over, it suddenly struck the captain that the name of Crozier was one very well known to the inhabitants of Elbury. It would never do, he considered, to take Bertha to the first hotel in this town and style her Mrs. Crozier. The old man would be sure to hear of it, or some busybody would certainly carry to his sister Helen the news that her brother was married. That would about blow up the whole business. If his name had not been painted in huge white letters on the waterproof coverings of his portmanteaus, he would have assumed a false one. It was very awkward indeed. In the first place, there's a certain delight and importance in being able to talk of "my wife," which he was sorry to miss. It seemed like talking of his property. It was 100-fold better than speaking of "my groom" or "my horses." He was fond of that. He longed to be able to ask waiters and chambermaids whether Mrs. Crozier had ordered dinner, or if Mrs. Crozier had arranged about the apartments. But, hard as it was to forego this self-glorification, he felt he must defer the enjoyment until they left Elbury. He showed Bertha the letter he had received from his father, and told her that, as they would pass within a few miles of Swanborough, he would leave her at a hotel whilst he paid a visit to his parent and laughed him out of his fears. It wouldn't take long, he promised, for the old gentleman was as sensible as a bench of bishops put together, and would soon listen to reason. "In the meantime, dearest," he continued nervously, "I think it would be better, not that I care much, although until the proper time arrives for declaring ourselves, it is a highly prudent measure, it would be better, my love, for you to go by an assumed name. I can say you are a Mrs. Tattenham, whom I am escorting to Southampton. It will only be for a short time. I shall only be away for about 3 hours, and then we can take a post-chaise and hurry on to the next town. Do you object to this, my darling?" She did object, and felt hurt at the proposition. It struck her as being odd that within so short a date of their union it should be necessary for her to forego her husband's name. But then she suddenly remembered that this was not the first time he had warned her it was necessary the marriage should be kept secret, and, with as much good nature as she could summon, she consented to his wishes. The waiters at the Royal George danced about with remarkable activity when Captain Crozier's trunks were handed down from the railway fly. Mine host turned out to attend to the rich banker's son. A handsome sitting-room was ordered for Mrs. Tattenham, and a bottle of sherry and some biscuits were placed before the travellers. The landlord seemed quite wounded in his feelings when he heard the captain only intended to remain in Elbury for a few hours. He said he would have exerted himself to the utmost to make his stay agreeable. "Why, you silly fellow," replied the captain, "if I went anywhere I should put up at Swanborough. There's plenty of room there. I'm escorting Mrs. Tattenham to Southampton, or you wouldn't have seen me. As it is, I've only just time to eat a hurried dinner, so pray consult with Mrs. Tattenham about what there is in the house fit to be eaten." "I wish you wouldn't call me Mrs. Tattenham," thought Bertha. "Makes me feel cold all over, as if something were going to happen. I shall be glad when we leave the place." They dined at 3 o'clock, to allow Crozier plenty of time to make his visit to his father. It was a pleasant repast, not so much on account of the viands the host provided as for the loving conversation which they held. Had any inquisitive waiter been listening at the keyhole, the secret of the supposed marriage would soon have been discovered. The captain invariably addressed the imaginary Mrs. Tattenham by such endearing terms as "my life," "my love," or "my sweetest pet." The matter under discussion was of a monetary character. The gallant officer hinted that possibly Mrs. Crozier would occasionally find that a little cash was useful, and informed her that she was to consider his purse as her own. "I would not hurt your feelings, my darling, by doing as most men do, for I consider it a most blackguardy and impertinent thing to allowance your wife to so much weekly. It seems to me like paying wages. No, my sweet lamb, remember that whatever I have is yours." This singular gentleman felt a great delight in mimicking the ways of a lawful husband. With a delicacy that pierced clean through Bertha's heart, he took from his pocket his own purse and handed it over to her, crammed as it was with notes, saying that for the future she should be the banker. But he could not help the thought crossing his mind that it would be excessively easy to check this unbounded trust at any moment he liked. "Does good now, and soon stopped by and by when we are more intimate and she grows extravagant," he repeated to himself. A horse was ordered, and the captain rode away, his fine military figure looking most imposing as he turned round in his saddle to wave his hand to his beautiful Bertha. The 3 hours he was to have been absent passed. Then she went to the window again to watch for his return, and stood there, poor little thing, for another 3 hours, until it was so dark she could not see 10 yards down the road. But she listened very industriously. In vain did the waiter enter the room to know if Mrs. Tattenham would have tea served. The same answer was constantly given. "No, I thank you. Captain Crozier intends leaving Elbury the minute he returns." 9 o'clock struck, and her nervousness was such that the slamming of a door was enough to make her burst into tears. At last, the waiter again entered with a letter and a bunch of keys on the silver salver. She almost guessed what the note was about even before she read it. "My pretty darling," it began, "the people here are mad, and the old man worse than anyone. He swore at me and commanded me not to leave the house. I was obliged to obey him, for not only is he my father, but worth at least a couple of 100,000. Queer way of beginning our honeymoon, isn't it? Never mind, sweetest. I send the keys. Go to bed, and have breakfast ready by 8, for I shall have my arm round your waist by that hour. By 11 o'clock, a pair of interesting small bottines were placed outside Mrs. Tattenham's bedroom door. The boots could only just find room enough on the soles to chalk the number of the chamber. End of section 55. Section 56 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 23 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Mr. Vautrin, Jr. visits the continent. To a gentleman with nothing to do but to try and make the time between breakfast and dinner pass as rapidly as possible, a daily newspaper is invaluable assistance. He feels as if the doings of the entire globe were put in evidence before him. His armchair becomes a judgment seat, and he frowns with sternness over the tripping and backsliding of his brother and sister millions. For 4 pence daily he shares with cats the privilege of looking kings in the face. Ministers and members of Parliament are as fearlessly criticized as dinner, port, and sherry. In this innocent manner did Lieutenant Grant, R.N., indulge himself. Now he was a police magistrate, a Jardine or an Eliot, seated in the judgment armchair of Bow Street or Lambeth. Wives stabbed by husbands, scandalous case of fraud, and etc., etc., were brought before him. As he reads the reports, he felt as if the fines and committals were his doing. Or, if he took pleasure in continental news, he could, with the turn of an eye, enter the Tuileries as easily as if he were the Emperor himself, or attend a meeting of ministers in the Queen of Spain's audience chamber. "Bless my heart," the RN would sometimes exclaim, "another change of ministry in Greece. Confound the fellows, they are always changing." And yet the lieutenant cared no more for Greece and its rulers than I do for the sea-slug soup of the Chinese. But he paid 4 pence daily for his newspaper, and felt bound to offer his opinion on the events of the day. "Enjoying your paper, Papa?" the mild-voiced Lucy would ask, as her parent finished the last column in the last page. "Nothing in it, positively nothing," would be the answer, although the journal invariably contained some 20 yards of closely printed matter. The brave R.N. was also a constant subscriber to the local newspaper. It gave him pleasure to support a journal printed, as it were, under his very nose. He had a confused notion that he was assisting a neighbor and encouraging his own speculation. Frequently, after reading the leading articles of the Elbury newspaper, he would burst into a fit of swearing and strike the table till it hopped, declaring, between his oaths and blows, that the fellows on the little journal wrote infinitely better than the chaps in the Times. To such an extent did his enthusiasm carry him that on one occasion he insisted on reading aloud to Phil the remarks made by the editor upon the discovery just then made that an alarming quantity of forged notes had within the last year been circulated in the country. "By jingo, if the rogues see this, it ought to make them tremble in their confounded boots," roared the R.N. as he began to spout the leader. "The audacity with which this gang has proceeded in its infamous work, the nicety with which the spurious notes have been passed away, the curious completeness of the imitation, all prove that the villain who has organized this infamous robbery is a man of vast attainments, one who has degraded the blessings of education by converting them into the means of base and cowardly robbery. What do you think of that, Phil? That's good outspeaking, eh?" The young rogue who heard these words did tremble, if not in his boots, at least in his slippers. He felt his nerves and courage give way as he further heard that a local committee of inquiry had been instituted, at the head of which was Mr. Nathaniel Crozier, the respected banker. "We'll soon have the ruffian," roared the lieutenant with glee. The route which the utterer had taken was ingeniously traced. The towns through which he had passed were known by the victims he had left behind. He had advanced to within a few miles of Elbury, but as yet that town had not been visited with any calamity. Even the house of Crozier and Company had been deceived, and accepted the notes as genuine, so excellently had the Bank of England paper been imitated. No one was louder in his denunciation of the culprit than the culprit himself. By shouting with the mob, he hoped to escape its notice. The more alarmed he became, the more lustily he inveighed against the forgers. He even delivered his opinion as to the punishment he should like to inflict upon the rascals. Little did the tippling father-in-law think, as he applauded Phil's assumed virtuous indignation, that the real culprit sat scarcely the length of a policeman's arm from his side. Unfortunate Lucy often told Phil in the morning that he had been throwing his arms about in his sleep and tossing in the bed like a man with a fever. Then he would inquire anxiously if he had talked any nonsense in his dreams. "I should think you did," the unsuspecting wife would reply, "but you mumbled and jumbled your words up so that I could not understand a syllable. But I'll have a good laugh at you some of these fine mornings, and discover all your secrets." Under these distressing circumstances, it seemed to Phil that the wisest thing he could do would be to retire from Elbury for a short time. The police, with Nathaniel Crozier at their back, were almost at the threshold of his hiding place, and he had lost all power over himself, so that even the gabblings of his waking moments might convict him. But he was not so foolish as to decamp and arouse suspicion by his flight. He waited 3 or 4 anxious days, pondering over a sensible excuse for packing up his trunks. At last he saw advertised in the Times an announcement of some cheap excursion to Paris to view some fete or other. The subscribers were to be carried, housed, and fed for something less than the ordinary railway fare. Instantly Philip began to talk with Lucy about Paris. He dilated on its pleasures, reminded her that all the fashions came from there, asked her if she liked French cooking or preferred French boots and gloves, and hinted at Lyons velvet and cheap clocks, until at last he imbued her with so strong a desire to visit the capital of the polite that she began to calculate the expense of the trip and to prove that the cost would be a mere nothing. Like a good-natured, kind-hearted husband, Phil first laughed at his little wife's entreaties and gradually acceded to them. "She has set her heart upon this excursion, sir," he remarked to the not over-pleased lieutenant, "and I suppose I must let her have her own way. See what we poor husbands have to suffer. I shall just let her have a wine-glass of claret and a sniff at a French kitchen, and then bring her back again with a whole nosegay of roses on her pretty cheeks." With sorrow in his heart, the lieutenant, having written to a maiden sister to come and keep him company in his solitude, saw the young couple depart. He grew more and more depressed when the pony chaise with the trunks behind turned the corner of the road and disappeared. Nothing but the knowledge that he had the key of the sideboard in his pocket supported his drooping heart. The only consolation he felt was in following the route of his children almost step by step on their way to the French capital. Now, he thought, they are in London. I wonder at which hotel they are staying. I wish I had told them to go to the Chesterfield in Bruton Street. They might have tasted the 34 port. The next morning he considerably annoyed his spinster relation by arousing her from a steady doze to ask her opinion as to whether the sea was likely to be rough across the channel. "I should enjoy a good toss, you know," he shouted through the half-opened door, "but I'm afraid poor Lucy will be half killed." By the time Phil and his wife reached Paris, the old lieutenant wished sincerely in his heart that his daughter were back home again, but not so the young husband. He drew forth his purse, and, showing Lucy the 60 sovereigns that constituted his fortune, informed her that she must manage somehow or other to make them last for at least 6 months. She stared with wonder, for the poor thing thought they had journeyed for pleasure. He mumbled out some excuse about being in debt, and wishing to economize by living cheaply in France. He had not courage enough to tell her he had fled to escape shame and punishment. End of section 56. Section 57 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 24 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. A Bed of Thorns. The house was well protected when Nathaniel Crozier retired to rest. The men servants had pistols within arm's reach. The big dogs were wandering about the gardens, and, above all, the brave soldier son was to sleep in the spare bed. He would be a determined thief, indeed, that dared to face the gallant captain on the second-floor front. He would have given a hatful of sovereigns, that loving, martial youth, if he could have escaped from the parental roof and flown on the swift wings of love to the side of the adored Bertha. But he was a captive. Iron bars do not make a prison, but a stern father's iron will grates up every door and window. He had struggled hard for his liberty, sifting his miserable pate for the merest attempt at an excuse to be freed from his dungeon. The old gentleman had been forced to frown and talk loudly. He had been obliged to say cutting things about the ingratitude of sons, and eventually, when all entreaties had failed, to shout out imperative commands that his firstborn should remain beneath his roof. There had been quite a scene. When at length the unhappy son yielded, he did so with a heartbroken air, which the papa was quite unable to account for. It almost seemed to him as if Merton wished the house to be broken into and pillaged. About 11 o'clock the old gentleman jumped into his bed, and, feeling secure under the protection of one of Her Majesty's officers, made up for previous nights of restlessness by falling asleep with wondrous rapidity. The unhappy Merton stayed up until 2 in the morning, gazing at the moon and mourning over his miseries, until sighing changed to yawning, and he determined on burying his grief between the blankets. A snore of rich tone and volume soon gave proof that the blotting paper of oblivion had dried up his tears of anguish. The banker dreamed. He was seated in his office, and a man who years ago had failed, owing him a large sum of money, entered the room, carrying a heavy box. He had a confused idea that this man had long since died, and had no right to be walking the earth, but he was not frightened by the visit. The debtor told him that he had at last come to clear off his liabilities, and pointed to the ponderous chest. They had a long chat about bygone times, and then the lid of the box was raised. There was gold enough to fill a wheelbarrow. In the handsomest manner, the man begged of the banker to accept it all. Together they tried to move the treasure, but it seemed fixed as to the ground by its weight. Yet the man had before carried it easily as a bandbox. It seemed to old Crozier that he pushed and pushed at this chest until his hands bled, but it was only inch by inch that it yielded to his exertions. He called for his clerks to help him, but no one came. Then, without any cause or reason, it seemed to him that he was no longer in his office, but standing with the heavy chest on a hill not far from Swanborough. The treasure slipped from him and fell rolling down the declivity. With each revolution the money rattled as if it would burst asunder the wooden sides of the chest. It bumped over ditches and dashed against stones with an explosive noise. As he stood wringing his hands in despair, someone touched him on the shoulder, and he awoke. At first, in the confusion of drowsiness, he knew that a human being was standing by the bedside, but he never for 1 second thought of robbers. Gradually, as his brain settled itself and his eyes opened, he became aware that no one had authority at such an hour, in the dead of night, to shake him from his slumbers. He half raised himself from his pillow and mumbled out, "What is it? Who are you?" The answer made his eyes start open with sudden terror. "If you dare to move or call for assistance, I will dash your brains out." The banker stared and thought it prudent to obey. For a heavy life-preserver that carried an ugly conviction of danger in its manufacture was placed within 6 inches of his skull. A twist of the wrist, and he was a dead man. The robber threw the light of a dark lantern full upon old Crozier's face, and seemed to be examining his features. The banker submitted to all this passively, his mind busy in thinking whether the burglars would be able to find out the strong room where the plate was kept. He felt resigned to the loss of such stray silver as was in daily use. He knew exactly the value of everything on the premises. In an iron chest let into the wall of his dressing-room there was a bundle of notes, for which he trembled. A table stood before the metal door of this chest, and sincerely did the old man pray that it might escape detection. The strong light of the lantern was removed, and the banker, as he lay, looked round him. The drawers had been forced, and his clothing scattered about. "It was the noise of bursting the locks that made me dream," thought the old man, as calmly as if he were in a police court. Somebody who knew the premises well formed one of the robber band, for a secret drawer in which the old man kept his dear wife's jewels had been opened, and the red morocco caskets were evidently ransacked. He saw all this, yet there he lay, helpless, fearing even to breathe too loudly, lest the bludgeon above him should descend upon his grey head with a deadly stroke. The minutes fled slowly. His watch beneath his pillow throbbed and appeared almost to shake his head with its vibrating. He was gaining courage in the silence and meditating upon the policy of leaping suddenly from the bed and alarming the house. The only thing which restrained him was the idea that possibly Merton was as strongly guarded as himself. Much as he loved money, he loved his life better. The man by the bedside moved. He drew the heavy curtains back and leaned over the bed until his crape-covered face was so close to that of the banker that the latter could distinguish the glowing eyes beneath the heavy mask and see the beads of condensed breath on the fibers. The robber gazed at him attentively, and then, more as if speaking to himself, said, same as ever. I should have known him anywhere. You wear well, old man. Yours must have been an easy battle with the world, if wrinkles are to be counted as scars. Thank God I shall be able to swear to his voice, thought Crozier. Do you know me? Asked the robber. The banker tried to say no, but his throat and lips were dry with fear. Yet the man understood by the mere movement of the mouth what was meant. Have you no enemy in the world who would like to play you such a trick as this? Come, think, continued the ruffian. Try and call to mind the name of someone who hates you, of one who would work his fingers down to the knuckles to ruin you, who would pray or curse if his breath could blight you. The banker shook his head. Turn back that memory of yours, snarled the ruffian. Think of olden times. Have you wronged no one? Is there no blood on your hands? Do you expect no vengeance? The old man thought of the daughter that had died in prison, but he grew dogged at being so roughly questioned, and still shook his head. The ruffian began to lose temper. He breathed quickly with rage and leaned closer and closer over the bedside. By God, he cried, I could tear that strong heart of yours from your withered bosom, since it feels so little and knows no repentance. Look at me, man. Now do you know me? As he said this, he lifted up his mask of crape and scowled upon his prostrate victim. Vautrin, murmured Crozier, in a tone so devoid of astonishment that it was evident he had long ago recognized his tormentor. It is long since we last met, Vautrin said in a calm tone. Perhaps you never reckoned on seeing me again, I dare say. You have often prayed that I might leave the earth and make more room for you. Foolish old man. Many a night have I stood before this house, and, whilst you slept comfortably, sworn to have this meeting. You were the master then. I was not prepared. Now I am the better man. Each of these short sentences was accompanied by a different gesture, quickly changed, but all energetic and threatening. The man's vehemence prevented the banker from collecting his thoughts. The finger pointed close to his face. The fist, shaken before his eyes, frightened away his ideas. He could plan no means to escape punishment, and felt he was in the Frenchman's power. I've come to settle our long accounts, continued Vautrin. I will begin with system. First, where is my wife? Your daughter? No answer was given. Where is her child? My son, hissed Vautrin, bringing his mouth so close to the banker's face that the breath made the grey hairs flutter. Where are they? Answer me, or by the heavens above, it is your last chance of ever speaking again. She died, was all the old man had strength to reply. You killed her, quickly retorted Vautrin. She was your daughter. The life in her came from you, and you murdered her. If I offended you by making her my wife, was she the less your child? I was honest then. If she preferred my chances in the world to your wealth and power, did that rid you of a parent's duties? You beast, it was your hand that slew her. Shall I tell you how and where she died? The old man was wondering to himself how this Vautrin, after his cruel desertion of his wife, had the boldness to refer so calmly to her death. As he did not reply to the question, the other continued, She died in prison of a broken heart, praying God to forgive you that most wicked murder. The words sounded harshly in the old man's ear, and he shuddered. There was biting truth in them, and it gnawed at his heart. I tried to save her, he gasped. Old man, snarled Vautrin. As you hope for heaven, do not bar its entrance with lies. If the daughter was beyond your aid, why was the child cast aside? You have your excuse. I know it. You fudged up a report that your daughter was a mother but not a wife. Not contented with her life, you took away her honor as well. You defiled her grave with your unjust wickedness. Where is that boy, my son? As he asked this, Vautrin ground his teeth and shook his open hands over Crozier's face. That boy was turned loose upon the world. Your flesh and blood, sir, has been within a finger's length of the hangman's grip. Now I come to you for justice. Years ago, you knew that boy was lawfully begotten. He has told me of your offers to ship him away from England and, like so much rubbish, shoot him into the waste ground of Australia. What do you want? Asked Crozier. Is it money? The son-in-law looked at the old man with contempt. Then, with an assumed nobleness of manner, he said, How you have loved this money! For it you sent a daughter to a felon's prison to save your gold. A grandson was apprenticed to roguery and crime. Even now, when your life is mine, you call your money to the rescue and think to escape. Despite this virtuous harangue, the banker knew well enough the object of Vautrin's visit. I have come, sir, said the man, for my money and not for yours. I am not the robber. I am the victim, seeking justice against the thief. This is my law court. 6 months ago your wife died. You knew my son was lawfully begotten. Even the marriage certificate was shown you. Why was he defrauded of his inheritance? Answer me that. The threatening manner in which the thick fingers closed around the bludgeon made Crozier tremble. He saw the hand grow white as the violent straining of the grip forced the blood away. Hurriedly he replied, Yes, I was wrong. I admit it. He shall be righted. I swear it. I give you 3 weeks, added Vautrin. And if by then you do not fulfill your word, you die. That is my oath. Be it so. I agree, the banker cried eagerly. Now, give me the key of your iron chest, Vautrin continued. You forgot to present your daughter with a marriage portion when I took her as my wife. You used to keep your money in that safe. Whatever it contains, I will accept as the forgotten dower. A hope crossed the banker's mind. He would arise and, whilst appearing to comply with Vautrin's order, make so much noise that he should alarm the house and bring the servants to his aid. First he began to cough, pretending that the cold, after he left the warm bed, affected his lungs. Then, as he went shivering to the dressing-room where the iron safe stood, he upset a chair and knocked against a table. An old hand like Vautrin was not to be easily deceived. He observed mildly to the banker, You better transact this business quietly. I have friends downstairs. If anyone attempted to enter this room, do you know what I should do? Kill you. The hand of the banker shook as he tried to place the big key in the lock of his chest. The heavy door, as it opened, did not groan more than did the unfortunate victim's spirit. The robber stood over him and ordered him to pull out paper after paper. Make haste, sir, growled Vautrin. You have notes here. I advise you to find them rapidly. It was a heavy bundle, thick as a roll of ribbons. It made Vautrin's waistcoat pocket bulge out, as if he carried his handkerchief there. He knew by the banker's face that the amount was heavy. His good humor returned. He remarked in a pleasant tone, We have not finished yet, but in a few minutes you shall be rid of me. You must sign this paper. He drew forth a stamped document. "A little legal affair," explained the rogue, "stating that, in consideration of your affection for me, you have, of your own free will, presented me with the amount of these notes. I will fill in the amount tomorrow when I have reckoned it up. I thought it would prevent any after unpleasantness. Now, to bed again. Fulfill your oath, and I'll promise never to trouble you again." He blew out the night-light, placed his lantern in his pocket, and withdrew, locking the door after him. Very quietly did Crozier remain in his bed, listening to catch some sound indicating the departure of the robbers. He struck his repeater frequently to learn how the time passed. He was perfectly astonished to find that what he considered at least half an hour was only a few minutes. The house was so silent that he had misgivings whether he might not be the only living man in it. At last he found courage to ring the bell. He pulled at it until the wires stretched and looped from the ceiling. Then came a quick footstep, and a voice asked if the master wanted anything. "Unlock the door," was the hasty command. The footman, with his coat slipped over his nightdress, stared in wonder as the excited Crozier told him that thieves had broken into the house and stripped the place. The servant looked in amazement on the disordered room and forced drawers, and, believing after he had seen, set up a shout for help that caused the bedroom doors to open and inquiries to be made with marvelous rapidity. Where was the gallant soldier that should have guarded the citadel? The father flew upstairs to seek the bold son, calling out passionately for the sluggard to arise, but his angry voice ceased suddenly. He saw a form lying full length across the passage, and in an instant felt that it was his child. The servants heard the old man whine and sob, and hurried to his help. The lifeless body of the firstborn was raised and carried to the bed. Whilst father and sister mourned over the corpse, men were galloping on swift horses to summon doctors from far and near, whilst others, half-dressed, ran through the village, shouting for help and the police. Soon the house was crowded with constables and surgeons. The pulse was felt, eyes exchanged sad glances, and the lancet cases were returned to the pocket. The men of science retired and left the case to the men of the law. There was no hope, unless it was for vengeance on the slayer. End of section 57. Section 58 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 25 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Accounts are settled. There was one poor creature connected with that unhappy family who, all unconscious of evil, rose cheerfully from her bed, thankful that the daylight had returned again to send her dear Merton to her side. He would be there at 8, she thought. 2 hours more of patient waiting, and his arm would be round her waist and his lips on her cheek. The sad news came harshly upon her. Had the people of the hotel known how dearly she had loved that wretched man, they would have dribbled out the miserable tidings, so that she might have guessed at her sorrow. But to them she was merely Mrs. Tattenham, a friend of the dead captain. The landlord undertook to carry up the intelligence. He rather liked the office. He gave strict orders to the waiters not to speak a word. He would manage the business. Whilst the breakfast cloth was being laid, Bertha stood, watching at the window. She desired the waiters not to bring up the eggs until Captain Crozier arrived. They answered, "Yes, mum," in their usual tone, but could not help strange thoughts passing through their minds. The landlord made his appearance. Bertha wondered what he could have to say to her, and listened coldly to the remarks he passed upon the weather. At length he coughed, and commenced the speech he had prepared. "Sad affair that, last night, ma'am, at Swanborough. They say Mr. Nathaniel Crozier is nearly out of his mind." She listened inquiringly. "You've not heard of the robbery, then, ma'am? They broke in about 2 this morning, and, I am told, carried off an amazing quantity of things." Having reached this climax of his news, the landlord coughed again, and hesitatingly said, "I hope you will not give way, ma'am, or allow your feelings to overcome you, but no hopes are entertained of Captain Crozier's recovery. In fact, he is no more." Poor Bertha! They put her to bed, and the same doctors who in the morning had stood round the dead body of Merton Crozier were now consulting over the almost lifeless form of the girl he would have ruined. She lay without consciousness for 2 days. The women of the house came often to the bed and spoke to her, but not a limb was moved in answer. The doctors sighed when they felt her pulse, and then said such things as, "Life is trembling in the scale, and we must trust to nature. That is our only chance." The nurse had stringent orders to force open the lips and drop ether into the mouth. "Miss 1/2 hour," said the medical gentleman, "and she dies." The inquest on Merton Crozier's body took place. The surgeons who performed the post-mortem examination gave it as their opinion that the deceased had died from disease of the heart, accelerated by excitement. One man, when he read this verdict of the jury, drew a deep sigh, as if a heavy load were taken off his shoulders. The fellow called Tater Trap Sam knew more than the doctors. He remembered very well the struggle that had taken place on the landing, and how he had held a thick cloth to the dead man's mouth to smother his cries. It is possible that the captain died of a diseased heart, but Tater Trap Sam was certainly accelerating the cause. 3 days after the funeral, a lady in deep mourning insisted upon seeing Mr. Nathaniel Crozier. He repeatedly sent word he wished to be private and could not be disturbed in his affliction, but the visitor was stubborn. Finding that her entreaties were of no avail, she called for pen and paper, and on the hall table wrote a letter, which she signed, "Your daughter, Bertha Crozier." She was admitted. He pitied her because she wept so bitterly, and therefore listened patiently to her story. His quick brain soon understood the part his son had acted. The private marriage at the registrar's, and Merton's disinclination to introduce his bride into his father's family, were sufficient for the banker to guess the remainder of the romance. But he was softened by the loss of his well-beloved son. He had the mercy not to undeceive the poor girl. "She's virtuous, and heaven be praised, unharmed," he thought. "Why sully the memory of my unfortunate boy?" "Did dear Merton leave any will?" he inquired, in the gentlest tone he could utter. When he heard of the will drawn up whilst the knowing soldier was courting her at her mother's house, and in which Bertha Hazelwood was left sole possessor of whatever her lover might at his death possess, the father rejoiced greatly, for now he foresaw there would be no occasion to disturb the secrecy of the deceit. The banker kept the promise he made Vautrin. He summoned up all his courage, and although he cursed and swore as he made over the moneys to his grandson, managed to sign the deed. His hatred to Vautrin extended to the man's offspring. Indeed, it was only when he learned that at the time of the burglary Philip was in Paris, and could not therefore be inculpated in the robbery, that he considered himself justified in fulfilling his oath. The news of this inheritance had already been communicated to the young man by his own father, whom he had met lounging on the boulevards, dressed in a style of fashion which, as a man of fortune, he was entitled to assume. The roll of notes had done what nothing else, in the opinion of the world, could have done. made a gentleman of a scoundrel. End of section 58. End of Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew.